Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. Today's date is April 2021. It's Tuesday, 9:30 a.m., and this meeting is hereby called to order. And I will ask the clerk if she would please be kind enough to call the roll and establish quorum.
Supervisors Desmond?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here.
Natoli?
Here.
Cerna?
Here.
Frost?
Here.
And you have a quorum. This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and is webcast at sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, April 23rd at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. A DVD copy is available for checkout from any local library branch.
Thank you, Flo. And at this time, I'm going to ask Supervisor Kennedy, would you mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So I first want to say the sun is out and I'm loving this weather. And I hope everyone had a nice weekend. I don't normally open our meetings with a lot of words, but this morning I did have a few things that I wanted to say. First of all, I wanted to commend the Department of Human Assistance, Ryan Quist, Dr. Quist, for his Laura's Law workshop that was held yesterday. I know Supervisor Kennedy was there, and there may have been other supervisors there also, Supervisor Natoli. And they recorded the workshop and will be providing that recording to all of us who want to review it again. But what I wanted to acknowledge Janine Spotnitz. I hope I said her name right, because she did a superb, I'm going to call her and ask her for lessons on how to manage public comment. She did a superb job on a topic that I believe is perceived to be a little bit controversial, and it was so great because everybody was able to come in and share how they felt and give us feedback, which was important to me because I'm listening and studying and trying hard to understand all aspects of it. And obviously there are a lot of personal experiences around serious mental illness and addiction and issues that might cause someone to have challenges in their life. So I want to thank the panel who came into that workshop and those folks from San Francisco who helped out. They really made it more clear about how it might work for us. So I'm looking forward to DHA's report on and the county staff's recommendation on that. And I thank you for that follow-up. I also want to say in the past couple of days and week, a lot has happened at the county. I'm reminded about life's journey and the special moments that form lasting memories that imprint us and that we cherish and hold close to our hearts forever. I'm reminded that our memories of yesterday remain with us and touch our lives. And while we dream for better tomorrows, the one thing we really have is right here. And this present moment, our choices, our actions add up to a lifetime and our future. As we approach the coming months and summer, I want to encourage everyone, to encourage all of us to pay it forward with simple acts of kindness, expressions of hope, friendship, and faith for tomorrow. We're coming out of a difficult year, and I know everyone's hopes are really high for June 15. We don't know for sure how that will unfold, There may be some who are excited and some who are disappointed, but it is my hope that, that as a people we can embrace it and move forward with hope in our hearts and a positive thought. So that was the thought that I wanted to leave with all of us this morning. I'm excited about our future, and I see good things coming, and our hearts are with those who have been through hard times in the last month or so. And so with that, I will read our statement. And so, in compliance with the directives of the county, state, and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, this meeting is live streamed and closed to the public. Temporary proceedings are subject to change pursuant to guidelines related with social distancing and minimizing person-to-person contact. To make a verbal comment at today's meeting, dial 916-875-2500 and follow the prompts to be placed in the queue for a specific agenda item or off-agenda matter. Please refer to the agenda and/or watch the meeting to follow along and determine if it's the best time to call to be placed in the queue to make your public comment. You may be on hold for up to an extended period of time, and your patience is appreciated when I open the public comments for a specific agenda item or an off-agenda matter. Clerk staff will begin transferring you into the meeting. Each agenda item queue will remain open until the public comment period is closed for that specific item. Members of the public are limited to making one public comment per agenda item or off-agenda matter. Please be mindful of the public comment procedures to avoid being interrupted or disconnected when making more than one public comment on a single agenda item or off-agenda matter. Thank you in advance for your courtesy and understanding. Written comments are also accepted. Send your email comment to boardclerk@saccounty.net. Your comment will be routed to the board and filed in the record. Thank you again for your patience. And at this time, the clerk has some announcements for our consent items.
Okay, for your consent matters, items 1 through 32. For item 22, you're adopting an ordinance amending certain sections of Title 16, Chapters 16.95, 16.100, and 16.120 of the Sacramento County Code relating to non-residential fee deferral, affordable housing fee deferral, and waiver residential fee deferral programs. You waived reading on this on April 6th. And I do want to point out that for item 25, we do have a few callers on hold when you guys go through your consent matters.
Okay, thank you. Mm-hmm. And let's see, I wonder if any of the board members have any items that they would like to pull. Supervisor Cerna?
Yeah, I just wanted to make mention of what the clerk just said about item 25. I know that there's been a great deal of correspondence over the last several days, so I was going to offer and suggest that we pull it anyways for broader discussion. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Supervisor Natoli.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. Could you just briefly call item 3? I just wanted to make a comment.
Yes. Item 3, approve the lease rider agreement between the County of Sacramento, Mather Veterans Village Phase 2 LLC, and the California Department of Housing and Community Development, and in connection with the County of Sacramento lease of the Mather Veterans Village site to the City of Rancho Cordova.
Okay. And thank you, Madam Clerk. Just wanted to express my appreciation, certainly appreciation by all the folks that are affected for getting this item to us. I know I commented in our board member comments a couple of meetings back on this, and this is a strong partnership certainly between the County of Sacramento and the City of Rancho Cordova and the Mather's Veteran Village and the folks that administer those programs there. It's a tremendously important program, and I wanted to thank our staff. I know that it had been in the works when certainly I made my comments, and it required a lot of hands to go through to get to our board for the approval today. I did want to call out that in the item, as I'm sure my colleagues have seen and others would note, that in the event that there's a need to approve a lease rider agreement, there's a 99-year lease for the land that underlies the Mather's Veteran Village. And in the event that there's a need to, in the future, to do something similar to this, it can be expedited because staff will be delegated the authority to do that through economic development. So I just wanted to note that. And as I spoke with Troy Givens about this, he explained that we thought we'd had that the last time around, and apparently it didn't have all the necessary components, but this time it's included here once again. And so hopefully if there's a future occasion, it'll be addressed quickly and avoid, I think, some of the consternation that occurred with this. But anyway, I want to thank our staff for their work on this. So that's all I had.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not asking you to pull them off consent, but items 16 and 17, I just had a couple of comments and questions, and so I'm wondering if the clerk could maybe read.
Sure, I'll read both of those items. Item 16, authority to execute an expenditure agreement with Sunrise Health and Wellness Center in the amount of $200,000. And then this is for the provision of drug Medi-Cal organized delivery system treatment services. And then for item 17, authority to update the Sacramento County list for 5150 designated facilities to include Heritage Oaks Patient Enrichment Center, and the authority to execute an expenditure contract with Heritage Oaks Patient Enrichment Center.
Thank you very much. And I had a good discussion with our acting county exec yesterday, and I appreciate that. These are our the Heritage Oaks is actually in my district. We have such a dramatic need for more resources for addiction and mental illness treatment, and that's why I support these. These are certainly steps in the right direction to provide more capacity to be able to provide this treatment. You know, as I meet with people in my district who are on the front lines and are dealing with our homelessness crisis, there's two kind of common refrains that come to me. Number one is need more people out there on the streets interacting with those experiencing homelessness to help get them connected with services, but it doesn't do much good if we don't have enough capacity in those services. If someone is experiencing addiction crises or mental illness crises, and maybe a navigator gets them to a point where they're ready, willing, and able, it is so crucial that we have these resources ready and available. And so my question is, and something actually my charge to you, Ann, is I'd really like to see, and maybe there already is something, a needs assessment of what additional capacity we need for both inpatient, outpatient, for addiction and mental illness treatment in the county, and specifically as it relates to our homeless population. And I know we're going to be having a discussion later today with all the funding issues, but those are centered more around housing funding. I'd like to expand that discussion in regards to funding and treatment for addiction and mental illness.
We can certainly do that.
Okay, so thank you very much, and I'll be supporting these on the consent calendar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Desmond. I don't see anyone else in the queue, but I do want to pull item 4 for just a quick question.
Item 4 is the authority to enter into an agreement with Deloitte & Touche for a not to exceed amount of $615,000 for assistance in planning, tracking, and reporting the use of Federal American Rescue Plan funds from the date of signature through September 30th, with the authority to extend the agreement for an additional year at no additional cost.
So I just want to say I fully support this. I think it's not a bad idea to have someone help you when you have so much money coming down the pipe to figure out how to best capture it and spend it. My question is, do we have any idea of a timeline? I know there are people in the community waiting with bated breath regarding economic recovery and homelessness and every topic we can think of. And I just wondered what the timeline was on the spending plan.
So we are hoping to get started right away with Deloitte once this contract is approved, to get a contract executed and get going right away. They are proposing a 14-week engagement period. Now that includes start to finish. So there will be an outreach component so that we get input from the community, from all of you, from departments. Another thing they'll be looking at is the other pots of money other than the Sacramento County pot of money to ensure that our community gets our fair share share of those pots of money as well and help us identify how to access those funds. But generally speaking, we're looking at a 14-week engagement, and part of that includes how we track, monitor the funds that go out into the community.
And so we plan on trying to use every way we can use that money possible, like we did in the past, to maximize and bring more discretionary dollars to our general fund.
Absolutely. We are not proposing the same kind of the same thing we did before, where we put it all into salary and benefits. This pot of money, we have 3 years to spend, so it's not as critical that we spend it really, really fast, which is what happened last time. So there'll be ample time to develop a plan, spend the money, and then track and account for how we spent it.
That's really great. Thank you, Ann. And Supervisor Natoli has a question.
Yes, and thank you, Madam Chair. Since you pulled it off for comment, I was just, as I was thinking about this, offer a suggestion that we could have a regular update on the work, maybe just a one-pager. We're meeting very frequently as a board. I think obviously there's a lot of interest. There's going to be outreach and certainly a good deal of work, and not to interrupt any of that. But I think as we see items, and there was recent release information relative to assisting restaurants and restaurateurs that have been impacted, monies through the Small Business Administration, not necessarily directed to the county, but I think this is a good forum, certainly for dollars that will flow to this community through the county of Sacramento. But I think as Deloitte performs the work, that being kept updated so that we can keep people updated as well, and some of the outreach we might be able to assist with as well. And so I think if there's an ability, maybe we carry just an item on our agenda as we have with COVID. Again, not necessarily have people in the chambers report, certainly through you or others would be sufficient, but I think that would be very helpful to all of us involved. So
we will make sure that you are regularly updated and briefed on this process.
Okay, great. Okay, and I was going to suggest maybe something could appear, on an agenda. Okay, good.
Yes.
Thank you.
Much agreed. Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. And I also wanted to quickly, I know that we had some resolutions in consent, and in normal times we bring people into the chambers and enjoy celebrating them. It's been a little quiet over the last year, but I did want to mention the retirement of David Devine, our Director of Personnel Services, who worked with us at the county. I guess he was the Director of Personnel Services since 2004, and he's retiring after 17 years. And David transformed the department with enhanced human services. Through his leadership, we were able to minimize human costs during the Great Recession of 2009. He proactively promoted the county with a video to recruit people. He was a consummate professional who earned the respect of his peers. And when I always try to reach out and talk to people who worked with that person to see how they might have impacted the lives around them. And the feedback I got was that David always wanted to help people and resolve issues, and he did so very cheerfully. So David, I'm sorry that you were not able to be here with us today. You're probably not listening to this, but we will miss you, and we hope you have a wonderful retirement. And I also wanted to mention, and we'll be talking more about it as the days move forward, but May is Bike Month, and we're fast approaching the end of April, so get out your bikes, wash them off, and pump up those tires because the weather is good for bike riding. And so with that, I do not see anyone else in the queue, so I'm going to ask if we have any public comment.
We do not have any public comments for any of the other consent items, and we can wait for your item 25.
Okay, and we also had item 22. We were going to pull item 25, and I believe we had people waiting on the phone on item 25 also.
Yes.
So I think Supervisor Cerna had some comments on 25. Maybe we can start with you, Supervisor.
Well, no, I just wanted to make sure that we do pull it for separate consideration and given the nature of the correspondence we've been receiving again over the last several days, I think it's warranted, and I know that the clerk has received a number of expressed interest in speaking to it from different groups, so I'm eager to hear them. I would suggest that we move the balance of the consent calendar and then consider item 25.
Okay, we have a motion from Supervisor Cerna to approve consent and a second by Supervisor Kennedy. Please vote.
That's a unanimous vote for items 1 through 32 with the exception of item 25. So I'm going to close the public comments for those items, and you also do not have any off-agenda speakers, but I'll leave that open just a little bit until you guys finish.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I think one person snuck in for item 4. Can I go ahead and have them
Sure.
transfer item 4,
Please.
and then we'll take up, let you guys discuss. Sorry. Please transfer the public comment for item 4. Hi, caller. Could you please mute your meeting in the background? And you have 2 minutes to make your comment. If you could start now.
Hi, yes. I'm a constituent with District 1. I was just calling about item 4's proposal to contract with consultants Deloitte to determine how to spend the $300 million American Rescue Act funds. I note that it will include outreach to county departments and community stakeholders to identify needs, which is critical work that needs robust community engagement in partnership with diverse groups and community organizations to ensure equity is centered in this proposal. I notice that parts of the approach outlined in the staff report are good, but missing equity is a key component. We need not just comprehensive, inclusive, transparent, and accountable process or approach, but we also need one that centers equity into that. I also have concerns with Deloitte, being like a contracting huge multinational corporation, which, like, despite having strong technical government budget skills, but a bit of shady history when it comes to the opioid epidemic and how it's helped a lot of large pharmaceutical companies evade accountability for the aftermath of its products. So. If we're going to contract with them as a county, I would hope and encourage all board of supervisors to make sure that they partner, to make clear that they need to partner with local organizations on meaningful and robust community engagement. So I just want to add that in there and see if this board is willing to make sure equity is also centered alongside comprehensive, inclusive, transparent, and accountable approaches for this contract. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do want to say there were some, every now and then there are those who wish to sort of pull together with their public comments all in one block, and we did have a group of individuals who I have, at the chair's discretion, given 10 minutes to begin the comments on item 25.
Okay, could you please transfer Dr. Stevens, please?
Madam Chair, I think you have a member of the board.
Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor
just
Kennedy.
1 second.
Sorry, before we get on, I think that the caller made a good point. I would not mind hearing Ann's response to.
We can certainly factor that in as well, yes.
Okay, thank you.
On item 4.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy.
You ready now? Okay, please transfer Dr. Stevens. Hi, Dr. Stevens. Please go ahead and start with your public comment.
No, you need to read.
Excuse me.
You need to read the item.
Madam Chair.
Excuse me. Yes.
Can the clerk read the item? I don't think it's been read.
Oh, sure.
Thank
I'll
you.
read that.
That's my error. Thank you.
Dr. Stevens, can you just hang on 1 second, please?
You bet.
Okay, just 1 second. Thank you. Item 25, approve area plan map amendments for the Cal Expo and Wood Lake area plans in the American River Parkway to authorize off-paved trails as permanent use. Okay, Dr. Stevens, you can go ahead and start with your comments now. Thank you.
You have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Michelle Stevens. Supervisor Cerna has been out to Bushy Lake, and I'd like to talk to you about the off-road trail use. I sent you a little PDF with some pictures on it. What I'm concerned about is there's been a lot of trespass bicycles, and as we're doing research out there on a weekly basis on the western pond turtle, we're seeing evidence of bicycle strikes on our nesting turtles. So if you happen to have the information I sent you, page 2 has a map of Bushy Lake restoration area. And the bikes on the levee on the north side are no problem, but right next to the lake, below the levee, and then especially the trail on the east side, bicyclists are going right by our restoration site, and that would be the area that I would like them not to go, and they're not supposed to go, and I hope signage could put up. So I've been working out there since 2015 with Sacramento State, and we received a grant from the Wildlife Conservation Board to do a conceptual restoration plan. And we've been studying the western pond turtles through visual surveys on a weekly basis and monthly trapping them and putting them back. Unfortunately, there's a lot more non-native turtles than western pond turtles on the whole lower American River. We've only caught 3 western pond turtles so far, 2 boys, and we caught a girl on Easter Sunday. And she had pit marks and scratches on her. So when turtles in May and June, they go to the 500 from aquatic sites to build their nests, and they're very vulnerable crossing a bike path at that time. And if you happen to have what I sent you, you can see, especially page 6, a baby western pond turtles, and then what the turtle nests look like. We're still monitoring the turtle nests. On image 7, that's our female. Our first one was Sparky once. I'm calling her Mrs. Sparky. But you can see on the bottom of her shell, she's got scratches, and then you see those pock marks, and that's from being hit by a bicycle. So what I'd like to ask of you is to close these off-road trails during nesting season, May and June. There's not good signage telling people where they can't go, and they are going off-road right by my student restoration site, and their dogs are swarming us and things like that. That's a prime area for both restoration and turtles. Also, we have our own ranger steward, and the rangers are doing such a great job with Sacramento County parks along the river, but they're really overworked. And I think that either we need to have funding for another ranger to enforce the bike rules, the bike trail rules, and also I want to work with the bicycle advocacy groups. I talk to bicycle riders every time. I've talked to hundreds, and they all are interested. Everyone I've talked to loves the turtles. I have a feeling they wouldn't mind not going there during the time when the turtles are there. Also, with COVID in the last year, I've been just loving the American River and going for walks. There's a lot of trespass bicycle activities along the whole stretch of the river in the area that's not authorized bike trail. And there's other animals, snakes, lizards, small birds, mammals that can also get hit by bikes. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to talk to you.
Okay, thank you.
Metro?
Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, just if I could maybe pose a question. I know, thank you, Dr. Stevens, for your comments this morning, and we did get a chance to see your communication yesterday. I guess my question is, and maybe this is for the discussion as we hear from others this morning, we talk about signage, but if we have an area, although it's pretty expansive, how we might, particularly during the nesting and I guess the brood season, make that effective. I mean, signs will be adhered to by those who, pay attention to them and so forth. And I trust that most of the bicycles using the off-paved trails as well as the trails will do that. But are there any other measures? Because obviously, posting people out there during the day and having rangers available, that's important. That's another very proactive way to enforce and educate folks. But I guess I'm curious, is there a way to, during, the couple of months of the year, which obviously are very active months, they're late spring, early summer, when and certainly people will take advantage of the outdoors and all that has to offer. I guess I'm curious, as we're talking about this morning, and maybe this is, as we get into the hearing, any other measures besides signage? When we say close it, Dr. Stevens, what would you post it or physically provide some barrier, again, in a way that could be effective? I guess I'm curious, what beyond what you said with signage, that's a piece of it, or a ranger, are there any physical measures to be taken in your view?
That's a great question. So that if you look at the map I sent, immediately adjacent on the red line to Bushy Lake, that area is supposed to be closed and it doesn't have good signage. So good signage there to close it. And I imagine you're like me, where you would prefer to educate than to regulate. And I was thinking, we have a member of the bicycle community on our stakeholder group, but if we could educate people more about watching for turtles. I know Fish and Wildlife also doesn't want people. I even had a homeless lady go way out there and bring me a mama turtle back. Do you know anything about turtles? So trying to get people not to pick them up and let them go. I think education is the biggest thing. If even in education signs, and work with the bicycle community to just educate people to watch for the turtles, and if they can respect when the turtles are nesting. Also, after this spring and summer, we're doing really intensive surveys, so we'll have a lot better idea of where they're nesting and how to avoid those nests. Did that answer your question?
It did. And just to follow on, so the area that you were referencing, and is probably the most critical, is we were looking at the map here on that eastern flank. And you said they migrate, how many? You said 500 yards or 500 feet generally to the uplands? What's
up to 1,000 meters.
Oh, up to 1,000 meters, okay.
And where we've consistently caught our resident population of western pond turtles is on that west side, but we just caught our female down on the east side of the main lake. Okay. But yeah, that area closing it would be really good, and allocating funds to put up the signage and educate people would be a great big step forward too. Okay.
Again, in my view, signage is, that's a reasonable approach to it, and again, I know it can be effective, in large part. Obviously, it doesn't take care of all of the conflicts, but okay. Thank you, Dr. Stevens.
Thank you.
I thought of another answer to your question. Is I'd like to have keep out signs on that east side, but perhaps we could work toward education of the turtles, even a sign in that parking lot next to Cal Expo before they ever come in, or one here just saying watch for turtles or turtles are nesting, and put up separate educational signage, because honestly, everybody I've talked to, which is a lot, they love the turtles. I ask, can you keep an eye for them if you see them, and just watch out for them, and they want to see them. So whether they're native or non-native, they're still beautiful animals, and I don't want to have them hit. So.
Good. Okay, thank you.
I see our Parks Director in the chambers, and maybe Liz Bellis may want to speak to the signage a little bit. And I see you, Supervisor Cernas, up next to speak.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I was out at the Cal Expo area on Sunday because I wanted to make sure that I was looking at the signage that we have in place right now. So I did take some pictures that I will share with you. Hopefully you can see that okay. That is the road area that goes east to west that goes directly towards Bushy Lake. So we do have signage in there that talks about do not enter sensitive areas, no bicycles, no equestrians. And I would recommend that we partner with Dr. Stevens to create a robust educational campaign on the turtles, and place additional signage at the beginning of the trailhead would be an excellent idea.
I love that idea. That's a great idea.
And then this is a photo. That's kind of the intersection. Hopefully you can see that. This, right there, that is the actual off-paved trail. And then right here, that's when you turn to go towards Bushy Lake, and that is the area that is where bicycles and equestrians are prohibited. So that kind of gives you an idea of how wide the off-paved trail sections are.
Thank you, Liz. Did that conclude the pictures you were going to show?
That's enough for now. If there are any other questions, I might have some other stuff to share.
Maybe you can stay there while Supervisor Cerna takes the...
If I could, Phil, I just wanted to ask Liz, just on those areas you showed, is it possible that, you know, we use the orange netting, I'm not suggesting that's the appropriate way to do it, but to delineate, and it provides, you know, kind of a soft barrier, and it really delineates area. I don't know if there's signage spaced every so much, you know, along there. You're not going to have signs every 10 feet, obviously. So is there some other measures that could be taken that delineate, particularly during the nesting in brood season?
I would want to consult with Dr. Stevens to see if that construction fencing would actually pose a barrier to the turtles or not.
Yeah. But if it was off the ground where they could go on, again, so at any rate, again, working with Dr. Stevens, I agree, and I didn't want to interrupt Mr. Cerna. He obviously wanted to weigh in, but I was curious as you showed the signs. That's, you know, they're spaced out, and anyway, there's some distance involved there as well.
Yeah, and increased signage might be beneficial as well.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna.
Great. Thank you. And to Dr. Stevens, I want to first say thank you for the opportunity to join you and the students out at Bushy Lake a few years back, to see for myself all the great work you're doing there, and it's very impressive in terms of the ecological understanding of that part of our parkway and the protection of it. So I want to start by expressing my support for everything that's going on there and the partnership with CSUS in general.
Thank you.
I do want to, though, get some clarification from you, because you've, I think, rightly expressed concern about the impacts of cyclists near sensitive areas with, obviously, with some special status species habitat. But is your concern expressed about the pilot, which is now before us to become permanent, or is it more a concern about the bad apples that are not abiding, the signage that's out there now, or that don't necessarily comport with with our attempt to have a successful pilot? I think it's important to distinguish between the bad actors and those that are enjoying the trail as intended.
That's a great question. So I think signage and education of the bicyclists who are using the trail as intended is my priority, because I think they'd be our advocates and eyes and ears and partners in conservation. That being said, there are a lot of bad apples along the lower American River. It seems like every time I walk, this is as a citizen, but walk along the river, there's 4 bikes probably at time that are riding out there. And I always try to educate and say, you know, this isn't allowed because this is for animals and for pedestrians. So I would like to keep, and I don't know if they know when they're going right by the east side that they're not supposed to, but I'm thinking some of them don't care, and I would like to keep them out of there, especially if they have dogs off leash that are swarming us while we're trying to weed and plant and stuff. So that area does have bad apples, and I think bicyclers are like dog walkers. Bicyclers are probably the most critical of the bad apples, just like dog walkers are the most critical of people who don't pick up their dog's wastes. But they are a problem for everybody.
Okay, so it sounds to me like, and I don't want to mischaracterize your position, so that's why I'm asking these questions, but it sounds to me like you're most concerned with perhaps the non-legitimate users of the pilot project, especially when you cite things like, you know, with off-leash dogs. I doubt there are very many, if any, legitimate users of the pilot project that take their dogs with them to go mountain biking. Again, I just ask these questions to make clear where your concerns really lie. And I don't disagree with anything that you've suggested, but I just want to put a finer point that it seems like what you've suggested is really aimed at those that are continuing to abuse the ability to access, you know, fire roads or maintenance roads, and some of which may be dangerously close to special status species habitat. So, and I'll just end with, I think I totally agree with the fact that I think the responsible cycling community, off-road cycling community, could be very, very strong advocates and partners with the Bushy Lake Restoration Project and everyone involved to be your eyes and ears to you know, make sure that those that perhaps either don't know that they're not supposed to be in certain parts of the parkway understand that, or can, you know, help circulate that information amongst cyclists that hope to use the area legitimately, so that there's special emphasis placed on responsible cycling in the designated off-road area. So I really appreciate you providing us the information that you have and being available to answer these questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think the only thing that I would differentiate is we weren't aware of how many turtles were being hit by bikes as they go to nesting. So the trail closure during nesting season is kind of based on our data of how many of our females, and that the only western pond turtle female we've caught has been hit by bikes. So we're seeing about a third of all the turtles we trap being hit by having divots and scratches, and so that raised my concern to bring it to you today. And one thing I would like to tell you all is on May 2nd, we're going to have an open house for our stakeholders and bring people out and show people the turtles from 1 to 3. And I've given you my email, so if any of you would like to come out and watch while we're trapping and seeing what we're doing, I'd like to extend that invitation for Sunday, May 2nd, and we'll take reservations from 1 to 3 because we have to be careful of having only a few people at a time with masks at this time. But I'd be happy to show you what we're doing.
Thank you for that. One last follow-up. So I know that your stated position is that you'd like to see the trail closed during May and June. You're meaning the pilot trail that we're considering for a permanent access?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything other than full closure that you can see that could satisfy what you believe the turtles need in terms of added protection? Because I can see that May and June would probably be some of the most popular times of year for folks, the cycling community that is responsible to use these trails, to be out there. And I'm looking for, a way that we can accomplish both the protection of the turtles in particular, and at the same time, look at the prospect of keeping that trail accessible during the months that people are coming out to enjoy spring weather and early summer weather. And I got to believe there's a way to accomplish both without a full closure. Is there anything else that you can contemplate at this point that could satisfy both?
I hear you saying that closure of the trail during the best part of the year when people really want to get out and ride is something that would be very disappointing. And is there a way to provide an alternative? I'm always willing to listen to alternatives. And one thing that will help is we're the only ones who've been doing this kind of data collection on the river. And we'll be doing really intensive, like all-night turtle surveys in May and June. So one thing I could do is if you could leave it open, that I could get more data and meet with the bike organizations and try to educate them and see if a closure is indeed necessary. And if so, if it could be partial. So we could use the data we find out this summer to make that recommendation.
Mm-hmm. No, I appreciate that. And for instance, I would like to know, and this could be part of that data collection effort, I would like to know that if you're seeing harm come to turtles that you associate with conflicts with cyclists, I assume you don't know whether that's a conflict with a cyclist that is a legitimate user of the pilot trail area or what we've been calling a bad apple during this conversation, correct?
That's correct, but there might be 4 I call them trespass bicycles versus hundreds of legitimate bicycles. So the legitimate riders are by far the vast majority. It's probably at most 4% are bad apples, or maybe even less, thank goodness. I think most of the people riding on the river just love the river like we do.
Thank you, Dr. Stevens.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and also I want to add my appreciation to you, Dr. Stevens, and echo a lot of the same comments. I will try to be out there May 2nd myself, especially if I can get some photos of Supervisor Cerna rescuing some turtles from harm's way, of course, so with his camera.
Collecting them.
So I appreciate the discussion. I appreciate Supervisor Cerna also pulling this off of consent, because anything we do on that parkway engenders an awful lot of passion and emotion, and I certainly count myself among them. And I had the opportunity to have a meeting with, kind of a meet and greet with several Parkway advocates and user groups a couple weeks ago, and it was really terrific to meet them and hear from them about their concerns, and several of them have weighed in about this item. And I think we've already addressed, through some of the comments of my colleagues and Dr. Stevens, your comments, we've already addressed a few of these items with respect to signage. I would hope, Liz, you will sit down maybe with Dr. Stevens to talk about something that isn't a closure necessarily of something we open, but maybe, as Supervisor Natoli mentioned, maybe during the nesting season, there are some more robust indicators out there for people that they're aware this is a sensitive nesting site for these species. I think that would be, I'm sure there are things we can come up with. A couple other questions I had for you. Have there been discussions with any of the mountain biking advocates about maybe forming a bike patrol that mirrors the paved bike patrol? Because I think that would be a great addition that comes along with this program.
So a part of our MOU with our ARP Bike Patrol is that they can patrol those off-paved trail areas as well. So we can reach out to them and see if they want to maybe form a subset that would focus more on that area.
Okay, I think that would be terrific. And then, do you have a map? I know we have it in our materials. Do you have a map that shows the boundaries of the off-paved trail areas? Just because I think there's probably also a lot of maybe misinformation out there, people who think this might apply to the entire American River Parkway, which is certainly not the case. So can you describe those areas for me, Liz?
Certainly. So there is a loop area at the Cal Expo. Well, it's out and back, a little bit of a tiny loop area, and then there's one also in Wood Lake. As you can see, right here, there's a disconnect, and unfortunately, that is because there was a washout in that area, and so at a future board date, I will be coming forward to request authorization to actually submit a grant application to repair that washout, which would then connect these two off-paved trail areas and make them a little bit more viable even.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. And then does this, if we adopt this today, is there any kind of report back provision to the board? Because I would like to see maybe a report back in a year or something on some data and how this is going and any issues that have occurred.
If that is your desire, we can do that.
I'd certainly appreciate that. And you've heard Supervisor Cerna mention a few times that he and I are going to try to work together on some parkway issues, because this parkway, especially this Lower American River Parkway here, is very distressed for a number of reasons. And I do think having some more users out there who very much care about the parkway and are going to be additional kind of eyes and ears to inform regional parks and us here on this dais. I mean, I really think that's a good thing. We need to find ways to encourage more responsible, productive use of the parkway with people who are going to respect this invaluable environmental and recreational amenity that we have. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. And Liz, I wanted to thank you for your inspired, how can we get this done leadership.
Thank you.
You are so good at what you do, and you've done a really good job with the parks, and I especially appreciate that you've gone out of your way to help my district when we were needing help to write a grant for Rancho Murrieta's fire safe plans. Can't thank you enough for it. So I had to take that moment to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I believe we can vote on, I think we have a good solution that you're going to work closely with Dr. Stevens, and we're all really excited about that. And I'm going to entertain a motion.
We got some other callers.
Yes, yeah, Supervisor Cerna.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we don't have other callers that wanted to speak.
We do.
We have
I just got ahead of us. I'm so anxious to get this solved.
Yeah. Okay. And I'm going to end the call, Dr. Stevens, so we can take some of the other public callers, okay?
Thank you, Dr. Stevens.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Okay, please transfer the public comments for item 25. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, this is Mary Tapple, and I'm one of the people who started off on this bike project, mainly in the Wood Lake area, as a volunteer cleaning up the. What we had was a bunch of, they're variously called puncture vine or goat's head, but there were these weeds in the middle of the trail. This is starting from the 3.5 mile trailhead that's signed and has picnic tables and restrooms at it, right into the main Wood Lake area, off pavement trail cycle area. And anyway, me and Mario Herrera, now Mario Rupert, were taking out huge amounts of these plants that produce these little mini caltrops as their seed pods, because they give people flat tires right away. And this was volunteer work that was very appreciated by all of the what are referred to as the legitimate, bicyclers, as well as by some of the homeless campers who also didn't want their tires punctured. So it was like to establish peace on the trails and to encourage more recreational riders, because then they wouldn't get flats anymore. And these things got successfully eradicated, at least from the main trail areas where they were a heavy infestation when the area first opened. And the Parks Department definitely did the follow-up work and helped keep them out of there. I've only periodically sampled from that first year when we did the heavy work, but we also did volunteer litter pickup And we encountered an equestrian group that were doing volunteer litter pickup. They did not have their horses with them, of course, they were on foot. And they said originally they had opposed this off-pavement bicycling area, and they had changed their minds on being actually out there, seeing the wide open areas, and that most of the people, even back then, when there was far more of the homeless campers traversing the area than I found on my latter day in the last 2 years of visit.
Can you please conclude your remarks?
Yeah, so I just want to say it's very important. While I totally support the protection of the turtles, it's very important that we recognize the vast majority of these trails are dry almost all of the year, and it's greatly needed recreation for a lot of people on the lower parkway, because we have too much trouble down there.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
Okay, please send the next caller. Can you please send the next caller? Hi, caller. Please start with your comment. You have 2 minutes.
Yes. This is, good morning. Thank you for the discussion this morning. My name is Betsy Weiland, and I'm here today representing Save the American River Association. Our organization sent a rather detailed and extensive letter to the board stating our concerns at this time. And with 2 minutes, I just want to say that I'm a little sorry that we couldn't have a more in-depth and broad discussion about some potential solutions to the issues with the program as it exists right now, and that you're getting ready to amend the Parkway Plan for. Very quickly, I want to just in my time go to the issue of signage, which I believe Supervisor Natoli interjected a very realistic viewpoint regarding signage. Signage is only really for those who are who want to be educated and are willing to obey rules. I can tell you just after, for instance, an experience, Sarah has partnered with Friends of Sutter's Landing for the past 15 plus years, and I'll just relay very quickly an issue there regarding signage, just to interject a reality into what you're discussing here. We have a terrible problem there with illegal use by off-pay trail cyclists. We appealed to the Parks Department for signage. The Parks Department stepped in quickly and installed some of those carcinite signs that were not really appropriate from the standpoint that they also include, you know, equestrians allowed, which they aren't there. But in any case, they said no off-pay trail cycling.
15 seconds remaining.
The signage disappeared within days. First it was defaced, and then the signs were uprooted and tossed into the bushes. So I think, you know, you really need more extensive and detailed discussion, and I just don't understand why there can't be more.
Can you please conclude your comments, Betsy?
Yes, I'll conclude right now. More in-depth, realistic discussion about what it's going to take to make this program successful, and that it doesn't affect the rest of the parkway. So thank you very much for your time this morning. Greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Betsy.
Okay, that concludes your public comments.
Okay. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to express my thanks to Liz Bellis for, I think, really doing a terrific job over the duration of the pilot to certainly help educate my office about the progress that's been made out there, the use, some of the challenges, and as we went along, and how best to address them. I think, as I mentioned to a colleague earlier today, I think we've actually done a very responsible thing in having a pilot to take, quite frankly, a baby step towards more active use of this part of the parkway. As my colleague, Supervisor Desmond mentioned, we're interested in everyone having an opportunity to use their parkway. And especially during this time of the pandemic, I think, you know, many of us have learned to really appreciate the outdoors that much more in terms of having the ability to either go for walks or cycling, being socially distanced and getting, you know, a breath of fresh air more frequently. And I think this is part and parcel of expanding those types of opportunities, pandemic or not. But this is obviously a stretch of the parkway that I would say and argue all day long is very, very stressed by some activities that continue. We all understand that there's a number of people that continue to habitate in the parkway, and you know, not to belabor the point, but I think having more people out there that can enjoy the ecology, the ability to hike and bike and ride their horses. I think that's our charge as stewards of the parkways, to responsibly expand those opportunities, sometimes to take those baby steps, take the time to really understand how it will work, where the challenges continue to lie, and how best to refine and revise those opportunities into permanent ones. And I think that's precisely what we've done with this pilot. So I am very supportive, have been supportive, and continue to be very supportive of this effort. And from the leadership of the off-road cycling community here in Sacramento, I'm feeling very confident that that part of our cycling community in general here in Sacramento will continue to have that ownership in this effort, and I think they're listening to us very intently, what our concerns are, especially with that part of the trail near Bushy Lake. I believe strongly that the potential conflicts can be worked out. I was pleasantly surprised to hear from Dr. Stevens that sounds like she has an open mind about that. So I'm going to be moving this item, Madam Chair, that is staff's recommendation, to move forward with the permanency of this project.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. And I have a second from Supervisor Desmond. Please vote.
I have a question, Madam Chair, before you.
I'm sorry. Please unvote.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Well,
Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Liz a question. I'm supportive moving forward, but I want to be clear again. We have, you know, a tremendously, long and diverse, parkway. And when it comes to signage, I mean, we're dependent upon people self-enforcing that. And obviously, if they don't, then we have rangers who are there to assist folks in lots of different ways, not necessarily be enforcers, but they can and will if they have to. I guess I'm curious, though, as I read some of the correspondence and the reliance on signage, and I got to imagine it's a tremendously big chore, and you must keep a large stockpile of signs that say the same thing in order to replace them when they're defaced, damaged, and so forth. How quickly do we respond to that generally when signs are removed? Again, that goes to folks who may be a first-time user and not cognizant of the rules and so forth, but what is the response time, again, recognizing you're all the way from Nimbus Fish Hatchery to, the confluence of the American and Sacramento River?
And that would depend on the type of sign. So a lot of the correspondents mentioned the carcinite signage.
Yes.
And for those of you who may not be familiar with carcinite signage, it's basically like a long stick that is fiberglass, very skinny, but it's unobtrusive, fairly inexpensive to replace, and you put stickers on there that kind of delineate what use is allowed or not allowed. And so we have a partnership with the American River Parkway Foundation for those particular signs, and so they go out there and replace those quite frequently. And then the other, the more permanent signage, I would say, isn't removed so much as people go and deface that. So our goal for graffiti removal, when we're notified of it, is to remove it within 72 hours, less if possible.
Okay, and rangers, when they observe it, even if it's not called in, that's part of their task, is to
let maintenance staff know, yes.
Okay. In the carcinite, are they like the delineators you see along roadways, they're flexible? to a
Yeah,
degree?
they're bendy.
They can
Yes.
they can bend. Are they driven in by hand, or because I know the ones along the roadsides, because they go into road base, they use a machine that actually.
I don't think they
drives
have a
them in.
machine that they're putting them in. I don't believe it's just it's by hand with tools. Yes.
Okay. Again, I just I think that those can be effective to the degree that people will pay attention to them. But if they're removed, then I guess we just you got to meet the challenge, and every time they're removed, just replace them as quickly as possible.
And we are also, we just undertook, for the American River Parkway Advisory Committee, we just created a subcommittee to review our sign manual that we last approved in 2018 for the American River Parkway, to kind of do an evaluation of our sign manual and determine if there are additional signage needs along the entirety of the parkway.
Okay. The other question I had, and again, I appreciated the follow-up, and I know that we've all received the invitation from Dr. Stevens, but I, for one, would like to, and I trust this board to know, what we end up doing in relationship to the issue about the time of year when we have the turtles migrating from the pond and from Bushy Lake to areas and then obviously the juvenile turtles that then return to the pond if they can make it there safely. So again, I would just want us to be kept apprised of that, because again, we're doing the permanent approval of the trails, but this interface will continue to exist year after year, season after season. And so I just think it's important to know and to honor that work, but also I think recognize the importance of having users that come and enjoy the parkway, and certainly I'm supportive of the use here as we're talking about it. So
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Dr. Stevens has formed a Bushy Lake working group, and I'm proud to be a part of that.
Okay, I think and that ought to be understood then, is that because again, once her work is completed, we're permanently approving the trail. We talk about the signage, but whatever is put in place ought to become memorialized as well. If there is seasonality to certain measures that are taken, I assume that responsibility is going to fall to our Parks Department to do that. Again, Dr. Stevens and her volunteers may continue to be attached to the project and to the future work that goes on to promote the habitat in those that inhabit Bushy Lake. But it will fall to us, and so that should be memorialized somewhere. So we have a clear understanding that somebody goes out there on May 1st or whatever it is, and that certain actions are taken to ensure as best we can the safety of the animals. So
Absolutely understood.
Okay, good. Thanks. That's all I had. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Okay, we please vote.
Unanimous vote. And
Thank
then
you.
For your off-agenda callers, you have none as of now.
Yeah, before we go, okay, we have none. I wanted to, also, before we went off agenda, I wanted to announce the appointment of Amanda Thomas as Chief Fiscal Officer, and I'm excited to hear that she's in the chambers today, so look forward to meeting you, Amanda, and having our board meet you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thank you. I am truly grateful for and humbled by the opportunity to serve as the county's Chief Fiscal Officer. I'd like to thank the interim county executive for recommending my appointment. I'm very much looking forward to working with her, the rest of the county's leadership team, and the staff in the Office of Budget and Debt Management. I'd also like to acknowledge and thank Britt Ferguson, who has been very generous with his time with me already and helping me get up to speed, and whose willingness to stay on to help ensure a smooth transition. I'm very grateful for. And finally, I'd just like to say that as someone who grew up in the unincorporated county and has lived most of my adult life there, also had the opportunity to work for the county's Department of Airports, I understand how important the services are that the county provides, and it means a lot to me to be able to be a part of helping to deliver them. So thank you for that opportunity, and I look forward to working with you.
How do you feel about reserves?
I look forward to having a lot of robust conversations with the board about reserves.
You'll definitely get that with this board.
Yeah. Well, congratulations, and keep Britt's phone number handy. So
I
Yes.
will do.
he's a good mentor.
Yeah, it's my understanding that your reputation, your fine reputation preceded you, and we're really grateful to have someone of your experience and skills to take over for Britt, because he'll be a hard act to follow. He's done an amazing job during very difficult times, and I have a sense that we may have more difficult times coming. So welcome.
Thank you.
We'll look forward to working with you. All right. And okay, we don't have off-agenda callers. Sorry, I got us a little off track there.
No, not a problem. And I close the public comments for off agenda now. Okay, for item 33, you are acting as the Board of Supervisors and also the Housing Authority of the County of Sacramento. This is the Cornerstone North, South, and Habitat for Humanity Project, Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act hearing, conditional loan commitment, pre-development loan documents, conditional construction grant documents, inducement, disposition and development agreements, and transfer of water connection fee credits. I'm going to ask staff to transfer bond counsel into the discussion. That's also the general public comment line, but we also have public comments on our line, but bond counsel is on that phone, and so they want to be available to answer questions. So I'll have them transfer that now.
Thank you, Flo. Good morning, Ann.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair Frost and Board of Supervisors. Ann Nichols, Management Analyst with Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency. The Cornerstone and Habitat for Humanity project is requesting approval of a mortgage revenue bond issuance, a pre-development loan, grant, and other commitments, and sale of a 7-acre Housing Authority-owned property, allowing for the acquisition, construction, and permanent financing of the project. SHRA released several requests for proposals, or RFPs, for the 46th and Lang site over the years and was not successful in identifying a development project. In March 2019, SHRA issued another RFP seeking an affordable housing developer to acquire and build affordable housing on the vacant property. The selection panel reviewed 3 proposals and awarded the property to Mutual Housing California and Habitat for Humanity of Greater Sacramento. Additionally, in April 2020, the Housing Authority issued an RFP seeking owners and developers interested in receiving project-based vouchers, or PBVs, to serve homeless families or individuals. In May 2020, Mutual Housing was awarded 16 PBVs for homeless households at Cornerstone. Cornerstone is a multifamily workforce and permanent housing development composed of 108 units. Amenities include a community room with kitchen, management and resident services, laundry facility, barbecue, picnic, and playground areas. Mutual Housing is the developer, management agent, resident services provider. Lutheran Social Services will provide on-site case management and supportive services to the residents with PBVs. Cornerstone Habitat for Humanity is a workforce housing development of 18 single-family detached homes ranging from 3 to 4 bedrooms at 1,100 to 1,300 square feet. Laundry connectivity, 1-car garage, landscape front yards are included in each home. Residents will have access to the playground and community building amenities at the multifamily development. Habitat for Humanity of Greater Sacramento will develop this subdivision. Cornerstone North and South multifamily developments financing is part of a 4% low-income housing tax credit with up to $20 million in bond issuance and a 9% LIHTC hybrid structure that allows developers to leverage tax credit funding to build new affordable housing developments. Other financing includes $10 million in SHRA pre-development construction and permanent loans, $151,000 in Housing Authority seller carryback loans for the land, project-based vouchers, conventional loan, general partnership contribution, deferred developer fee, and fee waivers. Cornerstone Habitat for Humanity's financing includes $1.175 million in SHRA construction grants, Housing Authority conveyance of a portion of the property for $1, developer and sponsor contributions, and fundraising. In closing, staff is requesting approval of the Cornerstone and Habitat for Humanity project. Staff is available to address any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ann. I do not see questions. I'm not sure if the person on the phone has comments or if we have public comments on this item.
Bond counsel, did you want to say any words? If not, we'll go to our public comments.
No, I have no comments.
Thank you. And we do have public comments. I'm not sure if...
Maybe we can move into public comment at this time.
Great. Could you please transfer the caller?
You must feel very proud to arrange this. This is an exciting project.
Yes, Madam Chair. Absolutely.
Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning, County Supervisors. My name is Parker Evans, and I'm Mutual Housing California's project manager working on this exciting development. I want to thank you for your consideration this morning of our Cornerstone project. I can tell you that we're tremendously excited to be moving forward with this unique project and really getting going on this desperately needed affordable housing as we tackle Sacramento's housing crisis together. We're glad that this project has brought Mutual Housing and Habitat for Humanity together for the first time, and we're really hopeful that we'll be able to work on other projects together and continue to build on Mutual Housing's long history of creating safe, sustainable, permanently affordable housing in Sacramento County. I especially want to thank county staff, SHRA staff, and the Office of Supervisor Kennedy for all of the hard work that has gone into preparing this immensely complicated and challenging project. So thanks again, and we look forward to the groundbreaking with all of you.
Thank you.
That concludes your public comments.
Thank you. I guess at this time we'll entertain a motion. Supervisor Kennedy is in the queue.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have to say that what you said earlier as far as this being a great project, I'm like falling out of my chair here. This has been something years in the making. I really want to thank SHRA. When it seemed like we were stalled and it wasn't going to go anywhere, you guys hung in there, and this is just a phenomenal project for not only District 2, but for the County of Sacramento. So with that, I would like to move for staff recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. And before we vote, I will close the public hearing on this. And please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Your next item is item 34. This is a public hearing to authorize participation by the county in the California Municipal Finance Authority's Bond Opportunities for Land Development Program and the California Statewide Communities Development Authority's Statewide Community Infrastructure Program for Community Facilities Districts and related items.
Good morning, Mr. Davidson.
Good morning. I am Bob Davidson, the Division Chief of the County Engineering Division, and I'll be doing this presentation with Colin Bettis, who's the County Debt Officer. At the beginning, I want to get some acronyms out of the way because there's several in this presentation, and it'll probably be longer if we spell out these items each time. So, first of all, we're dealing with the California Statewide Community Development Authorities, the CSCDA, their Statewide Community Infrastructure Program, which is also called the SCIP program, and also the California Municipal Finance Authority's also the CMFA, their Bond Opportunity for Land Development, or the BOLD program. And with that, we're also going to be using the term of Melrose Community Facilities District. We often call those CFDs. So with that, I'll start the presentation. First of all, in July of 2017, the board did authorize participation in the SCIP program. SCIP is a program that enables property owners to finance development impact fees and, in some cases, improvements through a statewide pooled bond program, so that developments in the county that don't have the economies of scale to where they would support issuance of bonds, they could participate in land secured financing, which would help their development projects pencil out. So with that, SCIP does statewide pooled bond financing for, and generally in all cases in the county, so that development impact fees can be paid for through the land secured financing. And it's also, should point out too, is that prior to the SCIP, the county didn't have a means for any developer in the county to participate in a land secured financing program that paid for development fees. And also I should point out that it's not just the small developers that use SCIP. Large developments like the Barrett Ranch development with Lennar are currently utilizing SCIP for that development. I also want to point out that since 2017 and since the county's participation, SCIP has been very successful. Since that time, 1,056 residential lots, 5 commercial lots, 12 assessment districts, financing a total of $16.5 million in impact fees, with over $21.5 million in bonds issued in that time. So this program has definitely been utilized. Not only that, but in that time, out of 115 jurisdictions in California that participate in SCIP, Sacramento County is number 3 in terms of the amount of bonds that have been issued during that period of time. So it has been very successful since implementation. Now, more recently, developers in the county, and actually county staff was already reviewing a new program called BOLD program. BOLD is similar to SCIP. It allows for pooled financing, pooled land secured financing statewide. It is different though in that it uses Melrose Community Facilities District Authority rather than Assessment District Authority, which the developers, actually county staff, think is a more efficient means for financing than assessment districts. And many of your board members probably know that Melrose Community Facilities Districts is the predominant means for land secured financing in this county and in California for the past many years. Now, since being requested to participate in the BOLD program, we also discovered that SCIP now has a CFD-based program as well. So in order for there to be more choices and for more competition amongst these programs, staff is actually recommending today participation in the BOLD program and the SCIP for CFDs program. With that, I just want to point out a few more things before I turn it over to Colin. With such programs, bonds are not an obligation to the county or the general fund. However, there could be some risk to the county, which would be the same risk with Community Facilities District that the county does, in that if there were default in these districts, they certainly could impact the county's credit rating. But bonds will typically be secured by final map property, not speculative development, so that's certainly a safeguard. And also, and I think this is an important point, if you recall, in 2017, the county was the first program that was able to participate in SCIP, but required that the county's TEETR program be utilized so that when there are delinquent amounts, and if the TEETR program pays for the delinquent amounts, then accelerated foreclosure is not implemented on county property owners. The participation in the BOLD and the SCIP for CFDs program would require the same require the same participation in the TEETR program. So with that, before I turn over to Colin, there are 2 resolutions before you today. Actually, there's 3 resolutions, but 2 resolutions to participate in BOLD and SCIP. The resolution allows for fees and improvements via Melrose Community Facilities Districts to be financed through the programs. Both resolutions cover the joint community facilities agreement that's required in order for, and in this case, joint powers authorities to be able to issue bonds for county-owned and operated facilities. And both resolutions authorize the Deputy County Executive of Public Work and Infrastructure to enter into acquisition agreements for facilities to be funded by these programs. And with that, the resolutions also discuss limitations, and Colin Bettis is going to cover that. So with that, I'll turn the rest of the presentation over to Colin Bettis. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Good morning, Colin.
Good morning, Chair Frost and Supervisors. As Bob said, I'm Colin Bettis, the County Debt Officer. The The limitations that we have proposed include the following. The county must approve the project at the initial application stage. When the facilities are included, there is a maximum bonding capacity of $5 million regardless of the makeup of the district, and there must not be any future annexation areas or improvement areas. The third item is that there are standard limitations of the overlapping debt capacity at 2% of the estimated sales value of the parcels. Fourth, it must comply with county construction policies, i.e. for example, the public facilities must be constructed as if constructed by the county. Fifth, the formation and administration must take into consideration county administration costs. Sixth, CFD must be willing to participate in the county teeter program, as Bob had mentioned. And finally, the reimbursements from a fee program or facilities acquired by the county through the acquisition agreement and constructed by the developers participating in BOLD or SKIP CFD program will not be allowed. This removes the ability to double pay the developer for those facilities. The majority of these limitations are consistent with the limitations that were put in place when SKIP was initiated and are consistent with county policies regarding land secured financings and Melrose law. The limit of the maximum of $5 million was identified for a couple of reasons. First, when SKIP initially added their CFD program, CSEDA had identified a minimum of $5 million because without the ability to pool the financings, CFDs would not have the economies of scale to benefit the smaller districts. And at that time, they were standalone CFDs.
Excuse me, Colin.
Yes.
Supervisor Natoli, do you want to?
I'll wait till Colin goes through it. I have some questions about some of the stuff he's covering now, so we'll wait. Okay. Then please.
Okay, proceed. And please proceed.
Okay. Second of all, it is financially inefficient for an amount less than $5 million, meaning that they have higher percentage of the bonds that goes to pay for costs of issuance rather than the facilities. Notably, this is the same limit that is imposed by Rancho Cordova. For a bonding capacity of greater than $5 million, the county has a system in place currently to create CFDs as well as financially efficient mechanism in place for the issuance of debt for those CFDs. A key benefit of the BOLD and SKIP program that is that they allow for the pooling of CFDs throughout the state of California. This increases the size of the issuance and thereby reducing their cost of issuance as a percentage of their portion of the proceeds. The county does not have the ability to provide this service to the development community without participation in the BOLD and SKIP programs. Another reason for the limitations is to maintain review and approval over the more complex CFDs. The complex CFDs often require coordination with various county departments and outside agencies, and for the reimbursement process, the county would need to be involved to fully understand the nuances of the CFD. County staff looked into the number of participating jurisdictions in the area, and there are 28 jurisdictions that participate in the BOLD program. Notably, Sacramento City does not participate, and currently Rancho Cordova limits the use of BOLD to $5 million. And there are two others that currently participate in the SKIP CFD program. As Bob mentioned, there are 115 jurisdictions that participate in the original SKIP program. Notice of today's public hearing was published in the Sacramento Bee 5 days prior to this hearing. In addition, county staff has continued discussions about these programs in meetings with county developers and conferred with the associations of professional engineers, County of Sacramento, Sacramento County Management Association, and Sacramento County Accountants Professionals Association on the limited program due to the fact that the county staff perform similar work on county CFDs. None of the staff associations oppose the current recommendations with the limitations included. There is no general fund impact or financial obligation of the county by authorizing the county participation in the BOLD and SKIP CFD programs. Finally, I'll read through the recommended actions. First is to open the public hearing regarding the County of Sacramento's participation in the CMFA Bond Opportunities for Land Development Program and the CSCDA's State SKIP for Community Facilities Program. Consider public testimony and close the public hearing, and adopt the first attached resolution to authorize participation in CMFA's BOLD program, approve and authorize the execution of the form of Joint Community Facilities Agreement and the form of Acquisition Agreement and related actions, and adopt the second attached resolution to authorize the participation in the SCIP for CFDs, embodying a Joint Community Facilities Agreement, and to approve and authorize execution of the form of the Acquisition Agreement and related actions, and adopt a third attached resolution to amend the County of Sacramento Special Assessment and Community Facilities District financing program and policies, authorizing participation in the BOLD programs and SCIP programs for CFDs. And that concludes my presentation. Both Bob and I are available for questions or comments.
Thank you, Colin. Supervisor Natoli.
Yes, thank you, Bob and Colin. A couple of questions. Well, first a comment. I think that the participation in the TEETR program, to tie back to that, we've had discussion numerous times over my years of service on this board relative to the accelerated foreclosure that can happen when the economy takes a dip and folks get behind in their overall property tax, which these are attached to, and there is time to recover. Obviously there are penalties that accrue, but it doesn't require an accelerated foreclosure. But if you get, if my understanding is correct in some of the CFDs that we've done in the past, that because of the bond covenants, that in the event that folks fall behind, even a year behind, that unless there's some other provision, in the case of the TEETR program, obviously that comes with a cost in order to redeem those dollars on behalf of the property owner or homeowner or whoever is having those charges imposed. But it doesn't take it to judicial action to actually sell the property and that's just in a portion of the overall property tax bill. And what it does, I guess, it places that in front of property taxes, because again, the county will obviously recover that and has the ability to sell after a stipulated period of time. But that's 5 years minimum, and where this could allow, I guess, CFDs could allow for the year unless we had the TEETR as the backup. And I don't know if there's anything you want to expand on, but that is a protection. And again, I've seen some instances. Not recently, obviously, but in years past, economic dips or hardships that occur in individual circumstances, and people get behind. But if they can't make that payment, and I guess oftentimes we don't accept, unless you pay your property tax in full, it's all attached, but they peel this off, and potentially in order to make those bonds, bond payments. And so I guess if you wanted to address that in any greater detail, Colin, because I think that's an important safeguard, and then I want to ask a couple questions about some other aspects here. But
so when we do issue bonds, there are those bond covenants. The investors will want something to protect them when they are investing in county bonds. We typically will look at what is the average payment over the lifetime of the debt for a single parcel, and have that limit where we have to remove it from the tax roll and go after judicial foreclosure at a level that exceeds a single year payment for a single parcel, right? So especially in a residential community, you would see, okay, over the life of the bonds, they may be paying, $1,000 annually. Well, we're going to make that limit $5,000. So then there's not a single delinquency that may trigger that expedited judicial foreclosure. So we'll have those limits in place. That's just standard practice when you're issuing CFD debt. But with the TEETR program, then if that's paid through the TEETR program, then there's no need to seek the expedited judicial foreclosure.
So there's two safeguards. There's one that's built in relative to the amount, so it doesn't occur in just a single year or even in probably a couple of years. There's some leniency built in,
right?
But then there's the other safeguard, or the alternate is to have the TEETR, the backup as the approach, or do you employ both of those?
Well, so we typically have that in place, and then there usually is another bond covenant that requires the removal of all of the delinquencies if it exceeds, say, 5% of the total. I'm not sure if that answers your question or not. I don't think it does. So if you could repeat the question.
Okay.
Again,
The question is, you talked about having a upper limit that didn't, portray a single year delinquency. It would be multiples, and we're just using the residential property, but it could be business properties as well, or vacant land, I guess, in some cases. So you build that in so that won't be peeled off. But if I heard what you just said, that if there's a cumulative delinquency, either single property and or within the collective development, because you may have multiple homeowners or property owners that are in distress, then there's a 5% threshold, I guess, that's built in where that can be teetered off so that you
removed from that prior to the teeter. Yes.
Removed before the teeter. So what's that mean? That means that
it's more of a protection for the investors. So that's when that trigger comes in. There's a requirement that we would remove all of them that would be delinquent in that given tax year and seek that expedited judicial foreclosure.
So there's not a protection in place for...
It's not a protection for the property owners, it's a protection for the bondholders.
I get that, but I thought teeter allowed us to buy out pay the debt forward, and then we hold it, but we don't accelerate because we're going to get that back in a package. We're charging, 1.5% a month interest, and it all accrues with penalties and such, and so it becomes compounded, to my earlier comment. But it protects the bondholders, but it also protects homeowners in the residential property owners who can get into tough times. And so I thought that was the balance. But if I hear you correctly, that if you get cumulative delinquencies, then with the CFDs, I don't know if this ever occurred, that you could go in there and then for being a year or two behind in the assessments, separate and apart from the property taxes, those might be also behind, but we don't go sell people's property out from under them until there's a whole process, and it's 5 years minimum before it would go to tax lien sale.
Right, and oftentimes the way that works when it's a trigger of the percentage, then it's the county typically, from my experience, has looked at what is the delinquency relative to the overall delinquency rate in the county. And if it exceeds the delinquency rate in the county, then they'll actually reach out to the group that is maintaining that special tax levy, and then they'll request them to remove the full amount of delinquencies.
Okay, you're still kind of losing me here. So I'm using the instance of, so let's just take Joe homeowner who buys in the development. You have all the fees and assessments that go for the infrastructure and all the things that, all the amenities that go with the community. And you may fund schools, may fund roads, may fund sewer, water, whatever it is. And that's a known factor. It's disclosed at the time of purchase. You get you get some severe hardships. Look at the Great Recession, for example, and you get, homeowners, right and left who are just running into distressed positions. They're trying to hold on to their homes, make their mortgage payments, and sometimes the taxes are built in, but you get behind, okay? And so under tax laws, I understand it, those delinquencies will accrue, and you're going to have, if you don't start getting that current, you could have multiple tens of thousands of dollars accrue on you. But we don't take it to foreclosure sale, sell it out from underneath the homeowner who may still be making payments to their mortgage holder. There's a period of time. There's a 5-year period of time, could even be longer than that, and we work with people. And that I thought teeter was a protection, though, that if on these assessments, which have that 1-year trigger, that there's a protection there that would allow us with the teeter. It also accrues with the property tax delinquencies and so forth. And it's still going to pay the money one way or the other, but we buy that debt out. We charge a pretty hefty interest rate under the law, and we recover that. So what I'm hearing, though, is that you had a greater number. It's not just Joe, but it's Don and John next door, and they're all running into problems. That you get this cumulative, so the bondholders are getting nervous, as they should. That you can peel all those off and go to a foreclosure for all of those houses?
That's correct. You can remove each of those portions of their taxes that are associated with the CFD, and then seek expedited judicial foreclosure.
Which means you sell the house off. So if you're $5,000 delinquent,
in most instances we go directly to the property owner, and we would say, okay, you can pay this portion that's associated with the CFD, that's associated with that delinquency, and then we won't continue to go after expedited judicial foreclosure. So then it would fall back, the remaining balance of the taxes that are still owed would still be on that 5-year cycle, but the portion associated with the CFD would have to be paid, you know, within a time period.
And it's an accelerated time period. I mean, if I recall, it's pretty accelerated.
Yes.
You know, because that's what the law is, and that's understood when you, in all the background documents. But I thought we offered some protection beyond just having to pay, because if people are in terrible distress in trying to, you know, straighten out whatever it is, and again, if, you know, if everybody's is feeling the same pain to different degrees, that we wouldn't have, you know, tracts of in neighborhoods where people would just all be not only upside down, but for a matter of a few $1,000s, their houses are going to go on to the courthouse steps for sale.
And again, so long as it is covered under the TEETR program, if the county determines to cover it under the TEETR program, then there's no expedited judicial foreclosure.
Right. And who makes that determination? That's you, or who?
No, it's not me, no. I look at whatever the bond covenants are included in each of the different CFDs, and if it exceeds a dollar amount, or if it exceeds that percentage as a whole, then we look at that annually.
We say look at it, but I mean, who does the looking at it, and who makes the determination if it gets TEETR?
So the county debt office does look at those covenants within each of the bonds.
Okay.
And we make that determination of it, whether or not it exceeds one of those limits.
And it takes into account Joe homeowner and the distress that people, residents of this county, may be undergoing by virtue of economics, not just individual circumstances?
Yes.
So it takes that into account? I thought it did, but I mean, I'm a little less sure here today as I ask you the questions, that, not that you aren't doing your job, but I just thought that was always a protection built into these things, and I think it's worked pretty well over the years. Okay, well, thank you for indulging me on that. I wanted to ask, though, about, as it related to the recommendation where the effective minimum becomes the effective maximum, $5 million. And you used the example of Ranch Cordova, but you also noted Elk Grove. So what does Elk Grove do? It wasn't pointed out, it just said Elk Grove and Rancho employed the BOLD program. You used Rancho in order to support the staff recommendation as it relates to the $5 million maximum, which again was an effective minimum for SCIP, as I heard it explained, but now becomes basically...
And I'm not sure that they have any limitations on that. I'd have to, we just know that they participate in the BOLD program.
Oh, okay, well, and the reason I asked that is that because $5 million as a maximum, and I get it that things can be complicated, you can do order of magnitude of tens of millions of dollars depending upon, the nature of the infrastructure that people want to bond against. But $5 million, I mean, you don't get much for $5 million, these days as it relates to even a few intersections with major improvements, or, trails, or, some other accoutrements, maybe it's a park or whatever. And so I guess I saw it to be pretty limiting. Now, again, I think county staff, and certainly Bob and you and others that work on these do a good job, and I have every bit of confidence in you, but I'm not persuaded yet that $5 million ought to be the minimum maximum, maybe on the minimum side, because it takes a lot to put these together and you pool the money under the SCIP, at least as you explained it. But why $5 million was chosen? And the only example,
Oh, sorry, my apologies.
Yeah, just as I said, the example you used obviously was a complexity of us knowing some of the nuances, and I heard those words used, but also was Ranch Cordova as the example of being the one jurisdiction that has a similar approach. So I guess I need to know more why $5 million was the effective number.
So both BOLD and SCIP were initially thought of as the ability to pool finance these CFDs, creating these economies of scale for smaller various projects across the state. And so then they could all go into a single issuance that would be much larger, say 20 million or 30 million, and then they would each benefit individually by their proportionate share of the cost of issuance, making it more financially feasible to issue debt for their projects. And so that's one of the reasons. And as I mentioned, SCIP, when they originally did the program, they had identified a minimum of $5 million for their program because they were standalone CFDs. They were single issuances, and they weren't tied to the pooling mechanism. They've amended their program since then, and now they allow that pooling mechanism for CFDs as well.
Okay, but why is $5 million the maximum, I guess? Beyond what you've explained here, I'm trying to understand why it wouldn't be, for example, $10 million. I mean, again, $5 million, a lot of money to folks in this room, but relatively speaking, when it comes to financing improvements, that may or may not be complex. I guess I'm not, oh, here goes Britt.
Good morning, Britt.
Well, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Britt Ferguson, County Chief Fiscal Officer. Yes. So just to clarify, I think Mr. Bettis was trying to make the point, and maybe it got lost in the discussion, that the issue isn't that we're only going to issue debt where it's $5 million or less. The issue is who's going to issue the debt.
Yes.
The county has a program right now that in theory could issue debt for less than $5 million, but it's not cost effective because of the cost of issuance, the relative cost of issuance. And we don't have the ability to do pooled financing in the way that these programs do. So right now, for projects that are more than $5 million, the county already has a program in place, and we in fact have the capacity and the ability and do issue debt of, you know, $5, 10, 20, $30 million. So that already exists. So this was, our thought was that this would be designed to focus on an area where we can't do that, which is the $5 million or less. Does that sort of make sense?
It does. But so you selected that because I guess primarily for that reason. Obviously not to displace the capacity we have to do it, but there's nothing to say you couldn't draw a line of 10 million or something.
We could do more than that. I think part of the concern was the complexity issue that was raised. The other issue is that part of our concern, frankly, is just that if we open it up to more than $5 million, there's a reasonable chance that once developers start doing $5 million, then they'll just go everything to those, which there's nothing wrong with that, except that would mean we would be essentially potentially reducing or eliminating our programs, which could impact staffing. And so that would be an issue that you know, would be, it's not technically a 71J issue, but it could potentially impact
right, that was mentioned in the report. I guess when I thought about $5 million, again, in types of improvements that are being contemplated oftentimes, that, you know, 10 million, I mean, you still have a limitation, a capitation on this. I don't necessarily, I'm not arguing that you shouldn't. I was just trying to understand more beyond what was here, because it just seemed, I'm not saying it was artificially low, and you've explained it, but it seemed like a pretty low number. And yeah, we have the capacity to do it, but you know, you give people a choice.
We have the capacity to do it about $5 million. We don't below, it wouldn't be financially, make financial sense to issue less than $5 million in debt unless you can pool them as Skip and Bowl do.
Okay, one last point then. But so if we, whatever number we put on there, they still have to comport with all the requirements the county has. It's just that they bring their financing from a different entity in order to accomplish that. And you know, but they still have to adhere to the rules. And you're right, we don't have the same level of involvement, but we still have oversight and we still have control through both the condition, or do we not? So again, we control a lot of the aspects still, if I read this right.
And Bob Davison again.
Hi, Bob.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question just so I want to make sure I got it right?
Okay, yeah. My question simply is that wherever you draw the limit here on the amount of money, they still have to adhere to county regulations, the formations of the districts. They're basically bringing the financing from a different entity, but it still has to comport with the conditions of approval and the conditions that we've outlined, and obviously these resolutions in the staff recommendation reflect that. But you know, the amount doesn't affect their comportance with those conditions.
No, that is correct. They have to certainly build whatever infrastructure they're building based on conditions of approval. And the acquisition agreements that are in today's board package have certain requirements that they can't just build it, hire a contractor without paying prevailing wage, without competitively bidding, without having certified payrolls reviewed by Construction Management Inspection Division. So there are those protections in there.
Okay. That was my question.
Regardless of the limitations, and regardless of whether they build it with the CMFA, CDA, or or the county.
Okay.
Also, I should point out with the limitations, if they choose the fee options, there isn't the same limitation on the fee option as there is on the facilities option.
Okay. That's a good point. Thanks. That's all I have. You answered my question. Thanks, Colin, Britt, and Dave, and Bob.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Probably for Colin's probably the best. No offense, Bob. So I'm going to go through, you listed the limitations that you have placed on this, and there were 7 of them, I believe. So you listed them in the same order that I have them, so that way we'll be talking off the same page. Number 1, the county must approve the project at the initial application stage, and the size scope of the district must remain the same as when the application was submitted. Otherwise, a new application must be submitted. What was the reasoning and rationale behind that?
The reasoning for that is just that we're aware of the project up front. We don't, we were kind of surprised when there was another CFD that was included in the BOLD program that didn't incorporate any county fees, but it was within the county boundaries. And we just want to be aware of the project so that we're understanding what's coming down the pipeline. Also so that we can make sure that it's within our limitations and that we're aware of it.
Okay. On the second bullet there, regarding the what Supervisor Natoli was speaking at length about is the $5 million limit. This is probably as much of an editorial statement as it is a question. One of the issues that has been raised is that this may be so attractive to builders that they'll no longer utilize the county's existing programs. They'll go to this. To me, that is a direct argument in favor of this, and I guess because we're in a housing crisis in Sacramento County. This whole entire state of California is, for most part, and any tool that we can present to a home builder to make it more attractive to build in Sacramento County, I think we need to pursue pretty aggressively to get our way out of what has been a hole that we have dug. And so, if this is a tool that is attractive and at the end of the day results in greater number of housing units, I have to say that I'm going to be supporting getting rid of that limit. If we can't compete as a county with our programs, then so be it. I think that the greater good is served when we have processes in place that will encourage development of homes, which we all agree, whether they be affordable or otherwise, we need badly in Sacramento County. I guess the final, the 7th bullet, the reimbursements, it was touched upon. I think Bob touched upon it. Reimbursements from a fee program for facilities acquired by the county through an acquisition agreement and constructed by developers participating in BOLD or SCIP CFD program will not be allowed. Can you just
Sure. So when we have an improvement area, we typically have impact fee programs. So in the instance in which the developer is going to get reimbursed through the impact fee program, they're still getting paid for the facilities that they're developing, but they wouldn't be eligible for also getting reimbursed through CFD funds as well. You couldn't double dip, essentially. That's why we've included that and incorporated that into the language.
Have we seen this in these 28 areas that are doing? Have we seen that happen? I mean,
I'm not sure that we've seen that.
I can't really speak for the 28 jurisdictions, but this was an issue that came up many years ago. It was in the newspapers in the city of Sacramento and the county of Sacramento. It was requested by developers that, in fact, with the county CFDs, not with BOLD or SCIP, but with the county CFDs, that they utilize the finance for the program, they finance the facilities, and then if reimbursements came back to the program, say in 10 years, developers also thought that they should be entitled to those monies as well. And so we created, with the CFDs that we created at that time, we created a policy that to the extent that you are going to choose the financing to finance facilities, that's fine. But if you choose to finance a facility that also gets reimbursed from a fee program, then that is a choice you'll make, but that reimbursement needs to come back to the CFD that funded that improvement, not the developer 10 years later. With that, so what has happened in county financing since that policy was developed is developers choose to finance other facilities, and they usually can find other facilities to finance because they don't want to put themselves in the position where they finance a facility on the back of their land and then not get the reimbursement coming back to them. So that, in a nutshell, is an issue that we vetted many years ago, and there's a reason for that policy being in the resolution.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. Supervisor Cerna.
Great, thank you. I had a question specific to the growth areas that are referenced on, I think it's page 3 of the board letter. There's 6, and I'm wondering why this would be, expected to be limited to those 6. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's what is being stated there. That is bold and skip. And it seems to me that the ability to finance infrastructure and development fees in infill areas in particular, given kind of the unique challenges that infill area residential builders face, would actually be of greater value to those types of development proposals than even some of the larger comprehensive planning efforts. So I'm looking for some comment or feedback about why the restriction to these areas, and if it's not restricted to these areas, please educate me. But it seems to me that if we're going to add this tool to our toolbox, we might want to do it with a particular eye towards infill development.
Sure. First, this is actually not a particular limitation, but just an example of the fees that would be eligible to be included in this program. So, in other words, there's a few fees not on here. One is Metro Air Park. Actually, Metro Air Park would be eligible, but because of the load of debt on that property, it's not likely that CSCDA or CMFA would issue bonds for Metro Air Park. Another fee program not on here is the countywide library fee. It would be eligible, so it's not a preclusion, but what has to happen is the county staff, including myself and Mr. Hartwig and others, and Mr. Bettis would have to make conclusions that we are going to spend the money in 3 years. So if we have a program that historically collects money over time but doesn't robustly spend the money, then we cannot make those determinations, and the CMFA and the CSCDA cannot issue bonds related to those fees. So really, we've included any impact fee that we can think of that would be eligible. So there's not really a preclusion, but there are some requirements. So smaller fee programs where the money is not spent quickly, and for sure, if you can't make the determination of 3 years, those likely would not be included in the programs when these CFDs come forward.
So the board letter is a bit, the board letter kind of misstates it because it does not say could include but is not limited to. That would have been a little more insightful, it sounds like. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, Bob, if I could just relieve just on that last point. So what about affordable housing fees, low-income housing trust fund fees? Because in some of those areas are ones where if they pay the time of building permit, that you accrue them. But I think going back to points made about housing and certainly the ability to finance, and I think with the tremendous need there, are those areas that could be built in where, and then we'd have to assure that obviously that those monies are used timely, from the bond proceeds. But are those financeable?
That might be a question that I need to review and get back to you on. Okay. But I believe that the timing of the fees, how they're collected, and what the facilities are spent on aren't within what's allowable to be spent under Belarus law. But it's a question that I didn't contemplate, so I would want to review that before, and we can follow up with the response.
That's fine. And just to your comment about libraries, we build a new library about every 20 or 30 years. So again, I can see why we won't make the 3-year limitation on that. So you don't need the comments. So anyway, thank you.
I have a couple of questions. I remember 2017 when we voted on the SCIP, and it was really exciting that Sacramento County was opting into that program, exciting for the development community. So this puts limits on the SCIP that we didn't have before. Was there a reason for that?
This doesn't limit the current SCIP program, because that's already self-limiting by being limited to impact fees and then the own bond amounts and such that the CDA put themselves on that program. So the limitations didn't come up. But because now these 2 CFD programs are basically offering the same types of CFDs as the county can do itself for the larger developments, the limitations are becoming an issue now. If we just stuck with the original SCIP program, it would continue on. Almost every SCIP financing that comes through, they choose to just use fees as the amounts that they're funding. They do have the limited ability to include improvements. It's pretty complicated, and they have to do an acquisition agreement and pay more costs. Developers don't typically choose that. So based upon how that program is developed, the limitations just don't come up.
So are they, so we're very specific in what they can include in the financing, but they cannot like refinance existing infrastructure or include, you know, other things in their financing with the SCIP.
Yeah, they certainly can't refinance existing infrastructure.
Why
they could, for example, they could come in and pay their plan area antelope fees. They can pay their county transportation development fees. And if they had no other fees that were eligible and they were doing frontage improvements, they could include those in the original SCIP program. But they can't come in, a development like Lennar with North Vineyard Station, they couldn't come in with a list of $20 million of facilities and say, in the old SCIP program, say, we want to finance these facilities through the SCIP program. Now, what Lennar could have done is they could have, with each of their subdivision that comes forward, is they could have applied to SCIP for their impact fees to be included in the program, and it's another vehicle that they could address it. I would have no idea if that analysis would work out or not. But those are the differences. It's very limited facilities under the existing SCIP program. It's the same type of financing as in our community facilities districts like North Vineyard Station under the proposed, that could potentially be included in, say, the proposed Bolden SCIP program that we're reviewing today.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I believe we have some public comments on this item.
We do. We have a few public comments. Can you please transfer the caller? Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes. Can you please can you mute the meeting in the background while you're talking?
They're not taking public comment yet. I'm confused.
Yeah, they are you're on right now. So could you please start with your comments? You have 2 minutes. There's a delay if you're watching the meeting, so we're in a live meeting and it's your turn. So if you could mute.
Sorry.
Thank you.
It's muted.
Okay, go ahead and start.
This is Chris Norum with the North State Building Industry Association. I wanted to thank the board for taking up this item and saying that it does give us one more housing tool to bring housing units to the market, and it can allow us to fund all kinds of different project sizes and help us deliver more units to families that need it. It's going to be very cost effective, and it actually utilizes some of the very same consultants and experts that the county has been working with traditionally. The last item, the Cornerstone project, actually utilizes the same bond counsel that this program utilizes. So We are in favor of some minor modifications to the program as proposed. The caps and the phases of it that are the reimbursement mechanism in that bullet point number 7 are items that we feel are unnecessary. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Chris.
Please send the next caller.
Thank you so much for your time.
Hi, caller. Could you please mute the meeting in the background? And then you can go ahead and start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. Madam Chair, members of the board, Brian Holloway, Holloway Land Company. I've been working with builders and the county in bringing housing projects to Sacramento County for about 43 years, and I wanted to speak in support of this BOLD program. I think it will be not only good for all housing projects in the county, but especially for those that are attempting to provide affordable housing. So just wanted to call and speak in support, and I hope you support the project as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Madam Chair, that's all that you have for public comments for this item.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, I would like to make a motion to support staff recommendation with the exception of the limitation. There's 7 limitations here. I would like to actually delete the $10 million, sorry, Supervisor Natoli threw the $10 million out there. But yes. I'd like to delete the limitation of the $5 million, but otherwise approve staff recommendation is my motion.
Thank you. Supervisor Kennedy? Chair will second.
Could I ask a question? Not so much of the maker of the motion. Just want to I think I understood the reason for the $5 million. And so with no cap, I guess they could finance $100 million in improvements. And again, some of those are pretty complex. That's why again, as Supervisor Kennedy said, I kind of threw out $10 million, where if you're looking to do a certain level of improvements, let me ask, if I could, Madam Chair, just ask staff. So as you've looked at these in different jurisdictions, what's the maximum amount that anyone's used? Do you know?
I don't know that information off the top of my head. I'd have to go back and take a look at that.
Any idea, ballpark? Do they?
I don't.
I don't know bond. I'm sorry. I don't know bond amounts. I believe Placer County is that. Placer County for their Placer Vineyards project, I think extensively use the programs to do CFDs, and I would imagine those amounts would be large, but I would have to certainly check with that jurisdiction.
And when you say large,
or the program.
Tens of millions of dollars, then, Bob?
You know, I don't want to give an estimate. I just know that since I am aware that with the Placer Vineyards, and I'm not certain that they've issued bonds yet. I don't know they at least tend to, so I would have to get back to you on the amounts and such, and if they've issued the bonds. But I do understand that they've made decisions in that county for that specific plan area type development to utilize the financing for that.
Again, I would be open to a larger cap, and I know there's a motion on the floor. I guess what I would maybe throw out is that to still have a maximum, and I had mentioned $10 million, but if there was a desire, I mean, these things don't happen overnight, to exceed that amount, to allow this board then to, to authorize that, but maybe to have an item that could come back to this board. Again, I think that would allow for that discussion about whatever geographical area it is, the complexities of our project, what's being asked to be financed, and so I would maybe offer that as an alternative. And I respect the motions that have been made, and but as part of the conversation, I would allow for a higher maximum. And I see that the county executive was punched in too, so I'll just leave my comment with that for a moment. So,
thank you, Ann Edwards.
Thank you. I just wanted to remind you that if we do anything other than what's in the resolution before you, we will have to come back, whether we remove the cap completely or have an alternative cap, and we will have to, it's my understanding, and Ms. Travis can correct me if I'm wrong, that we will have to meet and confer with the labor organizations again. They agreed to this with the cap.
Yes, I concur with that because we already have met and conferred. I think that it's the best course of action to bring it back.
Thank you, Ann and Lisa, and Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you. I'm fine with that. I will say this, Supervisor Natoli, that I just find the cap arbitrary and almost protectionist. And I would prefer to let the market dictate. Now, we always have the option of suspending it, should things not happen the way that we hope. Mm-hmm. But that's my thinking for the motion that I made.
No, I appreciate that. It sounds like we have to meet and confer if we approve the motion, and I don't know, again, how that'll turn out. That'll turn out how it turns out, I guess. So, what sort of time frame are you looking to accomplish that?
I'm not exactly sure, but it would probably take us a couple of weeks to make sure we can get on their calendars and have a discussion with them.
Okay, so I think, do we need a motion to continue it or to bring it back at a later date with a different recommendation around the cap?
Yes, you do need a motion to continue this. I'm not sure if we have how far you want to go out, or if you want to
and I guess
put it on a certain
meeting.
meeting.
To know the will of the board as to what we would be meeting and conferring on, either a unlimited or a different cap.
As the maker of the original motion, or the motion that's on the table, my preference would be to eliminate the max, which I will refer to as bullet number 2. And that would be the basis of the meet and confer conversations to be had.
You have a motion and a second on that, and I think what Mr. Hartwig is asking is, would that be something that the majority of the board would support? That way they will know what to meet and confer on.
It's part of the motion, so we'll vote on it.
Yeah. It might be helpful to vote so that we know.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll vote on continuing.
I will move. I will. Enhance the original motion to include a continuance to a date to follow after meet and confer has an opportunity to take place.
Thank you. Please vote.
Madam Chair, I punched in.
Yes.
Just before I cast my vote, I'm willing to raise the cap, but I'm not yet convinced, and I appreciate Supervisor Kennedy's weighing in about, he sees it being arbitrary. I'm not necessarily convinced it's arbitrary. It certainly puts a fixed cap, but I'm not prepared to have no cap at all, so I'm not going to support that at this point. So,
thank you.
And the motion passes with Supervisor Natoli voting no.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Item 35 is the Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District for the Metro Air Park.
Good morning, members of the board. Troy Givens, the Director of the Department of Economic Development. Recognizing the hour on the clock, I will be brief in my introductory remarks. I'm here to introduce this item, which is a resolution of intent to form an enhanced infrastructure and financing district to serve the Metro Air Park. This item was originally before your board on April 6th. On the 6th, the board voted to authorize Supervisor Cerna's office to work with the project proponents to prepare the resolution that's before your board for consideration. This resolution was also reviewed by County Council, and I believe the Supervisor Cerna has some additional comments he would like to make.
I too will be brief. I just wanted to acknowledge the fact that I believe we accomplished what we set out to do between board meetings. That is working directly with Tim Tarrant, who is a attorney representative for the property owners and the property owners themselves through Mr. Ramos, who I believe may be on the line to address the board. But I'm confident that the resolution now is in a state or a condition that accomplishes what I think the property owners and at least this supervisor was interested in achieving in terms of adding a very particular, yet new, but a particular tool to the toolbox to see that Metro Airport continues to enjoy the success that it has over the last 3 years, not knowing the economic conditions going forward. I think it's a bit of belt and suspenders, I freely admit, but again, just to remind the board that this project was, I believe, originally entitled in 1993. And if you consider that we only came out of the ground with the first vertical construction, maybe 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago, that's a testament, I think, to the fact that economic environment can be very fickle at times, and I think this is a wise use of this particular tool, and it's not untested. There are other local uses of EIFDs here in the city of Sacramento and West Sacramento, and I think this will put, if approved, will put Metro Air Park in a very competitive position to, again, continue to enjoy those successes. So I plan to move this item, and I know we may have speakers, Madam Chair, but I'll go ahead and move it now and ask for a second.
Okay, we have Supervisor Cerna has moved and made a motion for approval. And do we have a second? Second by Supervisor Kennedy. And Supervisor Natoli has some comments.
I have a question, maybe for Supervisor Cerna, maybe for staff, but it goes back to the just previous item we just heard talking about, it was referenced as double dipping, but that you would get reimbursed out of one mechanism or the other. So if you're if you choose the fee program, you get reimbursed out of that. If you choose in the case of the last example was the Bold or SKIP program, it was an either or, and we had just a slight bit of discussion regarding that, but that's what we kept that in place per previous board direction. Is it anticipated here that we would have a similar approach, so there wouldn't be the ability to garner proceeds from both of those, basically to be doubly reimbursed, so you would be a choice of one or the other? And so I guess that's an important aspect, I think. So.
I think
while Bob's coming up, I'll start with, I believe that we would have to redo the financing plan, but I'll ask Bob to come up and address that.
But before he does that, my understanding too is that per the financing plan, there would be specific infrastructure projects that could be funded through the EIFD, not necessarily the fees associated with that infrastructure, and that's where I think you kind of have a built-in ability not to double dip.
Yeah, I think it's possible. Certainly, county staff will be watching this and wouldn't let it get to a situation where we're paying developers from multiple sources, thereby paying them twice. With approval of the EIFD, depending on what the EIFD is ultimately used for, if it could be either partially funding or in concert with. It's likely that at some point the Metro Park finance plans would have to be updated to identify what's funded by the fee program, and maybe there's less things funded by the fee program now, what's funded by the CFD, and what's funded by the EIFD. So yeah, what we can say for sure is that we're not going to just fund the same thing from the multiple sources, but it's likely. And I'm not saying it's needed now, but in sometime in the future, an update of that financing plan, addressing how the sources work together, and also with the implementation of the infrastructure financing plan with the EIFD itself, identifying what the EIFD is going to fund, is likely to be the first step in that process.
So let me understand, what's the assurance that those things are all meshed together in a way that folks don't get doubly reimbursed, whoever they are? Because again, I think that's that's part of the public trust that goes with this, is certainly and looking to advance the work that's important to job creation and to commerce in our community. I mean, I support of all that. So, but I want to be understanding that if it requires a plan update or wants the details, because again, this is just a resolution of intent, and we'll have, additional board discussion and deliberation around it. But as we go forward, what is it you can bring back to us in the form of whatever those assurances are? Because I'll just say to this board member, irrespective of the mechanism, I totally agree, and I think it would be hard to argue that folks ought to get doubly reimbursed, not just Metro Air Park, anywhere. And we talked about that in the previous item. So I just, because again, we're taking some of the risk out of this as it relates to it. You're providing mechanisms that will stand up for the finances important to those public infrastructure components that promote both the development, but as I said, all the other positive aspects. But I want to, I for one, and again, if it's not for today's discussion, I get it. But when you come back at whatever juncture, and there's some dates mentioned in the resolution, I want to see what that assurance is that we're going to mesh those districts, that it's going to be done timely, and that will be, the safeguard will be built in as a part of our consideration. So that's, sufficient for today. So that's the question I had. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Natoli. I was thinking the same thing after the discussion on the prior item about building in that safeguard to ensure there isn't some kind of double reimbursement for a developer. So I'll be very interested in making sure that is part of the final product that'll be coming back for this board's approval. And the other question I have, maybe some of these are best answered by either Supervisor Cerna or one of the applicants out there, is one of the other provisions that looks like it was removed from staff's initial resolution was the tenure. Bond proceeds should not extend beyond 15 years when additional funding projects would be available through the issuance of additional community facilities district debt. It looks like that was a provision in the initial resolution that is not in this one. So maybe Troy, you can explain to me the purpose of that in the initial one and why it's not in the next one, and I'd be happy to hear from the folks on the line what their thoughts are about that, because I was just kind of looking at that. Is that an additional safeguard that we should ensure is inserted into the final
I think that is,
version we vote on?
I think from that standpoint, from a staff's perspective, when we talked about this, and Mr. Ferguson pointed it out, I think in our first discussion, it was really about the lens that we were looking at it through was more protection of the general fund and reducing the number of years that we had that exposure. It's not the intent, and we're looking at it through a variety of different lenses now, and I think that was the intent that Supervisor Cerna and the project proponents had. So that was really the intent of the 15 years. We're allowed to go much longer than 15 years, and which is reflected in the resolution that you have today.
Okay, great. And I mean, I also support any innovative new vehicle we can come up with to ensure that there's going to be continued development up at Metro Air Park, that it's going to continue to be a big economic driver for this region. But I also don't want to create something that is going to go on forever or beyond when it's necessary. That's something that's important to me. And then I guess my last point, and maybe this is for County Council, is what are the, I know that the resolution has the members of the PFA that we select as a board, or I guess we handle it as a appointments or from an all ranks. I'm still trying to learn the terminology here. The appointment to that PFA, are there limitations on who can serve on that PFA? In other words, can they be someone with a direct interest in the development or one of the property owners there, or what would be the natural limitations on that?
And I don't know the answer to that specific question, but I don't know if anyone else in the audience has asked that question. We can certainly get back to you.
That.
Yeah.
I believe the answer to the question is that it would go through the normal board process for naming members to committees and such that your board goes through. I don't know of any preclusion in the law in regards to who must sit or what type of person or what type of business entity representative must sit on that board. Okay. I believe that maybe they need to be property owners, but I'm not positive about that.
Yeah, and I mean, we would have to just kind of dovetailing to that, we'd have to see if there's any application of like the Political Reform Act or conflict of interest issues that we'd have to address. But again, we've never done one, so that would be a question that we'd have to, I think, advise you on as we move forward.
But the enabling legislation should provide a great deal of insight about that, I would imagine.
You would think so.
Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate that. I mean, that's also a concern of mine, because as Supervisor Natoli mentioned, in the interest of kind of public trust, I think it's important that we appoint people who are qualified and capable, but also keeping in mind, not appointing maybe somebody who has a direct interest in the project. At least I'd like to have that discussion when it gets to that point. So, but otherwise, I'll be supporting the measure today as well.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. Did you have any further presentation, Troy? No. Okay, I think at this time we have some public comment on this item.
Yes, we do. Please transfer the caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Scott Powell, and I'm the Senior Vice President for the Greater Sacramento Economic Council, and I'm calling to support the creation of the Enhanced Infrastructure Finance District for Metro Air Park. We applaud Supervisor Cerna, the rest of the Board of Supervisors, and county staff in having the foresight create an EFID and be proactive to continue investment in Metro Air Park that'll create and grow tradable sectors, high-wage jobs, which is key to a swift and sustainable recovery. The time is now to establish an EFID to Metro Air Park and provide a greater basis to fund the needed infrastructure and incentivize tradable sector jobs and and support for high-wage jobs that create and support the majority of the jobs in the region, and is key to an inclusive recovery that benefits all residents. While development is moving quickly for the distribution warehouse and e-commerce sites, the county needs to be more deliberate in the effort for Metro Air Park to support the research and development and commercial office part of the development. By acting now and approving the EFID, you are planning ahead to support the necessary development to make this happen. Before the pandemic, the region's office market's vacancy was around 10% and is now close to 15%, both of which was below the national average. This lack of inventory has hampered the growth of tradable sectors within the greater Sacramento area. Many are predicting that suburban office parks, like what is planned at Metro Air Park, will be the chosen way for development in the future. But however, companies need to have a site that is existing or shovel ready, and this EIFD will allow that to occur. And absent that certainty, it could hamper the recovery of not only the region, but also further development of Metro Air Park. This is a partnership and a reinvestment into an economic engine. And by expediting the development, the county will see multiple returns on its investment through economic activity and other taxes such as sales tax and personal property tax that will be generated by future development. We applaud your foresight in taking the step to create an EFID. The Greater Sacramento Economic Council supports the approval and looks forward to working with the developer, county staff, and the board to ensure this EFID results in a win-win for all parties, supports growth of tradable industry sectors, and high-wage jobs for the county.
Can you please
thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Scott.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, or I guess now it's good afternoon, Chair Frost and board members. This is Tom Ramus representing the Metro Air Park property owners. And we're pleased to have this ERI back before you again. We appreciate the board supporting Supervisor Cerna's bringing back an ROI, or resolution of intent, that MAP can support this time, and are thankful for his efforts as he and the staff put forth to ensure it made it back on today's agenda. Hopefully, with your approval today, we can begin the work of developing an EFID to support and strengthen the MAP finance plan that was updated by you last June. From our perspective, an accompanying EFID was always a key ingredient to bring long-term stability and certainty to the project financing. The proposed contribution a future tax increment, with modest when one looks at the full spectrum of county revenue this project will generate, will lead to multiple benefits of accelerating needed infrastructure, which will encourage and allow individual projects to move forward sooner. And in the case there is the inevitable downturn, help ensure MAP weathers the storm, progress can continue, and we do not suffer the ills of the past. If approved today, the ROI will start the process whereby the board and the Public Financing Authority, that, remember, the board appoints, will make decisions as to the details and limits of the EFID. Included in your board packet today is a proposed schedule of proceedings, which presents a district formation timeline that will ensure the baseline tax year of 2021-22 and provide the ability to begin capturing tax increment in the 22-23 tax year if that is the board and the PFA's decision. The key to meeting this timeline, though, is forming the PFA as soon as possible and producing an infrastructure finance plan expeditiously so it can be circulated by late May and early June. This will require staff's attention and cooperation, and we are prepared to participate and support however needed. The pieces and the funding are in place to accomplish all this, so we look forward to working with all of you to meet the challenge. I could elaborate on these points or some of the points that were brought up by the supervisors, and will do so if you need. Otherwise, thank you again for your ongoing attention and support of MAP.
Thank you, Tom.
Please send the next caller. I believe this is the last caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Chair Frost, members of the board, this is Tim Tarrant, and I just wanted to add a couple of comments to what Mr. Remus said, and of course, thank the board for considering this today. But I just wanted to respond to the points that were raised by Supervisor Natoli and Supervisor Desmond. The reason why we really felt that modifications to the original draft of the RI were necessary were because those limitations precluded the actual research and study that need to be done in order to come back with a plan that addresses those very issues, like one of which would be to make sure that there's no double reimbursement happening. Another would be to specify the exact number of years that would be optimum to make it work in the best interest of the county and the project land and the landowners. So that's really what we're starting today. We're starting a process to come back with a plan that addresses not just those issues, obviously, but all the others as well, in a way that we hope will be one that the supervisors and the PFA will ultimately support. That's all I have to say. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Tim.
That concludes your public comments.
Okay, I believe everyone has made a comment on this except for me, and so I will just I just briefly want to say that in the other past meetings, I did not support this item. I do support using tools to promote economic development when they're needed. And in the past, I didn't support this because I really perceived that there were other possible opportunities to help in this situation, and I wanted to take a look at all those. Those opportunities are not before us now, and so I get that enhanced growth out at Metro Air Park is going to be a win-win for not only for the county but for everyone. And I appreciate that the landowners are going out of their way to, that we're going to go through this process to identify, okay, what do we need? How can we structure this so that it's reasonable for all parties, and to bring in the experts to look at it. So I'm going to support this today, and I look forward to, in hopes that this will create a foundation for some a huge economic engine out there at Metro Air Park that will hopefully carry us more easily forward in the coming decade as we face whatever comes. So That's my comments, and I am looking for a motion.
There's one on the table.
There's a motion.
We have a motion on the table by Supervisor Cerna, a second by Supervisor Kennedy, and no other comments. So at this time, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you, everyone.
Sorry. Item 36 is your homeless response update.
Good afternoon, Cindy. I can't say morning anymore.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. Cindy Kavanaugh, your Director of Homeless Initiatives. I have a relatively short presentation today that will give you an update on funding and system work underway. The agenda includes, let me just remind you, this is the third general homelessness update this year. In January, we covered the needs in county-led services and initiatives for families experiencing homelessness. And then in February, we covered services and needs for single adults. Today's session, we will first provide an overview of federal, state, and local funding used to address homelessness. And there's materials in your package on this as well. Understanding the complexity of funding sources, which often drives our community response, is key to informing your decisions and improving the impact of those investments. Secondly, I will highlight some of the work locally to improve the overall functioning of the homelessness system, the players involved in this work, and how it is critical to our response. Finally, looking ahead to a post-COVID-19 world, we looked at improving our response to the crisis of unsheltered homelessness. And I will provide a very brief status update on the overall COVID-19 homelessness response, but Ethan Dye, Acting Director of Department of Human Assistance, is here to also provide additional detail and answer questions on that. So today's written material includes 3 summaries of funding, which are meant as resource materials, and I'm just going to highlight some of the features of the funding. These are resource materials for the board as well as for the public. Attachment 1 provides a description of funding sources within 5 general categories. Attachment 2 inventories funding amounts received by the county, its jurisdictions, and the continuum of care. And Attachment 3 provides an overview by the type of homeless service and the funding that's available for that service, as well as who receives it. So what's on this slide is some summary statements about the funding, which is, it is unpredictable and it is complex, which means that considerate planning is not always optimized. Some of the characteristics you see here are, it may be one time or it may be ongoing. It may be competitive funding, or it may be entitlement or formula funding. It may be dedicated to the unincorporated county or come with a countywide purpose. It may be very prescriptive in terms of who can apply or what it can be used for, or it may be more flexible. And it may have a homeless population focus, or it may be for the general population where we can do things to make it work for this subpopulation. So understanding the roles and using common metrics and better coordination among all the funders can increase the impact of investments in the homelessness response. So Attachment 1 buckets funding and funding sources in 5 ways: federal entitlement, recent one-time state non-competitive funding for the county, the city of Sacramento, and the continuum of care, federal and state competitive funding, funding for county mainstream services, and local funding. And again, just a few highlights to characterize the funding. ESG is generally the only federal entitlement program received by the county in the larger jurisdictions, in this case the city of Sacramento, that's solely dedicated to homelessness. The county receives approximately $500,000 annually for the unincorporated county. It is also based on unincorporated population for that funding source. The other primary dedicated source for this population is received by the continuum of care. That's $27 million, but largely supports ongoing housing where people are living. The sources I mentioned earlier we've inventoried are administered by multiple parties, jurisdictions, Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency, and Sacramento Steps Forward, as well as the county. Some funding, including recent state funding, is one time, so it's difficult to use for new initiatives that require an ongoing funding source. Some is competitive, so it's difficult to know whether we'll get it and to do the planning necessary for some interventions. But there is this exhaustive attachment 1 that has a description of all the funding sources. Attachment 3 characterizes the uses of funding for 5 homeless interventions that you see here: street outreach, emergency shelter, rapid rehousing, development of permanent supportive housing, and case management services only. And I'm going to give a few of the takeaways I think come from attachment 3. Jurisdictions generally receive funding for homeless interventions, which include outreach, sheltering, and rehousing. And they generally manage and allocate those funds for those purposes. They tend to be led by the jurisdiction in which the program runs. Generally, greater resources flow to the city of Sacramento and for the unincorporated county. The county has, however, used some of its jurisdictional funding for a countywide purpose, so it does get confusing quickly. There is very little dedicated homelessness funding for that population for countywide purposes. That's what this chart shows. These are typical mainstream programs that may serve a broad population where homeless population is a subpopulation. And examples of this would be behavioral health funding and programs or income benefits funding and programs. The way that the county uses this fund to maximize the impact on the homeless population is generally to improve access, to have specialized access, and some level of specialized services to better reach and serve this population. Of course, general fund is the most flexible, can be used at the jurisdictional level for any of the interventions. Looking forward, I've included 2 sources on this slide. First is the Federal American Rescue Plan, or ARP. We don't have all the details on this funding, but I did want to highlight a couple of the areas specifically that could impact homelessness. First, there is new rental assistance. This is a program currently administered by Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency. The county had received $64 million in the last iteration. Together with the city, there is $90 million currently being administered for rental assistance for people facing eviction or about to be evicted. There's $27 billion coming on a national level, and we don't know. At least was not able to learn the amount coming to Sacramento County. There are also new emergency housing vouchers that will be administered by the Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency. Again, could be used for this population, and that is its intent. There is new funding coming through the home allocation. Home is one of the entitlement programs typically used for housing development, but under ARP, this allocation can be used for homelessness services. We do know the amount there. It's approximately $12 million coming to the county under that program. And then in the governor's budget, we know that he is contemplating additional home key funding. Home key is the program that contemplates converting existing motels or other kinds of residential structures or even non-residential structures to housing for people experiencing homelessness. The question I have on here is meant just to as this funding comes out, it's looking at how should we use those areas where there's flexibility, including home key and really the home program funding to impact homelessness. So that will be an ongoing conversation, sometimes with not a lot of time, but I put it before you today.
Excuse me, Cindy. Supervisor Natoli.
Yes, Cindy, I didn't want to interrupt the flow of your presentation, but a couple slides back, and then with what you just mentioned, I'm curious, as you've kind of analyze what's becoming available and continue to do that, but also looking at the shift that occurred several years ago, going to housing first, basically, and it really impacted our ability with some of the programs we had here, transitional housing. I think about Mather Community Campus and other programs. Has there been any evaluation of how that has worked? Because part of that is to have permanently supportive housing, and it anticipates building X number of units and being able to move folks through. But whether it's transitional or otherwise housing first, we've got what I would describe as a fairly significant logjam in the system. If we can reach folks, and whether we provide some temporary shelter or even with, Project Room Key, and we're going to hear from folks today. I mean, we've all seen correspondence about the ability to, move folks to more permanency and be able to do it in a sustainable way, and or to not just permanency, but to help them move out of not only the homeless situation and their housing issue, but to get some of the other issues addressed. And that's where I think the transitional programs provided I think some greater flexibility, although you still had at the end of the programming to assure that folks could once again resume activities that allowed them to live on their own and so forth. So I'm curious about, has there been evaluations done either nationally or statewide as to this shift, and certainly what we're seeing, obviously, that's very apparent, and some of it may be COVID related, but even prior to that, I think the growing number of folks who are homeless, you can look at the different definitions of sheltered, unsheltered, and so forth, but as to how that worked out, and did that impact some of what we're seeing now? I mean, there was a lot of housing units that were created, but the homeless problem in this country has grown significantly in the last 8 or 10 years.
So that's a big question, obviously.
Yes. Yes.
And I will give some take on it. Housing first means that people do better when they can quickly leave homelessness, and the supports that are needed can continue in their permanent housing. It doesn't necessarily mean everyone. In fact, most people do not need permanent supportive housing. That is for really a high need population. So there are studies that say as an intervention, it is either more or equal to transitional housing and more cost effective, because you are actually prolonging the period folks are homeless. At the same time, it is very hard, whether there's housing first or not, as you mentioned, whether it's in transitional, people leaving transitional housing or shelters or unsheltered. Rehousing folks is a very challenging, in fact, the most challenging part about addressing homelessness. We often focus on getting folks into shelter, addressing, encampments, but what I think the main focus needs to be, and has been in the COVID-19 response, once we got folks in and stabilized, is connecting them to those programs or those resources they need, which varies, to get into permanent housing, which typically is not something we've built. It's something already in the community. So there are studies on housing first, many studies, and I will say also on the state funding, they have continued to broaden the requirement for housing first. But what it basically means is we get folks out of homelessness as quickly as possible, stabilized in permanent housing, and give them the support they need to stay stable. That may not exactly answer, but it's a large question.
I know, but okay. All right, that's enough for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Please proceed.
And it's actually a good segue into the next couple of slides, where I want to talk about, given the complexity of the funding and the complexity of challenges individuals face in moving into housing and leaving homelessness, given the number of administering entities that include the county, but not only the county. It includes the cities, Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency, and Sacramento steps forward as the continuum of care. It's essential that we not only understand deeply funding sources, but that we work across the system to coordinate investments balancing shelter and housing investments, but also understanding the roles that we each play of these funding entities. It's important that we measure the impacts of our investments consistently and use common metrics and make adjustments to make improvements. And I think that also speaks to your point, not only national studies, but what are we seeing and what do we know about our investments? And that we then make continual improvements in the services we deliver across the spectrum to reach all subpopulations and provide the services needed to help them stably leave homelessness, which people do, and most do quickly, and stay stable in their permanent housing. So this slide is meant to remind us of the key questions that all the funding entities should continually ask. And there is good work underway and has been underway to make system improvement efforts. I've just highlighted a few here. And that while they're not always visible to the public, there is this ongoing and significant work to improve our collective investments in our collective system. Built for Zero is a cross-system effort that is a data-driven effort to drive population reductions in specific subpopulations. It changes how systems work together to improve their collective impact. And Community Solutions has worked with more than 80 cities and counties to drive these reductions. We are looking at this starting in Sacramento. Sacramento Steps Forward will be convening the Homelessness Policy Council, delayed by COVID-19 largely, which is an advisory body meant to really bring a lot of these discussions across the jurisdictions and the county together so that we can share what we're doing and understand collectively what needs to be done. And I'll just also mention that there are many active committees in addition to the actual Continuum of Care Board that the county participates on actively, and we are also in many committees. This last bullet is just that there has been and there is system standard work, meaning let's get some consistency in our approach, let's lift up our practices in sheltering, outreach, case management, and rehousing, because you can have very different ways of delivering those, not always based on the evidence-based practices.
Excuse me, Cindy, Supervisor Desmond had a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Cindy. I know you have a couple more slides, and I'm very interested to see those as well. But on this slide and the previous slide, focusing more on the coordination. I just really, first of all, want to thank you and Bruce and for just even putting this together, this information you provided us on the funding sources. I mean, it's something for me, obviously the newcomer up here, trying to figure out where the money comes from, where the money goes, who is doing what, where the gaps are in the systems that we have is it's very difficult. It's I think Dr. Kassir used it in the vaccine context, but it's like shifting sands a lot of times, and a lot of folks I speak to who are there on the front lines, providing care, providing services, they're confused, and you can imagine, and confused as someone who's experiencing homelessness crosses jurisdictional boundaries. That confusion just grows, and then I can only imagine how the clients, how the folks who are homeless, how they're completely confused, and how that does not inspire confidence in a system, does not instill a level of trust in them to take advantage of a program that may come up. So I so much appreciate just our first steps in trying to educate me. I mean, primarily because I'm the most ignorant of everybody up here, but I'd really like to see. I like the Community Solutions, what I've read about it. I've talked to Sacramento Steps Forward about that, and would really like to see what they can do to coordinate our efforts better. But I know some follow-up discussions I intend to have with you and Bruce, and continue having, is connecting the funding matrix that you put together with the all the different parties in administering these funds, all the different nonprofits that are involved, and how the county goes about measuring their success. And as I try to understand this landscape. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So there are a couple more slides. Ethan is here, as I mentioned, to answer additional questions, but let me just say this chart summarizes one area of recent collaborative work that was implemented with the county, with Sacramento Steps Forward, and the City of Sacramento, and several county departments, I should say. As you recall, the COVID-19 homelessness response team brought forward a public plan that was modified several times that in the end has allocated over $39 million to address COVID-19 in the homeless community. Beginning in April 2020, 5 locations have provided preventative quarantine and medical isolation locations and have sheltered over 1,300 people to date. Currently, there are 3 motel locations that continue to shelter participants. We have also been engaging people in rehousing efforts. I do have to update this slide. First of all, it's outdated, the number rehoused, and it also was taken from a dashboard that started in August, and so it did not capture pre-August rehousing. It should say we've rehoused, and this is even outdated, 174 participants as of 4/12, with the 80 more that we, are sure of coming online. So rehousing, in addition to sheltering people, has been a key focus. And also here, and is something that has been really important, is that we have seen relatively low incidence of COVID and spread within the homeless population. There has been proactive, over 7,000 tests administered, and I know this number is out of date, but over 1,000 people have been vaccinated in shelters and encampments. We continue the 40 sanitation stations throughout the county. Those will expire the end of June. So moving to looking forward, we know that the unsheltered homeless population, individuals living unsheltered, as well as the impacts on them as well as the community, are something you would like us to really pay attention to. This slide reveals some high-level statistics just to frame it. There are 3,900, not 39,000 unsheltered people per the last 2019 point in time count. 18% do live in the unincorporated county, and it is the second largest unsheltered population. And just again, as a reminder, jurisdictions generally respond to unsheltered homelessness. That is, they respond to the homeless living on the streets, and they have funding and tools to do that, as well as sheltering and rehousing solutions. But this is just to give some framing of the unsheltered population per the last point in time count.
Could I just ask a question, Cindy, on that slide, Madam Chair? Just the last comment, though, or at least the quotation there, that 45% of the unsheltered population say that affordable housing is a key issue. What do the other 55% say? That's less than half, and we cite housing as being the critical aspect, but I think it goes to the array of things, and so I guess I'm curious about.
I don't have the point in time in front of me, but it is the largest vote. So I believe there are 8 other categories of what they feel is the barrier to their ability to exit homelessness. It might be lack of income, it might be mental health, it might be an addiction issue, but there are many categories. So this doesn't really, I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me, represent that. And remember, we saw also with the aging population, there was a large percentage saying, we just need affordable housing. We can manage our lives. We did for our lives, but we can't afford the housing, and therefore we're facing housing instability or homelessness.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Supervisor Desmond also had something.
Thank you. I had a follow-up question to that as well, and thank you, Supervisor Natoli. That's another point that I think about frequently in this model that we have with Housing First. And I've heard some numbers thrown around. I mean, obviously we're not doing the next point in time count, but some people have thrown out some estimates of numbers in Sacramento County. Can you tell me what the projections are for what we think our homeless and unhoused numbers are today?
There is some work being done to update the point in time. I don't have those numbers. It is not an actual unsheltered count, but they are working with Sac State to impute those numbers, to do some surveying, to see how many people, for example, when we do the motel program or another program, did we not know about, are not in the homeless management and information system. So I can update you when that comes out. I could not venture to guess.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. Thank you. I keep hearing the number 10,000 being thrown out now, that it's so much higher than it was from the 2019 point in time count. And then one other thing, you mentioned, I thought you made a reference that local municipalities seem to have enough resources in place to establish shelters. Is that what you had?
No, what I meant to say was most of the funding comes on a jurisdictional basis. So there is no countywide funding for shelters. Remember, I said very little funding is just for homelessness, let alone for a particular intervention. So most of the countywide funding is not for that. In fact, the county gets money for the unincorporated county. So Emergency Solutions Grant is the main funding. Not all communities get that. They also get Community Development Block Grant, which competes because it's not homeless dedicated. So I did not mean to imply that, just that of the funding sources coming down, it is a jurisdictional funding source.
Got it.
Of course, general fund could be used as well.
Of course. And just not to, I'm sorry to belabor the point with shelters, but I've had discussions with you and Bruce as well about there are some limitations on some of the federal funds that we receive, maybe even the state funds, on how much we can use for establishing a shelter. Number one, is that accurate? And if so, are there any discussions about loosening up some of the limitations on money to use for those purposes?
Well, I know some of the recent state money, and the most recent state funding wanted you to look very carefully at new sheltering, and in part because they were giving one-time money, and there are cliffs created when you create sheltering, but haven't really, costed out the ongoing operations, which are the main expense.
Sure.
So that is one response I would have. There is not a lot of ongoing funding source for sheltering operations. I don't know, Bruce, if you wanted to add to that?
The only thing I was going to add, Cindy, Supervisor, is what I have seen in terms of advocacy, particularly at the state level, is two things. One, more flexibility for local levels to use funding for the way they think is best for their community.
Okay.
And number two, what I've seen too, and maybe we'll see this in the governor's may revise it or his final budget, is being able to have a more consistent expectation about what's going to be in the budget, some kind of assurance that there's going to be ongoing funding, rather than the kind of chart you saw Cindy present where you're not exactly sure what you're going to get.
Right.
When, is it one time, is it this or that? Right. So there is pressure, advocacy for that kind of assurance.
Thank you. I know there's legislation right now pending as well. I think that would provide that more stable funding source. So you're not having to make these, make these decisions in uncertain budget conditions. So, okay. Thank you. That's helpful.
I mean, in the COVID-19 response, homeless response alone, there were at least 8 funding sources, all on different cycles with different periods of funding, not all known at once either. So tremendous complications. I want to go back quickly to this, my answer to Supervisor Natoli on the 45% citing affordable housing as what they need to leave homelessness, not the reason they were homeless. The other highest needs were jobs, rental assistance, and shelter. So I just wanted to update my answer on that. So looking forward, I'm going to just briefly go over this. I've shared with you before the new encampment team is in its pilot phase. It provides proactive engagement through a multidisciplinary team, and that we anticipate it will be scaled more than the pilot phase in fiscal year 21-22. Of course, we do have ongoing management and coordination of encampments among the county departments, and support of the encampments through the sanitation stations I mentioned, extra trash removal, and through looking at health and safety and what needs to happen to improve the health and safety to the residents or the neighborhood. There is additionally, as you know, with the county homeless initiatives, targeted street outreach through contracted providers in the unincorporated area. Prior to that, we had not focused on the unincorporated area in the same way as its own small city. So we know that is a popular program as well. And then we have, on a countywide basis, what we call a safety net crisis response, primarily through the Department of Human Assistance social workers, focused on the most vulnerable and on a response basis. So I wanted to just end with that, in that we know that this is an important focus going forward, and work is underway on it.
Thank you,
ends
Cindy.
my presentation.
Thank you very much. That was very helpful. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. So I too want to thank you, Cindy, for a fairly comprehensive summary here of where we stand in terms of addressing the needs of our unsheltered constituents in various circumstances of being unsheltered, and with the added complexities, certainly, of the pandemic. And as you just mentioned a few minutes ago, the funding alone is, and the sources and trying to manage all that is kind of a massive task in and of itself. One of the things that your presentation didn't mention by name often was Project Roomkey, and I think as you're well aware, you did make some mention of the hotel motel rooms, but I think as you're well aware, this past week there's been a lot of concern, community concern expressed about the perceived or real threat that Project Roomkey would cease in the near future, or that it would begin ramping down in the near future. And my understanding is that currently, or roughly since maybe the first week of April, I think when the last census was taken, there are approximately 468 people being served by Project Roomkey hotels. I don't know if that number has changed significantly or if I'm off base, but whatever that number is, I don't necessarily need you to confirm it, but I think it's fair to say it's serving a fair number of people. And I think it's important to note that while Project Roomkey was really developed and deployed by the state through the counties with the partnership of the cities, that this was by design intended to be a component part of pandemic response. Wasn't intended to be permanent necessarily, but it does give this county and in all jurisdictions across the state of California a very unique ability, call it making lemonade out of lemons, I suppose, that during a pandemic you have this unique ability when folks that would otherwise be unsheltered on the banks of our rivers and under overpasses, in the shadows in our streets, that they are fairly, by comparison, fairly good shelter for the time being, and it gives us the opportunity for wraparound services to be offered. And I know that we have really done a very deliberate job of doing that since Project Roomkey has been implemented. But back to the perceived and real threat that it may close. I know that this is agendized as an update, but in discussions with our interim county CEO, Ms. Edwards, late last week, and certainly in my conversations with the homeless advocates, and perhaps most importantly with the mayor of Sacramento, Darrell Steinberg, we both kind of came to the immediate conclusion once we began hearing pretty consistently this perceived threat that Roomkey was going to cease to operate, that that was just unacceptable, given the fact that we, regardless of the pandemic, we still have this incredible challenge in front of us to provide our unsheltered constituents with what they need to succeed and change that circumstance of being homeless. What I have suggested, but I think as Ms. Edwards rightfully points out that, you know, it would take really the board direction to occur to change that, to change the timing of that, would be to use this hearing this morning to consider, you know, not ceasing, not ramping down Project Roomkey in the foreseeable future, at least until the end of August. And I think that date, there's nothing really magical about it, other than I think the last thing any of us want to do is to consider ramping down a fairly successful program in operation just as the calendar turns and the weather begins to turn with it. So what I would like respectfully ask of my colleagues, and certainly with the mayor's support, I believe everyone has a letter from Mayor Steinberg supporting what I'm about to suggest. What I would like to do is have us be very deliberate about how we're going to take advantage of the fact that we have people that are receiving their services in our hotel rooms now under Project Roomkey. Use the time between now and the end of August to refine and I know staff's been working on this generally, but to really hone in on how do we provide them an exit at the right time that you know, takes them to the next step of the continuum of care that I think we all can agree they deserve. And it would be quite a tragedy, quite frankly, if they just simply left Roomkey and went back to living on the streets. Again, in terms of the resources necessary to do that, I think it's fairly safe to say, although I'll be the first to admit we don't know the guidance yet, as far as I know, on the next installment of federal assistance. But I have to believe, because this was always designed as a specific pandemic relief effort, that I'm pretty confident that it will be covered in that guidance. But I don't think we should waste time in trying to be very thoughtful about how we continue to provide those services, continue to provide that shelter that's offered through Project Roomkey, and again, use the intervening months to come up with a very, very methodical plan to assist them as they come out of Project Roomkey, but certainly no sooner than the end of August. And so I'm hopeful that others on the board can support providing that general direction to our executive team and then to you, Cindy. And again, I know that Mayor Steinberg is very supportive of that effort as well. And there may be others on the phone that may want to react to that or express their support for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. We do have some other board members who have comments, and we will get to public comments also. Let's start with Supervisor Natoli.
Very quickly, certainly I'll weigh in, I guess, after we hear from public commenters on Supervisor Cerna's suggestion. I did want to ask very quickly that for many months, for a couple of years, we got monthly updates about where the initiatives that this board put in place in 2017, November, and appropriated significant sums of general fund dollars annually to that. We have not been getting those updates, to my knowledge, any time in recent past that I can recall. And if we have been, then I have media apologies for not seeing that. But we used to get those. But there was also some tracking that went with the money, and it kind of goes to the point Supervisor Cerna was making about how we would fund that. There may be some other opportunities before us to do that would not incur county general fund. I guess I assume that annually we've been spending all the general fund plus all the other sources, but I don't know that to be a fact. And the reason I asked that question is because with the project encampment portion of this, you know, we're looking at to scale it up. It's going to be a budgetary item for our consideration in the upcoming year. But again, I know that's taking coordination, it's taking staffing to do that. But I think in light of what we see in our streets, in our neighborhoods, and in our communities, as it relates to, you know, folks who, again, under COVID, obviously, are not moved in a lot of cases, but how we approach that and do it tactfully, but in certainly in a way that's compassionate. But scale that up so we can begin to tackle some of the human issues, but also some of the other issues that are present. And I guess I'm just concerned that on all this mix, I couldn't tell you in all honesty, what we've seen in recent numbers, certainly under COVID, but in recent numbers it relates to the initiatives. And if all the dollars are being spent, then so be it. That's understood. Those were budget authorizations were built in. But also in this project encampment, we were going to roll out in December, and we finally got a soft start, I guess, a few weeks ago or a month or two ago. But how that's going to play out, and we've had one memo on it. But I think knowing if that's something we need to look at resources in addition to what was suggested by Supervisor Cerna, folks that are currently housed under the Project Room Key. And so I guess it leaves a lot of questions in my mind, and I know our day's gone along already, and we've had Dr. Kassiri and Mr. Hunt in the audience here, and I want to talk about how we maybe schedule that differently for Tuesdays, to have them spend hours listening to all very important stuff. But so I guess I pose those questions. I don't need an immediate answer. Maybe before we conclude today, I can get some sense of it. But I looked at the three of you, obviously, who've been on the front lines, Ann and Cindy and Ethan in your departments, and Bruce. But I am, I think there's a little bit of missing information, but beyond that, it would help me in thinking about how we, certainly at least offer our commentary and guidance on, how we move forward in those areas. And even to the point that Supervisor Cerna's made, I don't know if we have any money that's available so we can just say right away without waiting for the federal government to say, give us the guidance that says you can use those monies for that purpose. So.
So if I could just comment briefly on the reports. Those reports stopped when COVID hit, and we have not resumed them yet. Additionally, those reports only reflected a small piece of what the county is doing around homelessness. So it felt we need to figure out a better way to do that, because it only reflected the initiatives that you all approved that DHA operates, and there's so much more that the county does around homelessness. So we do need to figure out a way to report on that for you. And I think Ethan can probably better describe sort of I do believe DHA is spending all the general fund that's allocated to them for homeless services. I would be surprised if they're not. We were when I was there. And Ethan can probably speak to some potential funding sources to extend the motels. We will have to come back to you once we've identified funding sources, if that's the will of the board.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ethan Dye, Acting Director, Department of Human Assistance. First, I want to say that the move and discussion to potentially close the Project Room Key motels did not come lightly or without due diligence. We have kept the project open for almost 13 months now, extending at various times as we've gone through, and really we're at that crossroads today. Back in March, when we did an assessment of where we were and looking at what does the future hold for Project Room Key, what does COVID response look like, we found that the available funding as it was, and the funding that we've been able to move around through FEMA reimbursements, through CDBG and ESG, got us to the end of June. With that said, we are working and continue to look at the American Rescue Plan to see what we can and cannot fund through this. We're also looking at the Governor's May revise to see what funding may come through for continual Project Room Key. We're working on our FEMA reimbursements, and we're going to be continue to work with the county exec's office to be able to identify any way, if it's your will, to continue Project Room Key until the time you tell us to stop. And to the question about funding, we are currently looking at spending everything that we have in general fund. We have a couple of contracts, and actually once I leave here, I'm going to be going back to our admin office to look at them, to where we may be able to offset a little bit of an ask for this year, but we are spending everything that we possibly have.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Are we having success with transitioning people from Project Room Key into permanent housing? Do we know the percentage?
I don't have the percentage off the top of my head. I know that we started rehousing in August of this past year, and we've housed 174 since that time, and we have 80 more in the plan to move into housing. So it has been a slow, steady move, but I do not have. I can get the numbers for you.
I'd be interested in knowing, because I think if we focus on that, that can help anyway. Were you done, Supervisor Natoli?
Yep.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ethan, and definitely thank you, Supervisor Cerna, for your leadership bringing this up. This is I agree with you, and I support the request to keep these open through the end of August. I think that is more than prudent. It's humane, compassionate, gives you, Ethan, more time to find longer-term housing solutions for folks, or maybe it's another transitional housing option for them. Depending on the circumstances, of course. But I think another really important point about these is it is capacity of several hundred rooms that once we take offline, that's leaving a big hole in capacity we have right now. So I think that also gives us additional time to allow the city of Sacramento, and I think one of the hotels is in the city of Rancho Cordova, if I'm not mistaken, to see if those municipalities want to explore. Maybe they can approach the property owner. They can explore converting those to a project home key. I don't know if they're suitable for that or not, but also allows us at the county to look for ways we can backfill for that capacity that we will lose. So this is not only a compassionate thing for the folks who are in those hotels right now, but also to ensure we don't lose that capacity in the long term. And I've got to think that, if there's any money left over from the CARES Act, I've got to think that if we're creative, we could find funding that might help us, because this is directly related. Those are directly related to COVID-19, right? So I don't know if that's, I know you've already thought about these things much more than I have, and so appreciating the insight you have. But thank you very much, and I support Supervisor Cerna's request to keep these open.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to also chime in as the county executive is looking for direction, that I too agree that this is something, it's just the timing is wrong to shut this down. If we can keep it going, we need to do that. It has been successful, with one caveat. I would like, when we come back and discuss this, I'd like to see a real breakdown of costs. I believe that it's not a sustainable program for long term. And that is in no way means that I'm wavering on my support for continuing it as we speak. But I would like to look at options that are a little more financially sustainable going forward.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. I want to also add that I'm supportive of Supervisor Cerna's ideas around Project Room Key, but I think it's important that we talk to the cities who are participating. I know Mayor Steinberg supports, but I don't know how the other cities feel, if that works in their jurisdiction. The other thing that I'm cognizant of is the cold winter and the warm summer, and how perfect Sacramento is because we have rivers and warm sunshine. Many people are comfortable homeless with our weather, maybe, but if we house them through the warm months and we don't have the financial resources to sustain this long term, there might be a thought around, how is there a plan for the winter? I don't want to release them just when it's getting cold, and I heard Supervisor Cerna was sensitive to that. I'm sensitive to that just based on my activities with HEART and understanding that those winter months are the hardest months, and I wonder if maybe if it's not sustainable year-round, if there's another way that we can tap into a Project Room Key type program, whereby in the wintertime, in those cold months, we can bring them in, and then in the warm months, I'm not saying I want them to be out. I have compassion for them. I think when they're in there, we should do everything we can to wrap services around them and find a way to help them sustain, help them into a sustainable housing and medical and mental situation. But I do agree with Supervisor Kennedy that the financing, I mean, it would be important for us to look at how much does it cost? Is it as much as the jails? They cost $175 to $200 a night. So, and will those jurisdictions be agreeable to it? So I guess we need more information. I mean, I think we should explore what are our options and how can we best serve our homeless so that they have the best path forward.
Madam Chair, I can answer some that I think goes to Supervisor Kennedy also. So for our motel operations, it is $145 a night, and $85 of that is the room fee. We are paying what the CalWorks rate is. We have a $40 food and contracted staff. That's what we pay for food and for Goodwill staff to work the sites. And there's a $20 security and incidental fee. So that's to pay for the security that's out there, potentially room damages. So it's $145 a night.
And I wonder if there are other options. I know in San Diego they used a gym, you know, as a housing option, and they had great success, I think, down there. I don't know. I'm just saying, maybe we can be thinking about that because we're going to, at some point, have to face the hotel situation may not be the long term.
Understood.
So with that, I think we're moving forward, exploring our options on Project Room Key and
yes.
And
thank you. We will explore financing options to continue through the end of August, and then, as always, continue to look at strategies for not just the winter, but particularly the winter and all of our options.
And hopefully the American Recovery Act will have some funding in there that, wouldn't it be great if we could find a way to wrap services around them and get them housed and.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Ethan and Cindy.
Madam Chair.
Oh, yes.
Do we have any public speakers?
Do we? Yes, we do. Mm-hmm. Let's move to public comment. Thank you, Ethan. Mm-hmm.
Please transfer the first caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, I am.
Could you please mute the meeting in the background while you talk?
I did. I just did. Thanks.
Uh-huh. And you can go ahead and start with your comments.
Great. Good afternoon, members of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. My name is Kai Hang, and I am the Senior Vice President of Programs and Partnership at the Center with the Center Sierra Health Foundation. On behalf of the Center Sierra Health Foundation, we've been convening leaders of community organizations that are working to address the crisis of homelessness in our community. These include Sacramento Regional Coalition to End Homelessness, Sacramento Solidarity of Unhoused People, Sacramento Homeless Union, Sacramento Tenant Unions, South Sacramento Homeless Assistance Resource Team, Sacramento Poor People's Campaign, and Sacramento Area Black Caucus, Alliance of Californians for Community Empowerment, Loaves and Fishes, SAC Act, Homelessness and Housing Committee, Sacramento Homeless Organizing Committee, the California Homeless Youth Project, and First Five Communities. Yesterday, our coalition sent a letter to both the Board of Supervisors as well as the City of Sacramento Mayor and City Council members of Sacramento, calling for a unified action plan that includes short-term responses and long-term strategies to address the needs of the unhoused population in our communities. The plan should include permanent supportive housing opportunities and integrated medical and behavioral health services. It should also be rooted in the principles of racial equity. The immediate need is the siting of safe encampments where individuals experiencing homelessness can camp, have access to basic services, and be safe from law enforcement sweeps. With the assistance of funding in the governor's budget, Project Home Key, CalAIM, and other state and federal initiatives, our community now has the resources to significantly reduce the number of individuals experiencing homeless in our community. If the political will is there to do so, and we are committed to working with each and every one of you to be part of the solution. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes. Hi, caller. Can you hear me?
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Yes, I can.
Okay, go ahead and start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Ibrahim, and I'm an organizer with ACE, Alliance of Californians for Community Empowerment. I'm calling to, first off, everything that Kain said before me, I'm in support of that. I also want to highlight the fact that the county has a responsibility to look at what is contributing to homelessness. We have folks that are being evicted in the middle of a pandemic. There are loopholes in current protections that allow for people to still be pushed out into the street. And I also want to talk about how even the existing Project Room Key, some people are not able to be housed by it. I have a friend who was evicted, who has been staying at a motel, paying for it, finishing his finances, the little finances he has left out of pocket. And he has a daughter and another child. And there was a murder in the room next door to him last week, and his children had to hear that. And so I encourage the county to understand the responsibility to have to make sure that people have shelter and are also safe in the shelter that they seek. So I encourage them to, of course, continue Project Room Key, but also look at more permanent solutions down the road. And lastly, just I think it was Sue Frost talking about the warmth. I know the warmth, it will get really hot. I also want us to consider the fires that are around the corner. It's really inhumane to think that when we're seeking shelter inside, indoors, there will be people who will be outside having to deal with the smoke conditions. Climate change is also a racial justice issue. And I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. All good points.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. Can you mute the meeting in the background? Caller, can you please mute the meeting in the background? We're in the live meeting right now, and it's your turn to make your comment.
Yes, hello.
Hi.
This is Delphine Brody. I'm co-founder of the Trans and Non-Binary Housing Collective, Sacramento, organized in solidarity of unhoused people, and the Sacramento Eviction Defense Network. And I'm Supervisors, I'm calling on you to not only keep the Project Room Key motel rooms and trailers open, as many have stated, but also to address the appalling conditions that we've just heard about. And there are many more, including a lack of visitors, visitors being prohibited, the prohibition of storing food on the premises, onerous restrictions on the movement of people in the units, including a curfew and only 30 minutes outside, preventing people from going to the store to buy food. These units need to stay open to prevent people from being forced back out onto the streets. As was mentioned, the heat and the summer heat is extreme, and the wildfire smoke over the course of 3 or 4 months can be extremely toxic for folks to have to breathe outdoors. So that's not an option. Permanent housing is absolutely needed. FEMA funding is available for the to extend Project Room Key until permanent housing is secured through Project Home Key funds, which, as Ms. Kavanaugh stated, are in the 2021-22 budget for the state of California. So it's incumbent on the county to take action immediately and prevent the displacement of 500.
Can you please wrap up your comments?
People. The 110 units at the Vagabond are slated for closure.
Excuse me, can you please wrap up your comments?
Yes, and many residents there are facing displacement by the 23rd. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes. Can you please mute the meeting in the background? You're in the live meeting right now, and it's your turn to make your comment.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name's Karen Humphrey. I'm part of the Sacramento Area Congregation Together Housing and Homelessness Committee, and we've been involved with this issue for a long time. First, I want to say that I really appreciate the direction the board appears to be going, and appreciate Supervisor Cerna for bringing it up and addressing it in this way. You have a letter from the committee that arrived today that basically shares the same positions as other speakers, that we would really like this. We suggest you actually continue it through September 30th, but I think the real idea is to not have a program that is temporary, but look for a way to transition this to a more permanent kind of solution. So, but because at least the first one is supposed to close within the next week or so, if the board chooses to move ahead this way, that the residents should be notified that they're going to have some time and can work with you also on, obviously, rehousing being the best solution, and also probably one of the biggest challenges. So we encourage you and support you in going forward. We encourage the center statement that was made a little while ago about having a larger picture of this and a long-term plan. The Housing and Homeless Committee at Sacramento ACT has been asking for more than 4 years to try to get the county and all the other stakeholder entities to work together on a regional comprehensive plan by which coordination could be improved, the use of funding could be improved, the knowing what works and what doesn't work so well can feed into a system improvement. So I noticed that
you have 10 seconds.
The slides about system improvement could be addressed to some extent by actually getting to work on this. But thank you very much and hope that you will go this direction, and we look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, my name is Nikki Jones, and I want to thank Supervisor Cerna for putting this motion forward for making this suggestion around continuing, and thank you to the board for agreeing on that, and other staff for making that happen. I do want to address some of the very specific and current harms that occurred. There are currently residents at Vagabond and the trailers that have notices to leave, so I just want to flag that those notices to leave as early as the 18th, as late as Friday, with no support for next steps as we're promised with this program, but rather their notices included a condescending sentiment that this was always a temporary option on a white sheet of paper with no letterhead. So I understand, I hear that you guys can hear that you don't want that to be the goal either. I have a long paragraph about what is the point of temporary intervention if it's not to end an individual's homelessness and move them on to longer term options. But I want to just repeat that if this board is serious about addressing homelessness, then we need to figure out how to not put these 500 folks back out on the streets in the middle of the heat of summer, rather to look at how to create a more effective safety net, more access to actual housing. We need to work harder towards FEMA reimbursement standards, and we need to be preparing to receive state home key funding and CalAIM funding. But if the focus of our work on homelessness is winding down life-saving interventions like room key, sanitation sites, and assigning police as coercive outreach workers and working with business improvement districts to strategize displacement options, I'm afraid our heart and intention are not in the right place. A lack of equity in housing access was a major citation in your resolution of racism as a public health crisis. We know those experiencing homelessness are disproportionately Black, Brown, Native, or disabled. Your choices on these issues of room key, sanitation access, and policing will be an indicator of your commitment or lack thereof to racial equity in housing. And for Sue Frost, people die outside at similar rates in the winter and the summer. Heat waves and air quality are a particular environmental hazard during summer months.
Can you wrap up your comments, please?
My final comment is that in terms of the percentage, about 180 people out of 1,500 people served is less than 8%. Thanks.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. Okay. Can you mute the meeting in the background, please? It's your turn to make your comment now.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. I'm a constituent calling in from District 1, and I want to make it abundantly clear for Chair Frost and anybody else that's thinking about the economic impact. Human rights and well-being come first and foremost for any concern for economic interest, commercial business, or profit-driven motive on anybody's part. And that needs to be at the center of this conversation. Sacramento Board of Supervisors made a huge mistake in refusing SHRA's proposal last year to use state home key funding for permanent supportive housing because they were more concerned with the location near Mather was not ideal for economic development in the area. This was based on stigma. So in other words, the county turned down free money to address people's most pressing need for supportive housing, which is completely and utterly unacceptable. Thankfully, we will have another opportunity to get state money for this pressing need and need to prepare now to identify and prepare projects for acquisition and renovation. Just like the city is doing, we need each county supervisor to look in their districts and identify first, one location for potential motel acquisition and renovation, and two to three locations for potential safe ground sites for encampments of people that cannot access housing given we don't have anywhere near enough supply of PSH and cheaply afforded housing for SROs. This is the only way we can actually solve homelessness and house people, and we really need bold leadership at this time in this urgent need. You can do something about this situation right now. You can prevent over 500 people from getting booted out on the street this month, but we need your leadership on this, Board of Supervisors. So I'm calling on you, please, show us the bold leadership that we urgently need, and take it and really put human rights to shelter and our well-being during these multitude of crises that we're converging on during COVID at the forefront before economic development interests or needs. There are plenty of hotels you can buy. Please do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and please send, I believe, the last caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Great. Hi. Hello. My name is MK, and I'm a primary care doctor here in Sacramento. I think I speak for all primary care doctors when I say that housing is healthcare. And removing people from shelter and moving people back outside of these hotels will literally lead to decreased life expectancy and decreased quality of life. And I mean, literally, like we know, and Bob Erlenbush has shown the data over and over again, that when people are living outside, their average life expectancy is 20 to 30 years less than all of y'all sitting on the board who feel safe and have a home. These are people's lives, and this is so important to have a space to feel safe. And we have to find a way to continue this program. Sac County and the board should convert these 3 hotels into home key, and every single property that is in our county that is empty into housing until every single person in this county has shelter and a home. That is what we should be striving towards. This is just the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes your public comments.
Thank you. And I want to thank all the callers for your compassion and your commitment to the community. I also want to ask Ann Edwards, do we even know if the hotels would consider extending those leases, given June 15 is going to open and they could potentially have tourist attraction? I mean, we could potentially have people moving around more.
Madam Chair, the answer is yes. We've already reached out to the motels and they are willing to continue the contract with the county.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. I want to thank my colleagues that have spoken and endorsed generally the direction I have suggested. But I would like to have us receive an update, preferably in a public setting like this. Yep. And it doesn't have to be every week or every meeting like we do with the pandemic response, but I think it's an important enough matter that has a lot of it's garnered a lot of community interest that we should get either separately or as part of a general update on homeless services during the pandemic, somewhat frequent update about how we're doing with Project Roomkey. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Supervisor Natoli.
Yes, I have raised the point in context of other capital improvements and so forth, but Mather Community Campus is authorized to have 200 individuals and up to 60 families, and obviously it's under, certainly the guidance, direction of this board, and the campus has served this community for over 20 years for folks who were homeless and serve families as well. And programmatically, obviously, this county continues to support that. We've evolved the program over time. Certainly, I've worked with our partner city out there, City of Rancho Cordova. We see veterans housing out there as well for folks that were veterans but formerly homeless. I guess I would offer this, that those numbers certainly have been in place for more than 20 years. I don't think we've ever exceeded those numbers, and it would obviously require capital investment, but we have a facility obviously that has aged in place. It's been maintained by our general services and by our the partner agencies that have provided services out there over the years. So I guess I would suggest that as you look to try to address this, that the campus again obviously would require some planning and some investment, but one, just for those that we currently serve, and from I think the age of the structures, but also I think again it's a 30-acre plus or minus campus there. Veterans Village takes about 3.5, 4 acres out of the overall number. But I would suggest that as we look to longer-term solutions and the availability of some dollars that may come down, that may be one time, but also we have to have the ability to program behind it. Certainly Ann and Ethan and Bruce are as familiar with that program as most. I just think there's an opportunity there. Again, when I look at the numbers, this is my last comment on this, is that the numbers, and we see that we've been able to, as Cindy updated it, I guess 150 give or take folks throughout the course of the last year. We've sheltered 1,300, but 150 have found permanent placements. But there's this overall, just a backlog in the system that I think Mather certainly can, appropriately programmed and supported with the services that are there, and some capital investment could probably accommodate some additional folks under guidelines that have been in place for more than 2 decades. And so I would just offer that as a thought, and as we look at that campus and how we can accommodate people certainly in need of housing, but also in need of other supportive services. So, and we had a good relationship with the community out there, and but we've never maximized, for a variety of reasons, numbers, and so we have some capacity there, assuming we could, you know, meet the programming and the housing aspects of that. So.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. And as a reminder, we have a large quantity of deferred maintenance issues for what we have out there, and those things really need to be addressed before we expand the campus. But I agree with you; it's a wonderful resource, and we need to get the current buildings up to an appropriate level of maintenance, and before we consider something bigger.
Okay, and I was kind of responding with the notation, and certainly, you know, the color that reflected on, you know, other motels and so forth, and I know we've had some that have struggled in the unincorporated portion of my district, but here we have, you know, acreage, we have a facility that we own that needs to, as you just reiterated, needs some investment, but it also has an established programming. It has, you know, enjoyed by and large community acceptance and support, and you know, has been, you know, I think a model for other communities in the state and nation. And we own the property. We don't need to go out and buy it. We have an older facility, so I think we need to consider that when we're talking about options to bring on additional housing capacity for those that are in need of housing and program support. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. So what I have is that we are asking to find ways to extend Project Room Key, asking, Supervisor Cerna asked for a workshop follow-up, and I heard Supervisor Kennedy asking for, and Frost asking for budget considerations and how we're going to pay for it. I probably missed some things, but you probably got it all.
We got it.
Yeah, we got it.
Thank you, everyone. And so we'll move on to our last item before lunch.
That's the report on COVID-19.
Madam Chair,
we're trying to make this quick so we actually do get some lunch before
and we want to
2 o'clock.
thank you for waiting so patiently.
Madam Chair, I might suggest, and again, I don't want to cut into their time, but I do think we need to look at our way we orient our agenda, and you know, I think deference to Mr. Hunt and Dr. Kassiri, that, you know, again, they've sat through 4 hours here, and they do it every week that they're here to report to us. So I think it's important that maybe you look at how we agendize items. Others will have to wait, or maybe put other stuff in the afternoon, but get them on sooner, because this happened multiple times now. So, and again, you know,
it's a work. I think it's a work in progress to get the timing down, and we never know how that's going to go. Anne is trying to respond.
It really is, because we used to have them first, and then we had multiple groups of people waiting as long as they've been waiting. And so it is definitely, and maybe we take turns, and sometimes
maybe they can work up at their office and watch TV until they see it getting near, so they're not sitting here.
In the background.
Yeah, I don't know.
So we will continue to work on timing and scheduling. I know it's a challenge, very challenging, and this has been a long morning, and
I feel in general the timing has been going better than a few months ago, so we're making progress.
No criticism of the chair. I'm just saying, but they've 4 hours that they've had to wait. So
yes, I agree. It's, yes, but you do it so gracefully, and we appreciate that.
We work for you. What can we say? Sometimes for her. So where are we? The State Department of Public Health publishes their statistics every week. This is actually a week old. This morning, actually an hour and 23 minutes ago, they updated this, and it didn't go good for us. Our cases per 100,000 are now at 9.0 for a 7-day average that CDPH is reporting. This is likely because of the more contagious variants we're seeing. The good news is we're probably going to see fewer serious cases because so many of our seniors are vaccinated, which is our highest mortality group. And more of these are younger folks who are less likely to have serious complications. Positivity rates look good. And as you can see, this is from our dashboard, and way down there on the bottom of the yellow is our positivity, and it's plateaued. And that's consistent with the other data we're seeing. Our new cases have plateaued as well, but you see on the far right that they have jumped up just a little bit. That's where we're going from what we've seen the last month of 7.5 cases per 100,000 to 9 where we are right now. Spread across age groups, not a lot of surprises here. What is good is the hospitalizations have decreased dramatically, but as you can see, they're still plateaued, slightly decreasing, but and they're still there, still an issue. The deaths have gone down dramatically. Again, this is a factor of more of the cases being with younger people and some of the elders being fully vaccinated, but we are still experiencing them. And Supervisor Frost, you asked a few weeks ago about the aging of our persons who pass away, and by far the highest group are our seniors, and that's why the state put them highest on the priority for vaccinations. One thing that's unsettling is the death rate, and you can see how small it is for the youngest groups. But for those 80 and over, 1 out of every 5 passes away if they contract coronavirus. Out at the jails, the suspension, well, I should say the pause in the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, the Janssen vaccine, has been a factor in reducing the number of fully vaccinated folks we have out at the jail. We've made some good progress with the Moderna, which the second shot's 4 weeks after the first one, and we had a good number of them who received that second vaccination. So we're up almost up to 1,100 vaccinated fully folks at the jail and our CCC. And interestingly, the last time we were here 2 weeks ago, we showed you 1,058 inmates had declined vaccination. That's down to 1,029. So there's that little bit of group who decided, I guess it's okay to get vaccinated after all. So there's been a lot of talk about money, and we haven't given you a good financial report lately. We give you the one that we submit each meeting. But we have the number that 72 million, which is that first two numbers combined. The $21 million of CARES funding that was allocated to the department, it's spent. The CARES money throughout the county, the money that was allocated to other departments and the Department of Health Services are spent, and we are claiming that. So we are fully utilizing that money. And what we're working on now is the $50 million that was transferred to us when the CARES money was transferred to other departments. And as you see in the financial report, we have just under $5 million to run us through the rest of the year. We have the $12 million in the epidemiology and laboratory capacity grant. We were delayed in getting that started. It took a while to get the positions approved and then a while to hire, but we are going great guns on there, and of course we have until almost the end of 2022 to fully expend that money. And this funding, as well as the other category of the number 2, epidemiology and laboratory capacity, have pretty strict guidelines of where they have to go. And as the title would indicate, it's very much focused on public health functions. The $59 million at our next meeting on May 4th, you will see the board letter to allow us to contract for that. And we'll give you a detailed spending plan. I think Supervisor Frost, you'll be pleasantly surprised with the detail we'll be giving you on that and where the money's going over the next few years. We also recently received an allocation of over $6 million for vaccine services for next fiscal year. So that's good news. And Supervisor Frost, you said earlier that good things are coming. Here are some good things coming for public health. In my over 3.5 decades of serving this board and the people of this county, I don't remember ever having such positive news for one of my programs. Now, this is the funding that's coming to the state of California, a total of $4.7 billion for public health programming, 3.2 for testing, contract tracing, lab capacity, disease monitoring, quarantine and isolation, public health workforce, and genomic sequencing. $800 million for public health workforce and COVID-19 response, and $700 million for vaccine distribution and administration. We do not know how the State Department of Public Health will allocate this. We hope to get the information at least by the governor's May revise, although I understand the federal government may not have their final guidance out until May 15th, so we'll see. But if the state withholds some money, which they will, there will surely be money coming down to counties. And if they allocate that $4.7 million statewide, even if they lop off a good piece of it, if we receive 1% of the statewide total, that's $47 million over 3 years. And if we were to receive 3%, and as I told you last time, we were about 3.84% of the state, we could get as much as $141 million. Someplace within that range, and it's a pretty broad range, but it's good news. And we remain to see what's going to happen there. You still have a half hour to come back to your afternoon agenda. I had a couple of the slides I wanted to present to you.
That's bold in front of 5 hungry people.
You're starting to look like a giant turkey leg.
Oh, you got to have fun. These are slides, just a couple of slides from the State Department of Public Health to let us know what's going on. And I wanted to give you the information because what we're doing right now is 16 years and older. And only the Pfizer vaccine is authorized for 16-year-olds and 17-year-olds. But Pfizer has just completed a study for 12-year-olds through 15-year-olds. And in the placebo group, they had 18 young people actually contract COVID-19, but none that were vaccinated. The results aren't finalized. They haven't been submitted to FDA, but they will soon, and they'll be looking for that amendment to their emergency use authorization so that they can start vaccinating folks that are 12 and over. Now, all 3 of the vaccine providers have additional trials, and you can see that they're moving forward to get vaccines available and approved for everyone that is 6 months and older. So they just released this month the approval for 16 plus years. The state is anticipating that it's likely that May, or late May maybe, we'll get that Pfizer vaccine approved for 12-year-olds and older, and perhaps late in 2021 for the younger groups. And they asked in their presentation who will vaccinate them, who will immunize them. I think we'll have a real good system. We already have a real good system, and much of that will continue. Our multi-county entities, Kaiser, Sutter, UC Davis, and Dignity will certainly vaccinate their own patients. Much of this can be done at the schools, and Dr. Kasiri's staff have developed a wonderful vaccination program to get the teachers vaccinated, for which she has been commended by Dave Gordon. I'm sure we'll do something very similar for the youth in those schools, and use the partners that we've got that have been so successful to date. So what are we going to be doing to that $6 million next year for vaccination? These are the populations we'll really be focusing on. Obviously the youth when those vaccines become available, and hard to reach populations. We talked about the homeless earlier, the farm workers, folks that it's tough for us to get to, and the homebound that need to be found individually and served in their homes. And hopefully as we move along with our vaccination efforts, the vaccine hesitant will start coming out of the woodwork and decide that they want to be vaccinated after all. And it's very likely that, much like the flu vaccine, the COVID-19 vaccine will require a booster. We don't know that yet. We've only got 6 months experience with the vaccines, so we'll see how their effectiveness is after after 12 months or a year. 12 months is a year. 12 to 18 months. Hey, I'm sorry, I haven't had lunch yet. That concludes my presentation, and I turn over now to our health officer, Dr. Olivia Kasiri.
I don't have a lot to add, just to mention again that we continue with outreach pop-up clinics within the health equity zip codes. We're unfortunately, with the pause for the Johnson & Johnson, we did have to cancel some of our clinics, and some of them we were able to keep and switch over to either the Pfizer or Moderna. So we're hoping that we will get some news on Friday so that we are able to make some decisions on whether the ones that were canceled could be rescheduled with either Pfizer or Moderna, or if we're able to use the Johnson & Johnson. And then also the data that came out today also shows that at least about 50% of residents in Sacramento County have at least one dose of vaccine. So that's good news. I think we have made a lot of progress in getting to that magic herd immunity. And when you ask the experts about it, there's no magic number as such, but we want to get to the point where a large majority of the adults are vaccinated, because that will provide us with the protection as we move towards June 15th. And so with that, we can take questions.
Thank you, Dr. Kasiri. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. Dr. Kasiri, I'm wondering if you could speak briefly to the subject about which you and I had a short conversation while I was out at CalExpo last Friday, thanking your staff who have been out there with the National Guard for months, doing both testing and deploying the vaccination. You had mentioned that you're looking at a mobile program, and I had asked, well, do we have an active, almost real-time heat map of understanding the neighborhoods within the county, communities within the county that are functionally vaccination deserts, and can we, be deliberate about going out into those deserts if they do exist? I assume they do in some way, shape, or form, and then be very surgical about how we get the mobile vaccination pop-ups, if you will, to those communities.
Yes, so the map that we have on our dashboard actually shows the vaccination rates by zip code, and we are going to provide it for our next update. It will be part of our PowerPoint presentation where we'll show you the areas where we're focusing. And you did bring up the question about the mobile services that we want to provide. If you recall, as part of the CARES funding, we were able to get 2 trailers that are almost ready. And so one of the things that we are planning to request from each of the supervisors is to help us with making decisions about where within your district you would like these mobile trailers to go. We're hoping to use them like at least each of them at least maybe 2 days a week. And so we want to be able to work with you and your staff, and as well also with the stakeholder group that we have in making decisions as to where we put the trailers.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Desmond.
And just really quick, Dr. K, I just want to thank you and thank your staff for helping out with the clinic that we just had up in Foothill Farms last week. And I think it went very, very well. Very quick pivot from the Johnson & Johnson to Pfizer, kind of last minute, but we still had a really great turnout up there in a community that had not had good access to the other sites. And now we'll be doing it again on May 5th for the second shot. So just want a shout out to Mike, was great, from your staff, and we're also working with your staff on trying to get someone out to a homeless outreach event annually that the Carmichael Heart sponsors in Carmichael, and hopefully we'll be able to get some additional homeless folks vaccinated at that. So just want to thank you for everything that you're doing and your staff is doing.
Thank you. And actually, I want to give a shout out to all our volunteers. A lot of our clinics are really being run by volunteers, so we're very appreciative of that. Jim Hunt did mention some of the money that's coming, and we are in conversation with the state to find out how we can continue to support the volunteers. Many of them are from community-based agencies, and we do acknowledge and recognize that they are, there is a cost to them being able to assist us, so we want to be able to assist as well, but we need to make sure that we're able to do it with the funding.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. I have just a couple of quick questions. In Folsom, they have announced that they're opening up boards and commissions or committees in person. Is that something we're also doing at the county level with our boards and commissions and CPACs?
I'll actually take that one.
Okay.
So we are currently in the planning stages for having the board meeting be open to the public on June 8th. Is that right? Mm-hmm. And so Ms. Evans is working with the general services and council and IT to make that happen, because we need to have opportunities for both in-person and call-in. And we're going to get that all lined up and done well first, and then after that we'll start working on the boards and commissions. We don't have enough staffing or to do those at the same time, but those will be coming very soon as well.
Probably by mid-June we'll be back, and the CPACs will be back. I'm getting a couple of my areas are feeling bad because it's not the same on the Zoom as it is in person with the CPAC.
Absolutely agree. And there's some of those boards and commissions meet in facilities that don't have good Wi-Fi, and so Flo is doing a tremendous amount of work to get that happen. I can't say for sure it will happen mid-June because we're doing our first one on June 8th for the budget hearings, but I would say probably by July. Is that fair, Flo?
Yes, it is. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
That should be an exciting meeting. I'll look forward to that. And I am getting conversations about grad parties. Some of the folks are going over to adjacent counties that they perceive are more open. I wonder if you can give us some direction on, are there special rules around grad parties?
The state recently released guidance on graduation parties, and that's the information that we are providing to our schools.
And for the benefit of the public, can you give us like just a brief overview, or?
Some of the guidance is dependent on which tier you're in and whether the event is going to be outside or indoors. And what we're telling them is looking at the event guidance gives you an idea of what would be allowable, and also the social distancing, face covering, vaccinations. Those are all things that need to be taken into consideration.
I just looked at the Department of Public Health's website yesterday on this very issue. And for counties which are in the red, which is Sacramento County, indoor gatherings are strongly discouraged. That's the exact wording from the website.
Okay, yeah. Encourage them to do an outdoor party.
Oh, yes.
Okay, and I did receive, lastly, I received some communication regarding the what's the program where they deliver to the seniors? I'm having a senior moment.
On Wheels.
That's a dine-in program.
Dine-in program.
Yes.
Thank you. It is being transitioned away from small businesses to Denny's and DoorDash, and some of the individuals are calling me and they're concerned. Some of the seniors are complaining they don't like a stranger coming to their door. The whole concept of Meals on Wheels is there's a friendly face that you know that comes each time, and the small businesses are feeling like we wish it could still be us. Can you please respond to that and kind of give us an idea of where you're going with that?
So, Supervisor, I'll have to explore that, what you're talking about in terms of changing those businesses, and I can get back to you on that. But with respect to the program generally, you recall in previous updates, we have extended that program till the end of this month and are working with the Area Agency on Aging to transition folks who are receiving meals through that program over to Meals on Wheels.
Okay.
Michelle Cajeas's department has been working very hard on that and has achieved that for those that have been identified high and moderate risk of food insecurity, to move those over to Meals on Wheels. We've achieved that through the end of this fiscal year, and we are looking at what the cost numbers would be if it's the board's desire to go beyond that. But we have made that transition over to Meals on Wheels for those folks, and we have worked to make sure that they all have, if they haven't already been vaccinated, vaccination opportunities.
Where does Denny's and DoorDash come in?
I'd have to check that out, Supervisor.
Okay.
And I'll get back to you on that.
Okay, got it. Okay, that's all I had. Those were my questions, and I don't see anyone else in the queue. Appreciate the update to both of you, Jim and Doctor. Do we have public comments?
No public comments.
We don't have public comments?
Mm-mm. And I still have it open.
Awesome.
Enjoy your lunch.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that update. And with that, I believe we are at that point in time during the day where we adjourn. We do not have a closed session today. It's 1:45. I want to ask the board, are you okay with a 15-minute or a fairly brief lunch? So, because we do have a busy afternoon as well. How do you guys feel?
How about something a little more?
Half hour?
Yeah.
2:15? Okay, this meeting is adjourned to recess, or to return at 2:15. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the Board of Supervisors. Trying to remember today's date. 20th, April 20. And this meeting is hereby called to order. And I'll ask the clerk to call roll and establish quorum.
Supervisors Desmond?
Here.
Frost?
Here. Kennedy?
Natoli?
Here.
Cerna?
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. For your first afternoon item, which is number 38, you're acting as the Sacramento County Water Agency. This is the public hearing and adoption of an amendment to the Zone 40 Water Supply Master Plan for the Elk Grove Multi-Sport Complex and Grant Line Industrial Annex area. You're adopting findings of fact for environmental document, final environmental impact reports, and final supplemental environmental impact report.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. Thank you so much for your time this afternoon. My name is Mike Grinstead. I'm a senior civil engineer with the Sacramento County Water Agency, and I'm here today to present to you the Zone 40 Water Supply Master Plan Amendment for the Elk Grove Multi-Sport Complex and Grant Line Industrial Area. We'll first go through the plan area, then the need for a water supply master plan amendment, then what the amendment itself finds, and finally, we'll talk about the process that staff is requesting for today's meeting. The project plan area is located just east of the intersection of Grant Line Road and Highway 99. As you can see on the slide here, the arrow is an attempt to give you a reference point from the road map on the left to the plan area on the right. The plan area is 572 acres in total, and it's been through a few iterations. I think the thing that makes it stick out is the highlighted parcel there is a parcel that is owned by the city of Elk Grove, and that parcel has multiple different ways that it could go, but that's the piece of information that kind of makes this plan area stick out. So why the need for the amendment itself? Well, LAFCO approved the plan area sphere of influence application in May of 2019. They conditioned the project to demonstrate the sufficiency of water supply. The city of Elk Grove requested this amendment to satisfy the requirement. This plan area is wholly located within the existing Zone 40 boundary, so SCWA is the presumed water purveyor, and the plan area was not included in the existing master plan. And by that I mean this area was not contemplated for service, and because of that, the master plan itself calls for an amendment when significant area is added. Your board approved a cost share agreement to produce this amendment in July of 2018 and amended this agreement in April of 2020.
Michael, Madam Chair, if I could, but just to be clear, it is contained within the urban services boundary of the County of Sacramento. Obviously, this is an annexation to the city, and it relates specifically to the water supply. But just because it wasn't in the master plan doesn't mean somehow we're going outside the urban services boundary, which binds the county through its general plan, not necessarily the city. But is that accurate? It is within the urban services boundary?
Yes, sir, but it wasn't included in the 1993 general plan, so this area is outside of that. which means that we didn't look for demands in the area. And because the area is now being, at least there's a sphere of influence for the city of Elk Grove, we're being asked to contemplate service.
So you're still working on the 1993 general plan? We're at the 2011 version now.
Yes, sir. But in our 2005 water supply master plan, which is what we're amending at this point, that's where the service was contemplated.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Thank you, Michael.
Good questions. Thank you. All right. So what does the master plan amendment itself find? Or how do we do it? This master plan amendment adds the plan area infrastructure and demands to our existing master plan. And it does this in two ways that are conservative. So the first two bullets are kind of the conservative nature of our analysis. This includes demands in the Jackson corridor while not approving those draft amendments. And it does not alter unit water demands or growth areas from the 2015 Urban Water Management Plan. And just so that you can see the scope of the project are the next two bullets. The plan area demand is 1,383 acre-feet annually, while build out in Zone 40 is around 103,000 acre-feet annually demand, and the current water demand in Zone 40 is 40,000 acre-feet annually. So you can see Zone 40 itself is roughly 40% built out. The conclusion of the master plan amendment is that SCWA has the water supply for the plan area. And we wanted to be sure that you knew that modeling was done to prove that existing service levels for customers will not be compromised. So existing customers will be able to have the same level of service that they have today. CEQA coverage was provided by the City of Elk Grove EIR process, and special thanks to the County Planning and Environmental Review Department and County Council for helping us look at that and ensure that that was the case. So the process and the request for today. We're going to request that your board hold a public hearing considering adoption of the master plan amendment, receive public comment if there is some, and adopt the findings of fact. And then we're going to ask that you approve a resolution that adopts the master plan amendment, affirms the hearing and adoption of the findings, and affirms the hearing and adoption of the findings of fact. And these actions are consistent with requirements in the Water Agency Code to amend the master plan. So thank you all very much for your attention. Are there any further questions?
I do have Supervisor Natoli.
Thanks, Michael, and thank you for forwarding the documentation. I did want to ask about, I know that a few years ago with the development of the interchange at Grant Line Road and Highway 99, and then obviously some of the subsequent follow-on to the property that's currently under development was the former proposed mall, and now is going to be the Sky River Casino. That we did an intertie upgrade across 99 from east to west, west to east. Do we have the ability for this area along Grant Line? Again, we work with Florida Resource Conservation District, Elk Grove Water Works to wholesale water in to the east, and it comes southerly down towards Grant Line Road. But I guess I'm want to understand: do we have the ability to conjunctively serve? Can we bring surface water via the water agency's lines from wherever we would take that surface water? I assume the Freeport project, but maybe not, maybe elsewhere, to this area. So this area can be conducted, or is it going to be solely on groundwater?
No, that's a very good question. So the Freeport free was the diversion, right? And that brings all the all the surface water to the Vineyard Surface Water Treatment Plant, which is kind of centrally located in the system near Bradshaw and Florin Road. And that's where all the surface water is treated. And then our system has the ability to be able to spread that surface water all through Zone 40. Now, when you get on the west side of Highway 99, the line that you're talking about and upgrading that line increased the ability to push surface water from the east side over the highway into the south service area is what we call it, but into the, that west side of Elk Grove. This project itself is on the east side of Elk Grove, and we'll have the ability to have conjunctive use water as everyone else will.
And so what's the grid we'll use? We'll use water agency lines, or will you use Elk Grove Water Works in that wholesale area to get it down to here? I know we serve the industrial area there, have historically, but that was kind of an isolated area before a lot of development.
That's a real good question and an interesting one. So the Sacramento County Water Agency actually owns the transmission infrastructure and the production infrastructure within that area of Elk Grove Water Works. Okay. So the Zone 40 fee is actually paid into Zone 40 even in that area. Okay. So we can move water through that area. Okay. And then from our transmission sized infrastructure, which we define as 16-inch and larger main lines, that's where the Elk Grove Water Works and the Florida Resource Conservation District have a distribution system connected to that, and then they own that distribution system, and those are their retail customers. Okay. Does that answer the question?
It does. And again, just lastly, along Grant Line Road, they're doing obviously some significant work east of Water into Bradshaw. Are water agency facilities, Zone 40 facilities going in that current construction that because there were water lines that came down for some of those subdivisions, but are we putting transmission facilities along the Grant Line corridor, either coming from west to east or from south to west? Are we putting facilities in that current project?
Yeah, on the Grant Line Road project, we are putting in pipeline facilities.
We are, okay.
And so that's part of the project. Our design group is currently working on that.
Okay. When you say along Grant Line, just for the limits of this project, or will it extend up to Bradshaw with the work that's going on? You know, they're widening the road out there, Michael, and putting in, I'm sure, sewer and water. Some of the area will remain in the county, but will your transmission facilities, see, because you said you're going to supply from east to west, and so, but as you progress further east, or the city of Elk Grove does with their development, are we taking our transmission facilities along that corridor all the way to Bradshaw, do you know, or not?
I think so. We have a 16-inch main line that's planned in Grant Line Road. How far east it goes, I'm not sure off the top of my head, but I do know that the part of the road that's being improved now is receiving the 16-inch line. That
it
goes
is, okay, then
there.
I'll take it to Bradshaw Road then, so you have answered my question. One final question. Do we wheel any water through the city of Sacramento? Way back when, mid-90s, prior to Freeport, we took several thousand acre feet to the city system into some of the northern parts of Laguna West. Do we any longer have that wheeling of water, or once Freeport was online, it only comes through the Freeport and then flows out from there, or do we still take some to the city system into the area east of I-5?
That's another good question. So we have an intertie in between Highway 99 and Interstate 5, so west of 99 with the city of Sacramento, which we call the Franklin intertie. Yes. We have the ability to take 11 million gallons a day from that intertie, and we have a wholesale agreement with the city to be able to provide that water. That water would come from our current water rights and contracts, and so what we've decided to do in the recent past is use our water rights and contracts and then use the Freewa facilities on the river and then the Vineyard Surface Water Treatment Plant exclusively, but we still have the ability to take water from the city, and we will take some this year as part of the pilot groundwater transfer program.
Okay, very good. Well, thank you very much. You're very well informed, and I appreciate the answer to questions, so I have no other questions, Madam Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. I have no one else in the queue for questions, so we'll go to public comment. Thank you, Michael.
Please transfer the first caller. I believe this is the only caller, but let's just double check. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Christopher Jordan with the City of Elk Grove, and I just want to thank staff very much for all their cooperation on this and getting this done. I'm available for any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Christopher. I do not see any of our board members in the queue with questions, so we'll ask if we can entertain a motion.
Okay, Madam Chair, we move to close the public hearing to approve staff recommendation, including the certification of the environmental impact report, CEQA analysis, and adoption of a statement of overriding considerations.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Natoli, and also thank you for staying on top of me. This public hearing is closed. appreciate the help, and seconded by Supervisor Cerna. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
Next item, please.
Okay, so I'm going to read items 39 through 45 at one time.
That's going to be
together.
Sure.
For item 39, this is the report back on the impact of the approved solid waste residential rate increase. Item 40 is the salary resolution amendment requesting the addition of 3.0 FTE collection equipment operator positions in the Department of Waste Management and Recycling South Collections. For item 41, I want to point out that this does require a 4/5 vote. This is to approve an appropriation adjustment request, approving a $9.5 million increase in appropriations in the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund budget for the purpose of budgeting for depreciation expense. Item 42 is the authority to execute an agreement in the amount of $1,952,726 for Kiefer Landfill Baseliner and Final Cover Design and Construction Quality Assurance Services with Geologic Associates. Item 43 excuse me, is the authority to execute retroactive amendment to an agreement with Geologic Associates for construction quality assurance services for Kiefer Landfill Module 4 Phase 1 expansion project to increase compensation by $40,001. And then for item 44, this is the authority to execute an agreement in the amount of $400,000 for source testing services at Kiefer Landfill with Broadbent and Associates for a term beginning upon execution and ending June 30th, 2023, with 2 one-year optional extensions. And finally, on item 45, I want to point out a title correction. This is the regulatory updates on organic waste and authority to execute agreements with the City of Sacramento, the County of Yolo, Recology Ostrom Road, and California Wood Recycling, respectively, for organic material diversion services. This item was actually continued from March 23rd, 2021, because previously on February 23rd, 2021, your board continued this item to March 23rd. March 23rd, the item was continued and it was not on the agenda, so we're going to do an action summary in the clerk's notes to show that it was continued.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Doug.
Yeah. Madam Chair, I'm going to go ahead and do the sort of an intro of kind of letting you know how we're going to roll out the 7 items that are included in the waste management presentations.
Before we start, thank you, Steve. We do have to vote on all these separately, though.
Correct.
Correct. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Steve Hartwig, Deputy County Executive, Public Works and Municipal Services. For the 7 items that we have for waste management recycling, Doug is going to lead off with the report back that we had intended to bring back to council to let you know the impacts of the rate increases that were done with tipping fees back in November, and then the latest rate increase in January that your board approved. So Doug is going to provide that with a few graphics and kind of show you that. He's also going to cover items 40 and 41. And then Brian Liebig is going to give you a presentation on the Kiefer landfill with some information about capacity in the modules and so on. And then Brian is going to also address items 42, 43, and 44. And then Tim Israel is going to bat cleanup, and he's going to present the organics contracts and deal with item 45. So
thank you.
We'll turn that over to Doug.
Well stated.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair Frost and members of the board. It's my pleasure to be here today to give you an update on the financial condition of the department. I do have a little bit of background. I've got some answers to questions that have come up in previous board meetings, a couple updates legislatively. If you remember back on January 12th, you approved a rate increase effective $5 in March and another $5 in January 1st of 2022. At that time, you asked us to come back with answers to these questions: the impact of the solid waste fee, approaches to minimize fee increases needed in coming years, efforts to seek relief from immediate implementation of requirements imposed by SB 1383, and we do have some updates there, and potential alternative sources of funding. Going way back, we were here March 10th of 2020 with a proposed 3-year rate increase, and returned back due to COVID restrictions and meetings. Returned back in September of 2022. You did approve a rate increase for the facilities effective November 1st, which is, as you will see in the financial slides, has helped our financial position, as well as the 2 $5 increases, one of which we've had for about 7 weeks. Program impacts. We've talked about some of these in the past. We started monitoring our costs in the summer of 2020 because at that time with COVID, we weren't able to come back to the board. And so we did reduce some programs. We reduced deliveries to the recycling processors, as we've talked about. We reduced organic material going to processing. We used more of it as ADC and at the landfill operations, and we delayed hiring whenever possible. Basically, we were trying to conserve cash as much as we could until we could come back to the board. The programs that we didn't touch were the residential street sweeping, illegal dumping, bulky waste pickups, and our SAT's site cleanup requirements. That's the old Clean World digester that the previous tenants have left cleanup duties for us. We have looked at different approaches for minimizing rates. We looked at every other week refuse service. We looked at reducing ABNCU and illegal dumping, and there isn't anybody in this room that wants to reduce illegal dumping and ABNCU cleanup. I'm not trying to speak for the board, but I've heard that message. And then we do have a couple programs that we could eliminate for curbside equipment, the collection. There's not a lot of expense in these, but they're programs that are very important to keeping the right materials out of the waste stream. During the last couple months, we have spent a lot of time working with Colin Bettis and Britt Ferguson and the county's bond team, and Colin and Britt are both here in chambers for questions. We're working with the County Debt Management Office in consultation with the consultant, the advisors, trying to come up with different approaches, different levels of financing, and we'll go through some of those when we get to the financial analysis. But we do intend to have a financing program plan for you in place when we come back at some point in the future. So efforts to seek relief from immediate implementation. Thank you to Natasha Drain and the county lobbyists. We had a meeting with Kara Morgan. SWA was presented this month with a presentation from Kara Morgan and her team. On the SWA side, it is more of the commercial program, and so when there's two parts to SB 1383, there's a commercial part, which most businesses have been already required to do certain organics collections under AB 1826. SB 1383 puts on another layer with some enforcement. On the residential side, we had heard for a long time that January 1st of 2022 was the drop dead date. You need to have a program started or else. And I think the SWA board folks, board members heard, and through our lobbyists, we've heard that on the residential side, we have to come up with a plan. We have to, by the end of the year, which we're fully prepared to do. We have other programs that are required under 1383. We're pretty confident that we're going to have in place on January 1st. But if we have a plan and we can demonstrate where we're going with our finances and when to get the equipment and potentially where the start date is, we've been told that we're not likely to be, even though we might receive a notice of violation for not having the program effective, the enforcement side would be pushed off for a good portion of time, as long as we meet the planning steps that we will meet in this process. One further note, there is a bill. So while we were working on having those discussions, if you remember, there was Supervisor Desmond wanted us to push hard on the legislative side. So there is a bill. It's SB 619 from Senator Laird, and it was introduced to essentially push off the to an unspecified date the enforcement of SB 1383. That bill was just amended April 13th, and now it requires, if the jurisdiction has made a reasonable effort to comply with the recommendations, the enforcement, really the focus is on encouraging implementation and protecting entities from the enforcement side. So it pushes out the date by a year for the enforcement side. And even in the discussions with Kara Morgan and her team, they're not looking to come into a jurisdiction like ours unless we just absolutely say, no, we're not going to comply with 1383. Those are the communities that are going to get targeted from Cal Recycle for the enforcement. As long as we can demonstrate we have a plan, we know where we're going with our financing, where we're going to go with our starting the programs up, have the programs that we can already start January 1st in place, which we will have, we should be fine. There's no guarantees, but all indications are that we will be fine with the coming up with the plan. And I do think that there's a chance the bill wouldn't get, even if it's approved by the legislature, it wouldn't get passed. But I think there's a recognition at the state level of the pandemic and the effects it's had on the residential community and the local economy especially. So that's very good news. So one of the questions that we had at previous board meetings was on our consistency with the Climate Action Plan, and so we wanted to update you there. The community cap calls for organic waste diversion and compliance with 1826 and SB 1383. It calls for use of renewable diesel or natural gas. And so I'm very pleased to stand here and as you may know, our collection fleet was converted over to LNG in 2004. I think it was 2013, we built a CNG station out at the Bradshaw facility, started converting our fleet over to CNG, and we are using, part of our contract that we got through the state for that fuel is using renewable gas, which is great. And we've also converted whatever diesel vehicles that we have over to a renewable diesel. And we are actively looking at electric vehicles. The future holds by 2026, we're supposed to be buying all electric garbage trucks. They're not quite developed yet, but we're actively looking at upgrading our facilities at NARS, because that's probably where we'll start with this for the electrification infrastructure that needs to be in place. We've gotten a grant from the Sac Air District to help us with these projects, and so we're well on our way to having the infrastructure there. We are, I believe, of all the forklifts we have in the county, all of them are electric now except for one, and that will get replaced in the next year. So we're trying to lead the county in being responsive to air emissions. And then not last, or last but not least, is our efforts to capture the methane gas at Kiefer landfill and power our power plants, and that continues. We power about 10,000 homes a year with that. So at this point in time, any questions so far? Okay.
I have a question. Do we know the difference between electric and, gas-powered vehicles? Do they have the same lifespan, and are they as durable in the function that you have them in?
The prototypes that we know about, there was some rear load trucks used in Chicago a few years ago. We actually contracted with a company called TransPower to develop 2 automated trucks. The technology is fairly new. We were going to use 2 trucks to collect 1 route because they basically had the battery capacity for half of a route. We know that that battery capacity is changing. It's changing with electric cars today. But that is a serious issue for the industry. You can't double the size of your fleet just to go electric. So we know the battery technology will be there. The basic workings of the truck, you replace the engine and the transmission with the battery pack. It's not a difficult process. It's the capacity of the batteries right now. And the rest of the truck works the same. The joysticks for the drivers, the controls and everything work all the same for the driver.
It seemed like when we were early on talking about this type of thing, the grocery stores were saying it was difficult for their trucks to go over the pass through the mountains because of the batteries. So it dawned on me, I wonder if, because there's a workload with your trucks, so
we're actively looking at probably the first trucks we add to the fleet would be transfer trucks. It's the run from NARS out to Kiefer. We think that's the perfect opportunity. That technology is really developing, partially because of all the work that's been done in the ports.
And wait for it to develop.
Yeah.
Good thinking.
But there is some grant money out there, and we are actively chasing grant money for these projects. And with Fleet's help, we think we have some really good programs that we think we can partner with firms on. But we could be a great test. It's not a difficult run from NARS out to Kiefer and back. There's a little bit of an elevation climb as you get towards the landfill, but we should be able to make 4 or 5 loads in a day without a problem with the electric trucks.
Thank you, Doug. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Doug, since you paused for a question, on page 4 you had pointed out, as you said, we've talked about this a bit, and I've raised the issue in previous hearings about the adjustments or reductions made in programs to, I guess, address the uncertainties as you pointed out here. But I want to bring us back to this reduction in recyclable deliveries to processors, because that kind of belies what actually then has happened. Not that you haven't said and admitted to it. I mean, what we're doing is taking recyclables, probably green waste, which is ADC, but recyclables and or trash is not ADC. So we're collecting that on a weekly basis throughout the county, every other week in certain neighborhoods, or depending upon this, who's getting served where. And if the calculation was correct, I never did get a confirmation, but I think it was in June of last year, you made the business decision, and the information that I was able to glean from some of the previous reports was about 700 tons a month. I don't know if that's accurate or not. Maybe it was something less than, more than. But that's really bothered me. I mean, I've expressed it here from the dais. Right. There's no discussion in anything that I've seen here today that relates to when you return beyond the education efforts. But and I'm going to use a word, you haven't used it, and it's not to infer anything, but basically drawing a line. You can say a red line or a brown line or green line in certain neighborhoods where the contamination of the recyclables, well, I guess the green waste, but I'm more focused on the recyclables here, is such that, and you can pick your percentage. It could be 70% good material and 30% contamination. It could be just the opposite. But based upon experience, week after week for a while, we now are picking up recyclable containers. A lot of folks still are doing the right thing, but because it's mixed in with folks who may not be doing the right thing or contaminating it, those loads, without hesitation, go out to the landfill. And if I'm incorrect in describing this, you tell me, stop me. And so, maybe you check periodically, or the drivers watch and so forth, but they're on a route. They've got to get this stuff picked up. They've been given instructions about what to do on recycle day, I trust, in certain neighborhoods in this county. And I guess I'm concerned that what we're telling people is that you help us, you be a good customer and recycle, and a lot of people do that, but because others don't, and we're not able to, to control people's behavior, that we're taking hundreds of tons a month and burying it forever in the Kiefer landfill. And this relates to the other items you're going to cover later today about, what it costs to open up a module, what it costs to close, and how much. And one of these charged is 7 cents per cubic yard just on some of the post-closure cost. For the short-term financial benefit, Doug, we're making a long-term decision to bury good recyclable materials because it has a certain level of contamination. And that may be good business from the standpoint of watching the county or the enterprise's fisc for a period of time when there's uncertainty. But I think that's bad public policy because we're telling people we're recycling that material and we are not. We are landfilling it, and we've been doing it for months and months and months. We're now into month 10, if I'm not mistaken. Again, tell me if I'm wrong. You can correct anything I said. And if I do a rough calculation, that's, it's more than 10 million pounds, of which a significant amount of that were recyclable materials. It was glass, aluminum, cardboard, whatever goes in, just recyclable under the current regime. And that's disturbing to me because I think that's disingenuous to the public we serve. And if we're not going to provide that service because of contamination, you might as well give them 2 garbage cans. And just tell a neighbor we're not going to recycle there, Doug. So again, I would ask you to.
No, and I appreciate those comments, and we didn't do that, make those decisions lightly.
I know that.
But I am here to, and I appreciate you bringing me back to that point because I forgot to mention this earlier, but we have resumed deliveries to our South County processor. The full delivery, the normal deliveries that we did. The financial model has changed dramatically with their contract because it's more heavily loaded on the market side, and the market for cardboard and paper and a number of other things have gone up, and so our revenue has gone up, which means in the big picture of our contract, the cost per ton has dropped dramatically, and so we have restarted deliveries down there.
That's only a portion of the overall tonnage. That's one. We have 2 processors.
It's
right?
The biggest, yeah. So what we're talking about is we haven't resumed deliveries to the other vendor because of this, but we do have the ability to send all of our extra recycling down to this other vendor. They'll take up to 4,000 tons.
4,000 tons.
I'm reporting as of today. We aren't following that same process.
Okay, so we don't have any routes that you're not taking on a recyclable day, taking out to the landfill. We're basically picking up the recycles. If there's a contamination, they have to deal with it. And are they committed to bring any of the waste material to Kiefer under that contract?
No, we didn't do that in the contract.
Because the other vendor is. Once they sorted through it, then everything else went out to the Kiefer landfill, right?
We used to have the contracts used to be written that way. They aren't now, and part of that was because of the cost, at least from the South County vendor. They have a landfill and a lot closer to them than coming all the way back to
Cal Waste.
Yeah.
So okay, let me be clear then, because I won't come back to the point if I understand it correctly. So the decision was made last June in particular routes to certain neighborhoods where we were just going to, for the reasons stated, landfill that material. And 2 processors were getting that material previously. You've reinstituted that we're picking up the material even with contaminated loads, and taking all of that to the one vendor. And so there are no neighborhoods in this county where you pick it up on recycle day and that it's just, it's instructed because there was, history and maybe even concurrency to contamination. We're going through and we're pulling out the recycled materials as best we can and recognizing some of those loads are contaminated. And then they dispose of, I guess, the trash otherwise. But so we're not burying recyclables.
We've returned back to the normal process of delivering recyclable material to the processor. In that process, we do go through a review of the dirtiest loads, and we still take the dirtiest loads and take those to the landfill.
But how do you do that every week on a route? You basically you go through and you look at the contaminated loads, you make a judgment that next week you're not going to take that load, right?
Well, no, it's done on a daily basis. We have a camera in the hopper, so every time the container is dumped, the driver has a chance to see. And he's not looking, he or she is not looking for pizza boxes and things like that. It could be auto parts, yard decorations, garden hoses, a lot of liquid that would contaminate all the paper in that load. I mean, it's okay. I'd love to have you come out and show you some of the recyclable material, and you can see some of the differences in the material.
I trust you that it gets contaminated. I'm not saying it doesn't, but they have the ability to pull that out, and it can damage equipment. I mean, you know, and I'll gladly do another tour, but I guess, so let me understand. How much is being diverted to the landfill versus what was being diverted in June? Have we returned to the levels pre-June of 2020, or are we somewhere below that? And even if we are at the same level, how much weekly in the contaminated recyclables goes buried?
We're back to the same levels that we had back in January of 2020 of sending the material to the processors.
Okay, and how much are we burying though on average of the recyclable material?
150 tons a month, maybe. Again, it varies on what happens, the contamination. We know that when you're out on the collection routes and your garbage container, if you have a 30-gallon can or a 60-gallon can and you have a party that weekend and you have extra garbage, that extra garbage sometimes ends up in the recycling container or the green waste container. We can't stop that from happening. We have the same issue on the green waste side. We will find plastic bags in their household garbage. It's easier to spot because they're usually bright white or black bags, garden hoses, auto parts. Green waste carts are famous for auto parts for some reason.
So, but if you take 150 tons and some of that has garbage in it, that would be landfill normally, but it's still, you're burying a lot of recyclables. Now the processors have the ability, it may be at a higher cost, to cull that out, right? They will take, our contract allows them to take dirtier loads, it's just they can charge us more?
It would be part of the pricing, yes.
Okay, so for purposes right now, because you've got a lot of presentation, I guess somewhere this afternoon, I want to have an additional conversation about that. I just think that in this day and age, in that major asset that we have to fill it up with another 150 tons a month, and probably a good portion of that are recyclable materials that, again, are buried there and they're not going anywhere, but we got all those costs of that capacity, we're bearing those costs. We're putting 1,800 tons a year, of which a portion, I have no idea what that portion is, but I imagine it's a substantial portion, because even if it was a 50-50 contamination, it'd still be a lot of material that wouldn't be placed out there.
So under a 50-50, with your math, it would be 900 tons versus the 1 million tons we deal with at the landfill.
Yeah. I get it, but still, it's every cubic yard, as you'll show in some of the other charge, has a price to it. Mm-hmm. Just as every pound of material has a price to it. Mm-hmm. And I just think that's something that, you know, and again, we got consultants that are going to give us all the things about rates and all that. Somebody could do a calculation, and again, it may bear out that I'm way off base, and it doesn't make financial sense, but I got to believe that burying it and holding on to it forever is going to cost you more in the long run, and we won't all be here to see it, but than it does to recycle it and reuse that material in a productive fashion.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Doug, and I appreciate the time we've spent talking about this, and I appreciate Supervisor Natoli's comments, and I hate to belabor this point, but so if I'm hearing you correctly, the amount of the tonnage that was diverted in order to realize some cost savings is no longer being diverted to the landfill. Mm-hmm. Okay, so what I'm hearing from the north area person, 200 tons left, that's no longer being landfill, but it may not be going to that recycler.
Correct.
Okay. So and just to into the, I hate to really get into the details so much about this, but when Supervisor Natoli mentions this, it makes me think about how it's, I've had conversations with constituents about this. You know, are you telling me that I put my stuff out on the curb and it may just be getting tossed into the landfill? Mm-hmm. So I want to be very clear. So when a driver's out on their route, his or her route, Are there places in the county where it's an entire street, for instance, that is quote unquote redlined and every recycling bin is going to go into the landfill, or is it on a case by case basis based on what the driver sees that day on that route?
I have not asked that question of our specific routes, but I would tell you my experience in the industry is there are specific streets that are so contaminated it should be picked up by a refuse truck.
So that's what and I'm sure Supervisor Natoli would agree with me, that those are what are very concerning to me. It's one thing to say on a route, the driver observes something that indicates that's a contaminated recyclable bin, elects to, hey, pass that and let that get picked up and sent to the landfill. But I'm thinking, you know, what would you say to a constituent of mine who says, hey, I live on this street, I do a great job separating out all my recyclables. I can tell you everything in that bin is clean, it's not contaminated. How would you respond to that constituent when he or she finds out that, oh no, that bin's being picked up and just put in the landfill?
So when I was the superintendent way back when, we had a program where we would actually send contamination letters out. The driver would report a contamination at a house, 125 Elm Street, let's say. So it would go into the office. We'd send out a contamination letter that I would sign. We noticed that there was something in your carts. First question, because they would always call, or sorry, not always, but a lot of people would call me. What was in it? Well, we didn't always track it on a per cart basis. Sometimes the driver would remember, sometimes not. But I will tell you, 80% of the calls I got were people that were diligent about recycling. And when we could explain to them what was there, they go, oh yeah, well, sorry, that was my teenage son, or that was my neighbor. My neighbor's doing that to me all the time.
That's not the situation I'm talking about. I'm talking about if you have an entire street, for instance, redlined, and this is not a one-off where someone does, you know, screws up, puts an old pizza box, and it's sitting on the top. This is the street is redlined, and so your drivers know automatically that they are not going to take any of those recyclable materials for processing. They're going to landfill them all. And I've got several people on that street that do a diligent job every week. That's my bigger concern, and I want to know what the department is doing to, you know. It's great to send these notices out. There may be a lot of these places where it may be a tenant and the tenant's not getting the information. I mean, is there a way you're holding the property owner accountable? I would even, like Supervisor Natoli mentioned, maybe you identify you break it down by houses, not have red line neighborhoods or streets. Break it down by houses, and if those houses have multiple, you know, offenses over a certain period of time, then you take away their recycling bin altogether and just give them another garbage bin and charge them for it or something. I do not want a situation where folks happen to be in a red line street and they're doing everything they need to do to separate their recyclables, and it's still going into the landfill. That's what really concerns me.
And, sorry, I misunderstood before. When we had the program of sending the contamination letters, that's exactly what we did. If you contaminated, you had 3 strikes. If you contaminated and got the 3rd letter, we pulled your recycling container and upgraded you to a 90-gallon garbage. But unfortunately, we didn't have all of that in our our ordinance code. And so, under advice of council, we ceased that portion. We don't have the ability to find a homeowner, and we don't have the ability to pull their card. And especially under, and Tim can correct me on this, but under 1383, we have to provide the service. So even if they contaminate and it's full of garbage, we have to pick it up.
Yeah, but I would say, I'd make the argument you're providing a recycling service without providing the service in those landfill or in those red line neighborhoods.
That's fine.
Right? And that's going to be the same situation, I would imagine, post or SB 1383. With SB 13, those probably a lot of those same areas are going to. It's going to be the organic waste is going to be probably commingled and contaminated as well.
So I love the discussion on this. I
know this is really a little bit far afield from.
No, it's not, because it actually ties back into. I believe I mentioned at the last meeting that both of our processors have requested rate increases, and so this is the perfect time to go back. And if we want to send all the material to them, regardless of contamination levels, let me introduce that back into the contract negotiations and make sure they're comfortable with that. I don't have an issue with that. I just, if we knew what we were sending. They knew what we were sending when we did the original contracts. If the board desires that, I'll be happy to add that back into the contracts.
Well, we'll have to pay them for it.
Well, that's correct.
Yeah,
maybe.
I mean, that's understood.
They may take them because of the recycle value. They may not, but it doesn't hurt for me to go back and ask. And they are asking for a rate increase for some other reasons, and so this is the perfect time to go back and adjust that. But long term, we are going to have a problem when we start the organics collection. If that organics container is contaminated, we can't stop service, right? It's got food in it. And we don't, we're not, at this point, we're not proposing fines for that, but that's a way of correcting the behavior.
Yeah,
right? I don't want to be the garbage police and be fining folks.
Right. No, and I don't either. So I don't want to. I'm not going to slow you down any longer. But I do want to continue that discussion with you, because my concern is not with the processors. My concern is with the ratepayers and my constituents that believe they're getting a service, and depending on where their neighborhood is, they may not be getting it. So.
And as part of the organic process, we do have a very robust outreach that is tied to the food waste into the organic container, but we also need to recircle around with the blue container, and that's part of that whole public campaign.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. Please proceed.
Okay. With that, what I'd like to introduce Rick Simonson. Rick is. You will remember that we've engaged Hilton and Farnkoff as our consultant on the rate process. They put together the original rate study using our numbers. I'm very pleased that Rick is here. Rick has completely redone the model, so it's a lot more interactive, a lot more the what-if scenarios that we can play going down the road based on feedback that we get today from the board members. So we'd like Rick to go through the different scenarios and show you what we put together.
Good afternoon, Rick.
Good afternoon. Let me, real quick. Good afternoon, Chair Frost, board members. Rick Simonson with HF&H Consultants. And as Doug said, we've been assisting Doug and his team for the last year and a half with the rate study. And our team at HF&H has been before you before, but I have not. So I'm a senior vice president with HF&H. I joined the firm in 2000. We've been a firm that's been assisting jurisdictions within California since 1989. Ms. Sheehan, Marva Sheehan, has been before you. Ms. Sheehan and I head up our rates and audits group at the firm. We're both partners of the firm. So that's just a little background on the work that we do at our firm. Not only is procuring collection, processing, and landfill services for jurisdictions, or for jurisdictions that do it themselves as you do. We have been helping set utility rates since 1989. And not only solid waste, but water and wastewater as well. So that is our specialty. So without further ado, let me just jump into some of these numbers, these graphs. I've broken my own rule. Try not to put too much information on a slide. That's rule number one. I've packed these full of information. So I apologize for that, but I think it's useful when you see it on a printed page. You may revisit it later today. So let me just start. I have 5 slides, basically 5 different scenarios, but they all look the same. So I'm going to spend a bit of time on this first scenario to get you oriented on what information we're providing. So let me start. I'm calling this scenario number 1. And first off, it does reflect the recently approved $5 increases that the first one for your collections took effect March 2021 of this year. And another $5 increase will take effect January 2022, as well as tip fee increases at Kiefer and NARS, which took effect November 2020. So those assumptions permeate these next scenarios. So when we're asked the question, I know the board was interested in what was the impact of this decision to increase these rates. So what the impact is, we look at your fund balance. You have a very substantial operating budget, over $100 million. So you have a fund balance, your solid waste enterprise fund balance. This is the graph really, and all the information really supports what you see there graphically. So I will speak mostly to these lines. So let me describe what you're seeing in those graphs. First, we're looking at your unrestricted fund balance. We know you have restricted funds that pay for your, for instance, your landfill closure, post-closure. That's not part of these figures. Those monies cannot be used for the operations, for the collections, the landfill, nor NAR. So restricted funds are not part of this graph. So we're working just with funds that can fund these activities. So starting on the left of the graph, you see the first point there, about 47.8 million. That's the beginning balance, or the ending balance June 30th, 2020 of actual unrestricted funds. Now we're projecting by the end of this fiscal year, June 30, 2021, you do see a dip in those reserves. You did have rate increases, but again, they took effect mid-year. And I'll start with the blue dotted line there on the far left. If you had not enacted those increases, that's where we see the fund balance going. So you were very proactive in making sure we didn't dip too far into our reserves. You would have made it through this fiscal year, but you see quickly it drops off. You'd be out of money within the next fiscal year. So with these increases you enacted, we see the green solid line. So with no further rate increases, we see your fund for 2021 ending at about 20 million, kind of stabilizing there for a couple of years without any further increases, and then on the upswing in the last couple of years. What I'm calling this is the base cost assumptions here. This does not include any new costs for SB 1383. So this is for your current services. So I understand you didn't have rate increases for a good 10 years, so really you stabilize things by having a rate increase that you did adopt for current services. But we do know 1383 here is on the horizon. Starting January 1, you'll move to weekly organics. And that's what I'll focus on scenario 2, and I have some sub-scenarios within that grander scenario number 2. So I'll pause here. Just if there's any questions just on what I've covered so far, I just want to then touch on the red and the blue line, if there's no questions for what I've already discussed.
There are no questions.
Great, thank you. So let me move. So understanding the green solid line is where we see your fund balance going. What's a prudent reserve? That's always a question we get. So we've added these lines here. The red represents a minimum balance, and we've shown that in 2 distinct lines. The dotted red line is if you had a minimum target of having 90 days of cash on hand. When we're setting rates, we look at the utility billing. How often do you bill? Because that will dictate how much money you may need for cash flow during the year. For example, if you build on the tax roll, you get a couple slugs of money during the year. You need a higher balance to get you through those times in which you're not receiving cash. You do bill on a bi-monthly basis, so we've targeted 90 days as a minimum balance. We like to see you get there. And as you can see, the green dotted line, without doing anything further, if you didn't have to comply with 1383, which we know you do, but if you didn't need to with 1383, you'd get to that minimum.
Rick, if I could, just real quick.
Yes.
But that also doesn't take into account any augmentation of programs that we currently have where we feel there may need to be some additional service. For example, just the recyclable discussion, and if we were to adjust the vendor payments per ton for those providers of the recyclable services, none of that's included in that line, which is why it kind of rises back up.
Thank you for that clarification. So the solid red line we've inserted here, and it'll become more apparent why we have in the next...
I'm sorry, Steve, can I ask a real quick question, follow up, Madam Chair, to that?
Absolutely.
To Steve's comment. But this does include the decision that Doug has already talked about to start bring that previously landfilled tonnage back to the processor in the South County, correct?
That is, this does include that.
Basically,
as of today or last week, it's
okay. Just doesn't include any changes. Okay, I think that distinction is important. Okay,
correct.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Great, thank you. I'll move on to the solid red line. Again, on the next slides will become more apparent. When we're looking for debt funding, the lenders like to see a bit more cash on hand. So that's why we've included the 120 days cash on hand, and that's represented with the solid red line. So in addition to operations, you do have capital needs. So on top of the solid red line, we've targeted, which is a typical utility rate setting practice for a prudent reserve for your capital expenditures is the average annual, pay-go expenses, the amounts you're not debt financing, so your cash-funded capital projects. So the blue line is accumulative, both your operations and your capital. So that's, if we could get exactly what we needed, that's the overall target. And the red dotted line, that is kind of the minimum. We like to stay above that. So we've kind of set some parameters. Within the red dotted line and the solid blue line would be a great place to be. Okay. And I won't go into detail of the numbers below, but those feed into the graph. It just gives you some idea of you did enact those $5 increases for collection. They're still not quite covering their full cost, but that's okay. You have the queue for landfill. So overall, we're seeing with current services kind of that trend towards leveling off in your reserves and on an upswing. Okay, so the next slides will follow the same pattern with a little bit more detail. So if there's no further questions, I'll move to the second scenario.
No questions in the queue.
Thank you. So what I'm calling scenario 2, and then have some sub-scenarios. I'll start with 2A and we move through, I believe, 2D. So again, this reflects what you've already adopted, the $5 increases and the increases at Kiefer and NARS. The difference, what I'm calling are now for scenario 2, our baseline assumptions, is we are enacting or the additional capital and staff for 1383. So going from biweekly to weekly organics collection. So those costs are in here, but they're in there in a unique way. We had to make some assumptions. If it was purely just cash funded, you'll see on the left-hand side, the first 2 bullets, that's the immediate cash you need, both for the vehicles for the weekly collection, about $7.7 million, and then to construct the facility at NARS to handle the waste, $27 million. So right there, over $33 million we would need, and your fund balance is around 20. So we know it can't just be cash funded. So we had to make some assumptions of how that would be funded and what we're modeling. So we are assuming currently for those new vehicles, $7.7 million of short-term financing, and what we have in the model, just for placeholders right now, is 3% interest over 8 years, the life of the vehicles. And then for the construction, that life is longer. We've assumed long-term financing, bond financing, and that's over 30 years at 3% as well. So those are just assumptions we have. And with these assumptions, and I should note that we're not asking you today to approve any new increases. We're just here to kind of tee this up for what will be coming forth and get feedback from you now, so that when we come back maybe in 6 months or so, that you have an idea of a foundation of where we are. And then lastly, as we were debt financing and trying to make this work, we noticed just your current collection fleet is aging. So there were some planned increase or new vehicles that need to be purchased over the next 3 years, $25.7 million. And then we could also short-term fund them to get kind of a decent outlook on your fund balance. So with those assumptions, and again, no further increases than what you've already adopted, you see the solid green line now is kind of treading for a couple years and just slowly decreasing through 25, 26. So with those assumptions and that debt financing, you're just treading water there at 20, but that's well below even the minimum balance that we're looking for. And in order to get this debt financing, what they're typically looking for is a healthier fund balance in this, and that's why we have the targets there. So this wouldn't be looked at as favorably to get funding. So rate increases will be necessary in the next 1 to 5 years to accommodate this 1383 cost increase. So this gives you that foundation. Yes?
Excuse me, this assumes we're going to construct a new facility, but are we also considering a private solution for the organic recycling?
Great question. I should ask Doug if we can elaborate on that. I know what the model currently is assuming, and we can speak to that as well.
So our plan is, the facility that we need at NARS is really for two reasons. One, it's the space is confined right now. We don't have enough space to separate the commercial. The volumes are very high at NARS, and so we're trying, from a safety standpoint, we're trying to separate the commercial from the residential vehicles based on the increase in tonnage we've received over the last few years. The other piece to this is having a place that's under cover that we can drop our organic material and transfer it out with a transfer trailer to wherever the site is. So under the proposed contracts later today, they would go to, let's say, Yolo County. In the future, if there's a local facility, we still would have to make a decision at that point. Are we direct hauling our trucks, or are we sending a transfer truck? So if you think about a green waste load, and I can get three residential loads on one transfer truck, a lot of times that makes more sense to transfer the material to a facility, even if it's in county, rather than direct haul. But because we don't know where that's at, and because we already have these safety issues and capacity issues at NARS, which we really have to deal with before we have a serious issue.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is very touchy, I apologize. All right, so back to scenario 2A, and I will also stress what I've included there on the left-hand side of the baseline cost assumptions. It really is strictly about what's being debt financed is the assumption. So, you know, in an effort not to totally overload you with data on here, I can mention that the weekly collection, the new staffing, that's also included in here. So that beyond just the capital, there are operating costs that are also impacted from going to weekly collection. That is also included in here. So after updating the model to include these assumptions, you see the solid green line again is trending there at the 20 million. So we are facing with no additional rate increases in order to get that debt financing. What they typically like to see, again, you don't have to necessarily get to these targets, you know, within a year, but an upward trend at the very least is what they're looking for in approaching, having a financial plan for getting to these targets. So I've developed just a few, just to get scenarios, just to get you familiar with some of the knobs and dials that we can mess with in order to accomplish a positive fund balance here, at least one on an upward trend. So that's what I've done over the next 3 slides. And again, we're not here asking to make a decision or a direction of where we should head. It's just to give you some idea of the order of magnitude. If we say, oh, another $5 or $10 increase, what would that do to your fund balance? So I put together a few scenarios, so I'll walk through those. So the first, what I'm calling 2B. Again, this assumes the 1383, the weekly organics collection, kind of the rate setting methodology or the kind of objectives we had when we were establishing this scenario was, let's see if we can get to that total fund target, that blue line by the 5th year. So this is kind of the pie in the sky. What's the highest we think if we just touch collection rates? And that we had no additional fee increases at Kiefer or NARS. So this is just one scenario. Of course, there's many different iterations we could do. This is kind of the upper limit as we see it. So if we are able to adopt a $3 increase for July 2022, followed by $2 increases in the following fiscal years, July 23, July 24, and July 25, you see quite the impact, that sloping up of the green dotted line as we've increased your collection revenues. You can even see on line 3 of the $2, we've gone positive in many years. So you could see the impact of those sorts of increases. So another $5 increase spread, or sorry, $6, 3, 4, 5, $9 increase spread over 4 years, what that could get you. You could get up to that total target. But that's a big ask. We understand that. So we've looked at another scenario I'm calling 2C. What if we, make an effort, get that line, that fund balance on an upward swing, but not necessarily get to that total target, let's kind of put the lower end of things. Where are we seeing rate increases needing to go? So our objectives, again, on this scenario is kind of put a floor. Let's reach that minimum level and do it by year 5 and not touch the Kiefer and NARS and tip fees. So what would that be? $1.50 increase July of 2022, followed by some $1 increases in 23, 24, 25. And again, as you can see, that dotted green line reflects those additional revenues coming in through the collections and meeting that minimum target. So your collection rates are not your only rates. So just again to illustrate the sort of impact and all the different scenarios that we could run with this model, and that can be done really on a what-if basis. We sit there with staff and we can do it right over the phone and try all these different iterations. I just want to demonstrate one last scenario, which is 2D. So what these objectives were, say, let's get back to that target by the 5th year, but instead of only touching collection, let's touch at least one of the tip fees at Kiefer and NARS. And we just elected, for illustrative purposes, to have a $3% annual increases on just the solid waste gate rate to the public at Kiefer and NARS. What would that do? So again, we can still reach that total target, have those 3% increases for Kiefer and NARS, and reduce those larger 3% and 2% increases we saw in 2B, I believe, down to $2 for 22 and 23, and $1 in July of 24, 25. So again, this is illustrative purposes. There's lots of dials, knobs and dials that we can turn to get you to the same place. So these graphs really illustrate we can get to different points within your fund balance, whatever we're comfortable with, in a variety of different ways. So we'll be working with staff to come back to you based on your feedback on what would be palatable, how can we get there, and all agree that this is the right direction to go. So those are the scenarios I provided today. And again, that's a lot of information specifically on the slides themselves, but also as I've been up here talking. So I'll open it back up to questions, and if you want to look at specific scenarios, just refer to the slides and I'll go back to those and we can talk a little more in depth on those.
I have a question. I'd like staff to comment on the impact of increasing the public refuse. Would that increase illegal dumping and be counterproductive? It seems like it would.
Intuitively, yes. The actual numbers that we've seen through the 311 haven't increased the number of calls. We're still, I think it's right around 700 calls a month, which is what we've been having since November. The calls were a little higher than that. They were 800 in August and September of last year. But there are a couple constituents in District 2 that send me pictures now regularly, and it seems like I don't know that these are all called in the 311, number one, and number two, the piles seem bigger than they were before. I do know that we're trying to pilot with some of the other county departments with some targeted areas near shopping centers and some different things, trying to figure out how we can help coordinating with water resources and code enforcement and that. So those programs need to continue because they're very good. But we haven't seen a huge increase that we thought we would see. I think part of that is because we didn't adjust the pickup fees as much as we did the per ton fees. But our benchmark for this is using the 311 system, and we haven't seen a huge spike in those calls. I thought we might.
Okay. I do not have any questions at this time, and I know this is, oh, excuse me, Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, just one. So you can run a lot of different, Rick, you can run a lot of different scenarios, but there's 2C, 2D, and 2C you were using the operating fund balance target. Rather than getting to this total fund target that you showed on 2D, did you run a scenario, I guess you could, that would assume some annual increases at the Kiefer NARS, again, and provide some relief as you did, because the amount there in 2C is less on the residential homeowner than it is in 2D, and but on the other hand, you've even upped the rate out, the public rates at the transfer in the landfill. So I guess I'm curious, particularly in light of the fact that it was many years we didn't raise rates. We've now in the course of a little less than a year we'll have raised rates by $10, and I don't know how my colleagues are, but I'm getting some reaction to that from folks, and Doug's gotten a couple of inquiries from my office on folks about how that applied in their particular instance. But so did you do a run that said was kind of a mirror of 2C and used that as a target and looked at something with Kiefer NARS and bring down that residential rate back?
Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, I can't tell you the number of iterations we did run, but yes, just to keep things brief today, tried to just show a few snapshots of what we looked at to give you once you reach that total or coming down to that minimum. But absolutely, we can run a host of different iterations. And you're right, it's kind of a trade-off. If you increase the Kiefer NARS, then you could have less on the collection. And what I found interesting in that scenario one is, you didn't have rate increases for a while, but these $5 increases, barring 1383, you're on that upswing. You've kind of made up for those lack of increases over a 10-year period, and you would have been very stable if not for 1383 coming along and having the weekly organic collections. There's a cost of that, and this really illustrates that.
Right. Well, and again, I guess there's some good news embedded in that, but all the projections still show an increase 15 months from now. And I think we know there's an increase in a little more than 8 months from now. And so I guess when you come back to us and you'll have different iterations, I for one would like to see some sort of a scenario that would potentially avoid a second increase in 2022, might still have annual increases of $1 a month contemplated for out years, but then take into account, Kiefer NARS and what that means to obviously there's a business impact to that, there's a cost impact. So, but have a full understanding. And again, I think it kind of goes to the conversation. Certainly, Doug's borne a lot of this as he's been before us multiple times in the last few months. But begins to your point, allows us, to get to a position where we can finance and maintain, stability within the window of reserves for operating costs and so forth, but also I think reflects some of the impacts to the residential homeowner and the implementation of 1383. So if that's helpful to you, I'd like to see a chart that would reflect something along those lines that would give us something to contemplate when you come back to us in a few months. So.
Supervisor Toy, that's exactly the kind of feedback that we were looking for today. And that's why we kind of gave you a couple of different scenarios, tried to frame it from a low to a high, so to speak. We're not saying that we have to be at the blue line to get financing. In fact, I'm on a really steep learning curve right now with the county debt office and learning about financing. As we've talked about in the past, the financing is kind of a balance. It's reserves and the interest rate that you're going to pay, and there's a trade-off in this process. But Colin is here if you have specific questions, but we're very comfortable that with some kind of a line going up that we can get financing. Don't know what cost or terms, but we are comfortable that we can get financing. And so that was one of the takeaways that I wanted to leave with you folks, is just to make sure that you saw that we were on a good path. We still need some feedback in terms of, we had this discussion back in March at the board in terms of how much we put on the residential versus the commercial. But there's clearly, if you are adjusting both of them some, you see a big benefit going down the path. So. But any suggestions, any ideas, anything you want to see. That's why I'm really pleased that Rick is here today. He completely redid the model for us, so it's very interactive. And we were showing CEO Edwards this last week, and it was kind of that what if, and we were kind of having fun. What if it's this much the first year, and this, we did model everything off of a July 1st of 2022 date. And that's one of my questions is that a comfortable date for the board, or does it need to be pushed out? Because clearly when we work backwards in terms of our timing and working with HF&H, we need to make sure that we get everything done and to you for the Prop 218 notice, et cetera, before the rate increase. So that's one part of the feedback I'd like to get. And then if there's any other suggestions or ideas that you have.
Thanks, Doug. Were you done, Supervisor Natoli?
Yeah, that's all I had for this point.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. A question about the various scenarios, and what I'm trying to understand is kind of the practical implication for having the green dash line essentially be below our operating fund balance target. The minimum target at current bi-monthly billing rates. In the best case scenarios, I'm just using that phrase liberally here to distinguish, I guess, 2B and 2D from the rest of them. But under the best case scenario, you don't really get to a place where they intersect until 4 years out from now. So what is the practical implication for that? What does that mean?
That's a great question. Thank you for bringing that up. So with these minimum targets, so these red and blue lines, this is not a definite you must reach this either in the next year, in the next 2 years. It is a guideline. We know these are projections. So the closer we know, the closer years we know are pretty good. The outer years start to get a little fuzzy. So these are just guidelines, and what we do in rate setting for all the utilities is use that to say, that's where we want to be, how quickly do we want to get there? It depends really how far you are from it, how far you are from zero. So those things do play in, and it did not give us any concern for any of these scenarios that we ran that we weren't getting there quick enough. Because as you rightly point out, even here on 2D, getting to that total target is great. We're not even to the minimum until 23, 24. That wasn't of concern because of how far you are above zero. You also have your landfill and NARS, which also have some daily receipts. So again, those things also help. It's not strictly bi-monthly billing, we're on your collections, so that also helps your cash balance. So that, for that reason, we weren't concerned, and I appreciate that question because I should have clarified that.
Great, thank you.
It's kind of difficult looking forward, not knowing if there's other projected costs, or, I mean, I guess as time goes by, it'll unfold and we'll begin to understand what we need.
Exactly, and if I may, just because that brought up a thought here, as we look at these numbers, and that's a pretty steep increase. So again, this is going to go on to year 6, 7, 8, and how quickly you get up there, you could overfund some of the expenses if we're not careful. So those are things we take into consideration. And just to illustrate that, with Kiefer on line 4 there, towards the end, you see 25, 26 million in surplus. One might look at that and say, wow, that's a lot of surplus just in 2 years. But we know additional cell development will be coming on board. So you're going to need those monies in year 6, 7, or 8. So we're always looking at a finite amount of time, looking over the next 5 years. But we do know that your operations must go on. So those also are taken into consideration, and it is hard just to look at a snapshot. So I appreciate that comment.
Did you get what you needed from us, Rick and Doug? I don't think we should go for the minimum. I think if we're going to do a rate increase, we should try to ensure that we have enough. That's a personal thought, just to make, because I don't know what we can anticipate, but also we don't, that's just my thought anyway.
And to answer that question, did we get what we need? First and foremost, it was just get in front of you and explain how we're looking at this and what we've done since we were last here. So just getting your buy-in that a lot of information was presented, but you're understanding where I was trying to get to with these fund balance. So that was first and foremost. And additional feedback on, well, what about a January 1 increase instead of a July 1? The model's already set up to do that. We can plug in those dates. So these comments will help us craft some scenarios moving forward, and we'll come back with some more definitive instead of kind of the highs and the lows.
Supervisor Natoli.
Just to be clear that the year is important. That what I said, it wasn't January 1 or 20. We already got a rate increase.
23.
23.
Correct.
Yeah, and I think you understood that. I just wanted to be clear.
Appreciate that.
Okay, thanks, Rick.
Okay. Well, it's good to know that we've stopped the bleeding anyway, and that I feel better actually after hearing this information, because I didn't think we came close. I wasn't sure if we were where we were gonna land. So this is gratifying to know that the rate increase that we did do is at least stopping the bleeding for now. I know there's a lot of big stuff coming up and more conversation to be had. And so I thank you for the presentation, Rick. And I don't know if we have public comment on this, or if we're supposed to have public comment on this.
We do not have any public comments.
Okay, and this was a report back, and much appreciated. Thank you
so much.
So all questions, comments, we just went through that. So just as to keep us on track, at the end of the day, we have two items that we connected with the financial plan. One was the salary resolution to add 3 full-time equivalent collection equipment operators. Essentially what we're asking for is full-time positions. We are working that equipment today to cover ABNCU and illegal dumping, and we're doing it with intermittents, and we're doing it with overtime. And so we just like to transfer those. The need is going up, and I didn't think about this when you asked the question, Supervisor Frost, but part of what we are seeing is an increase in the ABNCU appointments. And that partly is because for $25, or for the first visit is free and the second one's $25, it's far cheaper to put it at the curb and call it an ABNCU than it is to take it to the transfer station. So we are seeing an upswing that way, which is good. But basically what we're asking here is just convert the 3 intermittent, well actually it's probably, we're using 5 intermittents to cover the 3 positions. We're just trying to transfer that over to 3 full-time positions. And then if you remember in the budgeting process last year, we basically took the budget from the prior year and plugged it in because of all the COVID. Somehow in our budgeting process, this is not a reserve or cash flow issue, it's strictly a book issue, but we didn't budget for depreciation, and before we close out the books this year, we need to budget for it. So it doesn't have any impact on our rate structure or anything, but it's something that we need to do from the accounting side. So that's the 2 items that I wanted to talk about.
Could I just talk, that's 40 and 41?
40 and 41.
Correct. Okay. So you're going on to another item past. Could I talk to 40 and 40?
Do you want us to vote on 40 and 41?
No, I want to make a comment though.
Oh, yes, please.
Before you leave them, because I know he's going to keep our landfill, but before we leave you can just keep the slide up there, it won't be long. But I just, Doug, and we've communicated, and the routes to the landfill still have litter along the roadways, and I know you employed some effort with, I guess, the Conservation Corps, and I saw on a couple of occasions a couple of people out there picking up some trash. We've reached out to Caltrans, I understand that, and they've done some work out there. But I would challenge any one of us to, I can go and ride with you and drive Jackson Highway, and I'm telling you, it is not yet cleaned up. There are places that are better, and I want to acknowledge that. I acknowledge Caltrans's work, and I acknowledge your effort and that of DOT's. But we've got to get to a solution, and the solution is not letting the weeds get taller so you don't see all the paper along the roadway. And I'm not saying that's what you offered or anybody else, but now the growth in the grass is up, so you don't see as much of the debris as you'd see in the wintertime. But the plastic on the fences and the mess out there, it's, again, I used the word, I'm going to say it's disgraceful. I mean, we've got elsewhere in this county where we have litter, but it's regularly traveled, and we've got to have a solution set from Watt all the way out to Grant Line, and then coming down Grant Line from the other routes, some come Douglas and so forth. We've got to do better. It just, it doesn't speak well to our county, and we are the magnet for a lot of the traffic. We are not the cause of it. People are supposed to cover the loads, but I'm telling you, it looks like a mess. It's better, but it's not, and we need to stay on it. So I don't know what the solution is, but
I'm glad you brought that up because you're keeping me on track with my message today. I'm working with Ron Vicari, the Director of Transportation for the county, and Ron got a commitment out of the Caltrans District Director to send a crew through once a quarter. And Ron and I talked after the last round of pictures, and we're going back to Caltrans. They were going to fund the once a quarter cleanup on their books. Between Ron and I, we're going to see how we approach getting a Caltrans crew to go down once a month.
That would be excellent.
And once a month,
if it's not needed, I understand. I mean, because if you stay on it, it may not get as a big accumulation. But if you can do it once a month and keep that route, I think it will speak very highly to the cooperation because, again, it's better. I admit that, and people have done some work out there. But
I'm pretty confident with Ron's help and his relationship with the Caltrans director.
That's good news. That's all I needed to ask. I appreciate the response. Thank you.
Yeah, that's
Great.
excellent.
Great.
Thank you,
That's
Supervisor Natoli.
Thank you, Doug.
Ann Edwards, County Executive.
I just wanted to remind you that we don't have to take a vote on it. We're going to vote on everything at the very end of all the presentations so that you have the full picture.
Thank you. Please proceed.
With that, I'd like to introduce Brian Levick. Brian is our principal engineer and has all the engineering staff, and that includes working on all the NARS projects as well as Kiefer Landfill. Brian.
Good afternoon, Brian.
Good afternoon, Chairman Peters, or Chairman Frost, excuse me, and members of the board. Glad to talk to you today about Kiefer Landfill. There's some questions about Kiefer Landfill and some of the details surrounding Kiefer Landfill, as well as the costs associated with running the landfill. So I'd like to just run through that and talk about some of the specifics going forward. So just as an overview of the landfill, it is an asset of the Sacramento County. So the value of having our own landfill and having a large amount of permitted airspace is worth a tremendous amount of money. And that converts into lower tipping fees, lower residential rates, month by month by month for Sacramento County. So we provide a service at a greatly reduced cost. And it is the only municipal solid waste landfill in Sacramento County. So there are adjacent counties with municipal solid waste facilities, but it is the only one here. And it is open 365 days a year, rain or shine. So in terms of the overall landfill site, and this is going to be a picture you'll see a couple times along the way just to orient you. You can see Grant Line Road off there. It's shown here to the left, although north is technically sort of left and up in this particular picture. And you'll see Kiefer Boulevard, and you can see the site entrance. There are 303 acres currently that are active. Some of them are very traditional old portions of the landfill. Some of them are the newer portions, out of a total of 660 permitted acres. So at the current moment, we have not opened even half of the overall capacity of the landfill at total build out. In place right now, though, there are 33 million tons of material. So we have a lot of existing material present within Kiefer Landfill. You can see the orange line representing the eventual limit of waste at total build out. In terms of the cost of running the landfill, in terms of the operations on a daily basis, the revenue that comes in at Kiefer Landfill is roughly $36 million a year, and those are 2020 numbers. As you know, we increased the tipping fees at the end of 2020, so those numbers are bound to change for 2021, but just as an orientation, roughly $36 million of revenue coming in. The operating budget without capital projects is roughly $26 million a year. So for all the staff, all the equipment, and the various costs associated with running the landfill. The capital projects are highly variable. They change from roughly a $5 million cost in a baseline year to $20 million costs when we're building a new module. So as we line material, have excavations, we have greatly increased costs. And so the net cost, when you add those two together, sort of from a cash basis, is somewhere from $31 through $46 million, which means in any given year, traditionally, we either have a net revenue of $5 million or a net expenditure of $10 million. And it's every few years we have to be building out landfill liner. In terms of the build out of the Kiefer landfill, there is still 99 million cubic yards of capacity left in Kiefer landfill for build out. So we have built out in M1, M1L, M2, and M3, the existing modules, of which M1 is the old portion of the landfill dating back to 1967, and it's unlined, and that portion essentially is now full and done, versus the other three, M1L, M2, M3, are nearing their capacity, but they're all lined, and they still have additional room for placing some additional waste. We have new module 4, and you can see it's actually going to be broken out into 3 phases, and so they're labeled here M4 P1 for phase 1, P2, P3 for the additional phases. You'll see that there's a 2021 date for phase 1, and that is because we just completed that. If you go out there, there is at the moment a nice clean lined landfill, and we are just waiting for water board approval to place in the first new trash in there, so that is imminent any day now. The additional 2 phases are going to be coming in 2023 and 2024 as currently estimated. And when we deal with the GLA contract along the way, GLA is going to provide services for the design and construction services of those 2 particular phases, in addition to the design work necessary for Module 5, which will need to be constructed and open in 2029. As you can see, working around the landfill all the way up through Module 11, which would be constructed in 2082 at current estimates. In terms of the cost of liner construction, it is a very expensive operation, and Module 4, the total build out, is roughly $45 million to construct from the time we first started digging until the time that everything is going to be in place. It adds roughly 8 years of design life to the landfill. So you can run that, that's a fairly expensive portion of the operation. Phase 1, as I said, is complete, and phase 2 and 3 are still yet to go. So phase 1 cost roughly $24 million of construction costs, in addition to a couple $1 million of design and CQA costs. Phases 2 and 3 will cost $17 million to construct, including the design, inspection, and CQA. And the design, inspection, and CQA is 9% of that total cost. So that's fairly comparable with many other engineering projects and engineering costs associated with that. For GLA, the design and CQA for the liner are in that GLA contract. We're required by state law to use a third-party inspector for certain tasks on the site. So much of the inspection on the non-regulated portions, we're using CMID as we desire to do, but there are certain tasks that we have to send out specifically to a third-party person. And so the rough cost for development of a cubic yard of capacity is $4.50. So when we set the fees, the tipping fees, we have to take that into account, that there's a certain amount of development costs to get that capacity in place. In terms of overall when the landfill is going to be closed, So you can see that down in the bottom area, there is a section of the landfill that is already closed. And that has been closed across the last 20 years or so in 3 different phases. And there is a need to close 2 more sections, and it's listed in 2023 and 2024. And that is pursuant to an order from the Water Board that we provide final closure over the portions of the landfill that have been filled to capacity and are unlined. So those 2 are mandated. We have until 2026 to complete that entire operation. We are purposing to time that with the phases 2 and 3 of Module 4. So the soil that is excavated from Module 4 is not picked up, put down, and then picked up again and placed on Module 1, but you have one fell swoop mining it and putting it in its final destination, be able to save that double handling charge. In terms of the remainder of the site, you can see as
Supervisor, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Supervisor Natoli had a question.
Just with the description, I wanted to ask you on the unlined portion. I mean, we have visited trying to get closure of that unlined for decades, I guess. And does this appear to be the last time we're going to have to replace cover and put more cover? And we've done, leachate capture. We've, to best we can, recognize online. We've got the recovery of the water, pulling the plume back. You've got the recovery of the gasification that occurs out there and so forth. Does this look like it's it, or are we going to forever chase closure on those portions that are online?
Yeah, so it's a somewhat complex question. So in terms of when the final cover is in place, then there shouldn't be any more water getting into the landfill. It should be a fairly good, tight seal in that respect. And so it will provide a better seal for gas control and provide a better seal for water. We won't be adding any more waste on top of it. Right. It's going to be basically done. However, the way the Water Board counts years of responsibility, it's 30 years from when the final closure is for the entire site. So technically it doesn't start that clock. But in terms of if there's no more waste being placed there and it's already a fairly old mass, the amount of gas that is being generated, the amount of leachate.
Are you still getting settlement? You were getting significant settlement in certain areas?
There will be significant settlement. However, once we place final closure, we can no longer take advantage of it. So it is basically forever sealing it. We will still have gas control in the area. Right. We still have the gas wells that are constantly taking out the methane gas even from that old mass. So there is still responsibilities in place. But the type of closure that we're talking about, we're using native grasses. There's an alternative final cover that we are doing. So from the appearance, it's going to look far more like the surrounding native material. It will be low maintenance, and so will be very low on the upkeep side.
And Brian, the plume that we continue to pump and treat for, does that continue to pull back? Or again, we used to get quarterly updates to this board, and I think over the years recognized obviously we were doing what we needed to do, but that's a problem we're going to own for a long time as well. But how far have we regressed? We ended up buying the lands because it kept progressing at one time, and so we bought lands adjacent. Are we pulling the contaminated plume back, and does it continue to diminish, or are we finding it remaining static and there continues to be deterioration that feeds that plume? Again, I don't want a lot of detail. I'm just curious.
Yes.
Though as to where
in terms of that, we are monitoring that carefully. We provide a very thick semi-annual report to the Water Board to that effect. In terms of the plume, more than 80% of the contaminants that were present in the plume back in 1995, I believe it was, have been cleaned up. So there is a great deal of cleanup that's happening. However, it is one of those processes that the initial portion is unfortunately the easiest to clean up. And so as you're trying to chase some of these contaminant plumes, the various extraction wells that were set up based upon where the plume was originally, and so there's going to be a need to go ahead and perhaps drill some new
We've stemmed the forward movement of it though and pulled it back from the
Yes, so it is,
Deer Creek?
it is not migrating any further. It is static in that respect. So it is not, decreasing in size, it's decreasing in significance. And no new gas is being generated that is contaminating more of the plume. So we have the source controlled, and we're diminishing the effect of it, but it's going to be many years into the future.
The pump and treat, though, so because a few years ago we ceased releasing treated water back into the creek, and so we were going to capture that on site with the large basin and so forth. And so there's no releases any longer to the creek. It's all kept either on site or re-injected.
That's correct. So to address the issue of we were actually extracting from the local groundwater, by now releasing back into an infiltration basin there, we're basically having more or less a closed system that is flushing itself out rather than affecting the larger groundwater and surface water basin.
But the water, you're still taking the water out and treating it, so you put it in that basin, you're saying it seeps back into the ground, or you use it for other purposes on landfill, dust control and such?
Overwhelmingly, it's what goes right back into the groundwater. So the infiltration basin selection was chosen because of the nature of the soils underlying. It's a very sandy material. Yep. And so very quickly material that is placed in there infiltrates back in. And so then that clean water drives the contamination back towards the extraction wells.
Okay. Very good. Thanks. Thanks, Chair.
So then in terms of the overall view, in terms of how long the landfill will still be in operation, and it's a bit of a three-dimensional puzzle. And so if you take a look and wonder why like M1L, even though it's already constructed, is not being filled finally until 2067, while M4 is listed as being complete in roughly 2032. It's because you can't complete all of M1L's filling until you've built M7 and M8 on the other side. So that would probably explain why some of these years are associated with the various landfill. But essentially, we'd be building out. We're reaching the farther northern edge of the landfill at M4 and M5. And then as we build back, we're going to get all the capacity not only of the modules we build, but leaning back up against the existing modules. And so everything at this point will be lined. And it's estimated that M11, the final module, will be complete in 2098. One of the things that factors into this is there is significant settlement, as Supervisor Natoli talked about, where as the material decomposes, it settles, and we often can fill the same airspace more than once. And so we will obviously take advantage of that wherever possible into the future. But it makes some of the estimations for these numbers difficult, as well as estimating exactly how many tons are going to come through the front gate at any time. So in terms of final closures, there's currently 53 acres that are closed. And the module 1, the unlined portion where we're going to close the top deck, has 56 additional acres of closure that we're going to time, as I said, in that 23-24 time frame. We're going to use that alternative final cover, that is that natural material, the natural plants. And the project will cost roughly $7.7 million. Of that $7.7 million, the design, inspection, and CQA portions are about 8%, once again fairly comparable for inspection and engineering costs. And so part of the GLA contracts are to cover for that exact cost. In terms of what that means when we're trying to base how much to charge on the tipping fees, that's about 70 cents for every cubic yard capacity is the overall cost. Obviously, some portions, like the side slope, costs more and gives less. Top deck is cheaper and gives more, but on average, it's about 70 cents a cubic yard. In terms of that, and this is a requirement of the state, we have to set aside a certain amount of money that is highly restricted that we can't touch for a closure fund. And so we have $19 million currently in our closure fund that is set aside that we can't touch. And the total liability that we have in order to close, if we had to close today, is $25 million. But that's consistent with the rules of how the Cal Recycle has us set up the liability fund, where you don't have to have the final dollar in there until you have the final piece of trash in there. So because we are fairly heavily, we have a huge amount of money set aside, but we also are almost to capacity, so we have, therefore, nearly that amount set aside.
Excuse me, Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, Brian, just on that, so that 70 cents, and I referenced it earlier, actually, I said 7 cents, but 70 cents on the dollar, but do you have a number, or at least a solid estimate of what it costs from all the sunk costs that go into, the landfill? I mean, obviously there's acquisition early on and all that's, done over time. But from the time you open a module anyway, to the time you get to closure, and that will vary obviously and probably increase over time, what's it cost for a cubic yard? Not just for closure, but for all the things. When you bury a cubic yard in the Kiefer landfill, I'm not talking about what the tipping rate is, but what's it cost us roughly today?
Yes. So the cost is far more driven by the operational cost at any given time. So when we talk about the $4.50 for the liner and the 70 cents for the closure, but the cost is somewhere for that same cubic yard in the 30s for operating cost. So we tend to do it from a per ton basis, and so our costs are roughly in that low 40s per ton overall. And some of it depends on what you're exactly counting in that value, in that number. And so when we're talking about our current cost, tipping fees being slightly above $50 a ton, there is money in there that's subsidizing the NARS that we built into the equation.
That's not really an apples and oranges conclusion, though, because again, operationally, I get it, because you're operating a landfill and there's moving pieces and parts and people operating equipment and all that. But you dig out a module, yeah, you line it, and then you cover it, and then you work over the top of it, and then you have sunk costs for leachate collection, and you have sunk costs for operation of the methane gas collection, and then you've got all the things that go with the engineering and monitoring that get built in. And so I don't know how that gets factored in. Again, that could be, I guess, a pretty massive undertaking. But I mean, to have some fair, so I guess what you're telling me, for purposes of what you got folks did a calculation, that it's the $53 a ton that, but that's a rate that this board sets based upon you coming before us or Doug or whoever and saying, we need X because of labor rates and because of this and that. I don't know. I guess I'd be looking for the real cost, and maybe that's not really identifiable. I guess you have to know the factors you calculate in, but I don't want to overstate or understate it. But if you're going to hold on to it, even though it's 30 years after you put the last piece of garbage in, that you're going to, until you even get complete closure, which will be past any of the lifetimes of anybody in this room and well beyond. There's those hold costs, or I don't know. Those all get factored into the.
Yeah. So there's additional costs as you're talking about for post closure. So when we're talking in 2100 and for 30 years beyond that, and in current days dollars, those are $22 million divided by those 30 years. So it's a not small number, but compared to the operating cost of the landfill.
$22 million a year, or?
No. So it is $22 million total. So I'd have to look up, it's like $700,000 per year. And that would be for the cost primarily of the groundwater treatment continuing on, but also of the monitoring, the gas monitoring, the leachate monitoring and testing, the various security and operating costs, et cetera.
Well, that sounds low, but okay, thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli.
And in addition to the landfill, when we talk about the landfill, there's also other surrounding portions of the landfill that go hand in hand with the landfill, including we have the preserve, the vernal pool preserve, one of the best vernal pool preserves around, including endangered species in there. We do have the buffer lands, which support various agricultural interests. We do have the energy plant, which turns the the methane produced by the decomposing waste into 15 megawatts of power used by Sacramento County. And then we have the remediation efforts to clean up that groundwater, historic groundwater plume, and that will be continuing on to the future. And so with that, if you have any other questions, comments?
No questions and comments at this time. Thank you very much, Brian.
Great, thank you. So, okay, so once again, we do have the three recommendations associated with this in terms of staff recommending the three items, and so I could dispense with the reading of them, but they're the next three items in line for the GLA contract for roughly $2 million, which has the detail of covering the various remainder of Module 4 and into Module 5 for both the design and construction. There is the amendment to the previous GLA contract to cover some additional costs from phase 1 of Module 4. And then the source testing contract that is coming up for monitoring the methane, the emissions that come from our energy plant. So those are the three additional items associated with Kiefer Landfill.
Thank you. And at this time, I'll ask our county clerk if we have any public comment on this item.
We do not.
Thank you. I do not have any. Yes, Supervisor Kennedy.
Just one question. Have we gone out and looked for, like, from the AQMD money for something like that?
So AQMD money for that?
Yeah. For the air quality, the testing of the facility and all that. I mean, is there grant money available for something like that?
As far as I know, AQMD is not providing grant money for this. They're the ones who expect us to give them their report. Right. So they're involved, but I have not heard of them desiring to subsidize that. We have been very successful with other AQMD grants, but I'm not aware of anything associated with this. This is where they often are getting their information.
Well, they are us,
probably
too,
getting our fees.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. All right, at this time, we do not have public comment. We don't have questions, so I believe this is our moment to take one by one those items, starting with item 40.
Chair Frost, we do have the one additional item that Tim Israel is going to present. It's the organics contracts.
Item 45.
Great, come on down, Tim. Sorry, I didn't want to leave you out.
Well, thank you for having me today. Tim Israel, Superintendent. I do have a presentation, which is coming up, it looks like. So today, this is an item that was continued, I think, all the way from February 9th, and it's to seek your authorization to execute 4 contracts associated with organics processing. And so we'll just jump right into this. So why are these contracts necessary? Obviously, you guys heard a lot about SB 1383, and so we need to secure processing for not only processing of the green waste that we collect now, but that combined organic stream that will have the food waste. And of course, that changes the nature of that material and requires a higher level of treatment than just traditional green waste composting. So we need to secure it for that reason. Also, the current short-term contracts that we are utilizing expire on July 1st. So not only do we need to secure it for the future, we need to secure it for our immediate needs to just meet our obligations. We wish to secure those contracts for up to 5 years to give us that capacity that we need now to stay in compliance. And this will allow us time to consider development of a local processing facility. Finally, the last contract is an agreement between us and the city of Sacramento that will allow the city to transfer a portion of their organic material through the North Area Recovery Station. The procurement process has been a very long process. When SB 1383 first came out and was approved, our department recognized very early on that there was going to be a race to secure capacity, especially in jurisdictions that don't have their own local capacity for processing. And so with that said, we didn't want to go into competition with our local jurisdictions. And so what we decided to do is partner with the City of Sacramento and the City of Folsom to combine our combined tonnages and gain the benefit of that combined tonnage and negotiating power. So in 2018, we began working on this process. We sent out a request for qualifications to processors to kind of frame what our request for proposals ultimately would look like. We issued a request for proposal for processing and received 8 proposals in May of 2018. Of those proposals, 1 proposer withdrew, and one of them, through technical review, was found to be not viable. We proceeded with contract negotiations with the intent of executing these agreements in July of 2020. That was last July, but unfortunately our rate issues have delayed this decision until now. So as far as how we proceeded with the process and negotiations, 3 of the proposals were basically facilities that were going to be immediately available to us. They are not within the county, but they're 3 locations, 3 processors who can begin taking our materials now or very, very soon. The other 3 proposals were longer term proposals that would include development of a local facility. But we recognized early on also that, and we know from very tough experience with SWA's Green Cycle project, that these projects are going to take, a local project would take a long time to develop. And our assumption has been at least 5 years. At least 5 years to develop these. So what we wanted to do is secure that shorter term, medium term is what we're calling it here, capacity that would allow us to continue to service our customers and stay in compliance with all our regulations. This is just a short summary on these proposals. I mean, these were all long, thick, a lot of work went into them, and a lot of work went into evaluating these proposals. And so you can see again, there are 3 shorter term processors, 3 longer term projects. Technologies were either composting with what we call aerated static pile process, which is just a fancy composting process that's more industrialized than what you would see in your typical windrow composting projects. And then the other were anaerobic projects, anaerobic digestion projects, and so those are even more modernized, contained industrial process.
Excuse me, Tim, Supervisor Kennedy.
When evaluating, you said that your estimate is that 5 years to complete a project, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When you're evaluating the RFPs, are you weighting it if that's different? I mean, for example, are more points awarded if it's quicker than that?
Well, we used our own judgment, is how I would describe, and experience in the area of permitting. And we just know it's 3 years, for example, is not possible. That's just not a realistic assumption.
There's a lot of variable factors that would go into that. I mean, the location of where a facility would go would dictate quite a bit of that. It would also dictate whether or not CEQA review was necessary or not. There's a whole lot of things that I'm sorry. I agree it's aggressive. But I'm not of the opinion that it's not possible.
Well, I'll just relate the Green Cycle project to you. SWA worked on that from 2002 to, I believe, 2013 or 14. And all we got through was the environmental review process and a procurement that would have gotten us a contract to move ahead with permitting and construction of that facility. That took 12 years.
See, again, a lot of that's based upon where it is, too.
Well, of our proposals, all three of the long-term proposals proposed a site at Kiefer, the same site as Green Cycle.
What if one of the proposers has since decided perhaps there's another location that would be better, faster, and easier?
I would let legal give you some advice on that. So, Lisa, can you weigh in on that?
Lisa, I don't need an in-depth legal analysis at this point. I'm just asking the questions. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few questions here. In the staff report, you refer to near-term 1 to 5 years and/or long-term 5 to 20 years. So it looks like just the terminology is a little bit inconsistent. So there were no near-term contracts proposed, or you didn't get a response for a near-term contract, that 1 to 5 year period?
So we could have committed to a shorter term period with any of these vendors. I mean, Yolo County doesn't even come online until next year, but we could have. But again, we want to secure capacity, because all of these contracts, once the initial term is up, it's a mutual agreement to either extend that contract or not. Our concern is we're 3 years in, we don't have a local project, and Recology says I can get a lot better price from the city of Marysville or wherever it's coming from. There's going to be competition for this capacity.
Yeah, and I understand that. I understand.
Yeah, so our whole strategy is lock this up, get cost certainty, and then pursue a local project.
Okay, I was just confused because you referred to the you were trying to get solicit proposals for near term in addition, but it doesn't look like that really was something you were looking for. So the other question is, I understand we teamed up with Folsom and the city of Sacramento for the procurement.
Yes.
But you mentioned here that we're not entering into a joint contract with one of those municipalities. Each municipality is contracting independently of each other.
For processing. Now but we are entering an agreement with the city of Sacramento to transfer material to one of the processors. So that is, I guess you could call it a joint contract, but it's essentially an agreement that will take approximately 6,000 tons of organics from them and then send it to the processor of our choice, and then basically the city reimburses us for the reload cost and the cost of the processing, plus a 5% admin fee, basically.
Okay, no, that makes sense. And do you know if in either the city of Sacramento or city of Folsom, did they enter into any contract themselves without us being part of it for that near-term tenure?
So,
did they do any shorter-term contracts?
No. So the city has entered into an agreement with YOLO, and they're delivering material to YOLO now in small quantities, but that was a 5-year deal. And then they are entering into, and quite honestly, waiting for us to approve this contract to enter an agreement with Agromin for 6 years, and I'm not sure how many extensions they have on theirs, but it'd be it's 1 more year than we're committing to with Agromin.
Okay, all right. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, Tim, as you're proposing these, the requirement to haul to the facilities, you talked about transferring to the city on the one, but we, the county, will be hauling the material to these locations?
On 2 of them. So for Recology and YOLO, it'll be transferred from our recovery station by their vehicles.
By those firms?
Yes.
Okay.
And then for Agromin, most of the residential, or all the residential, will be delivered to the Elder Creek transfer station. So there's no transfer there for us. And then at the facility materials would be picked up, and right now our plans are for Agriman to do that work, but so their trucks will show up, we'll load them.
In your review of this, was there some contemplation of how many truck trips are generated?
Yeah, this is going to save us truck miles in the county.
Let's say in county, but what about out of county truck miles?
Even that. I mean, right now we're hauling up to Austin Road or down into the Bay Area, or not Bay Area, but the Delta. So right now we're hauling, the material's getting hauled farther.
And do we require our contractors to have fleets that are compliant with not just QMD, but I mean, as Doug talked about earlier, look at our own fleet about converting to other even less polluting sources,
We didn't require anything above and beyond what the state already requires.
So they can operate clean diesel trucks. Doesn't have to be electric, doesn't have to be some other.
But the CARB's going to force them into it. It's going to force everybody into it.
So just back to the miles, what's your estimate, I guess percentage-wise, of the miles saved?
I'll have to get back to you on that.
All right, thanks.
We do have Neil Edgar, who is the vendor, on the line. I don't know if this is a good time to bring Neil in if he wanted to make some comments.
I don't know if Tim was done, wasn't he?
I can put him on the line so that he can be in the meeting and answer questions if anybody has questions for him.
Okay.
Okay, could you transfer Neil in? Mr. Edgar, I'm sorry.
I think we interrupted you, interrupted Tim's presentation. I apologize.
Well, we'll get Neil on. He represents Northern Recycling, who's partnered with Yolo County to develop their aerated stockpile system at the Yolo Central Landfill.
Great. And is he on the line, Flo?
Yes.
Mr. Edgar, if you can just stand by. Tim is still working his way through his presentation, and then if someone has questions later, we can entertain those.
Okay.
No problem.
We did a comparative cost analysis, and so this not only took into account the cost of the processing, but it takes into cost any fuel increases, reload costs, and what we call off-route costs. So basically what we do is look at the centroid of the collection area and figure out how much it would cost to drive it to the particular facility. So it just offsets the difference in tipping locations. And so this table just gives you a view of comparing each of these different proposals and the overall price. It's not the actual price we're paying for processing, but it's the combined cost, so we can compare apples to apples, or at least as close as we can get. And I think that the interesting part of this analysis is how close, in particular, Yolo and Recology were in price for us. Very similar costs for this, and even with the Agriman, which is a little bit lower, you can see, I mean, once we put food into this material, you're talking over $100 a ton for this material now, and what it costs us. Why not a long-term in-county contract? Well, right now there aren't any facilities in county, so that's a problem. Contract negotiations are going to take a long time, so we recognize that it's going to take time to develop something and do it right. Development, this kind of goes to your question, Supervisor Kennedy. You know, we put this together. In our opinion, the best case scenario is 39 months, which is close to that 3 years, but that's everything going right, and there's no opposition. You know, City of Rancho Cordova's bought in. You know, the neighbors out of Kiefer don't come after us with pitchforks. I mean, we're going to take a lot of time to develop this and make sure we do it right and get buy-in from all the stakeholders.
Oh, yes, thank you. Sorry.
So again, though, we're still assuming it's at Kiefer, and that's not necessarily a foregone conclusion. And part of the reason that I bring that up is all due respect to county staff who are, you guys run a great facility out there, but you're also not developers and builders. That's what I'm saying is that, perhaps a private sector firm coming in with experience under their belt of doing these types of facilities in the right location, your 12-year scenario that you used for the previous project, I don't think is applicable.
I think it's an extreme example. I agree with that. But I still would suggest that we're solid waste professionals. We have lots of expertise. I think Mr. Edgar could probably chime in on this at this point because he has far more experience than we have in permitting of these types of facilities. So, Neil, if you'd like to discuss that point, that would be appreciated.
Absolutely. I can talk briefly about anaerobic digesters because that'll give you an apples-to-apples discussion. The two facilities that Hitachi Zosen runs in California are located in San Luis Obispo, and the one that just opened this year in Escondido. We did the original land use and CEQA work to approve the location for that facility. We started doing that work in the end of 2013, and the operator, EDCO, was very diligent in progressing with developing the facility, but it still is a full 7-year process to get the facility permitted and sited and constructed, all of the hoops that have to go through that kind of project development. So it's not unusual. In my 20 years of doing facility permitting, we haven't seen a project of the scale that you're talking about be permitted in a 3-year time frame. In fact, 5 years is really very aggressive and well below the norm.
Okay. Well, Supervisor Kennedy, I think that's one of the things we hope to learn more of as we negotiate these long-term options. So we definitely are going to be looking at timing and what they're proposing. And if I'm not sure what the RFP said as far as a proposer changing what they had proposed. We'd have to look into that and see what impacts that might have and whether that's allowable or not. But we definitely want to understand what they can do, where they want to do it, and how fast they think they can do it.
And I appreciate that. That's. I mean, I don't want us to box ourselves in at this point, and I feel like we're doing that, and we've already punched out the cookie, and that's what it's going to look like. And I think that if there's more than one way, just to use another bad analogy, to skin the cat, then I think we should be open to that. And I am hearing from some potential vendors that, if we get a little creative, we might be able to step outside the box that we've got ourselves in right now.
Well, we'll try not to skin any cats, Supervisor Natoli. We don't expect to do that.
Yeah, no, don't skin any cats. Better not.
Thank you.
Just to address that 3-year initial term, if we were looking at that, we did inquire with our proposers. All three actually would require some sort of renegotiation of term and price in the contracts. There were varying degrees of willingness to compromise, all the way from, yeah, we could go down to that, to we could reduce by a year, or no way. And it primarily comes down to capitalization for these projects. They need to be able to pay back their loans, just like we have to. Again, if the initial term is released, we think that's a risky move for the county, because past the 3rd year, we could be without processing and paying a lot higher than that $103 or $113 total cost on it. Again, I'll go back to the 5-year number as a reasonable number to plan for the future and do a project the right way, to build consensus within the county, not only for the county itself, but our other jurisdictions in the county, our logical partners in this type of project.
Excuse me, Tim. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Tim. And you have here in the staff report, and I've had this discussion with Steve and Doug, and I appreciate it, about how these contracts, after 5 years, it gives us some of the flexibility, right? With kind of the option to keep it going under the same terms if we elect to do that. So it looks like it will provide us flexibility in terms of 60,000 tons per year. What is the projection again of how many tons per year we will generate of
it's
organics?
About 120,000 tons a year.
So we'd free up kind of the option to do something differently with half of that projected
and then
tonnage.
the next year, the rest of it becomes available.
In 2026. Okay, thank you.
So by 2027, our entire organics waste stream could be available for a local project. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, at this time, I do not have any directors in the queue, and I don't know if we have public comment on this item.
You do not have any public comments.
Okay. And that was our last item. So now we are ready to entertain
Excuse me, I hate to interrupt. I'm still on the line and providing public comment.
I'm very sorry.
Oh.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Edgar, would you please proceed? I apologize.
Not a problem. It's been a long day. Again, I'm Neil Edgar on behalf of Northern Recycling. As Tim mentioned, Northern has a long-term contract with Yolo County to design, build, and operate a state-of-the-art composting facility at the Yolo Central Landfill. As a partner with Yolo County in the development of this facility, Northern has been actively engaged in the RFP process, which has resulted in their partnership selection and lengthy contract negotiations, the results of which are before you for approval. In addition to the new composting facility, Yolo Landfill will also be providing organics processing capacity to Sacramento County at their aerobic composter and their anaerobic digester, from which methane gas is extracted and used to generate electricity sold to SMUD. The contracts were approved to be part of a lengthy, thorough, and transparent process, with pricing provided based upon an expected 5-year term. These contracts were expected to be heard before the board starting almost a year ago. We understand why the pandemic and new rate schedules for the Department of Waste Management and Recycling Services have been cause for delay in their approval, but the required date that services are set to begin has not shifted from the July 1st, 2022 date stated in the contract. With the due diligence of both Yolo County and Northern to provide the service expected by Sacramento County within the terms of this contract, the construction of the composting facility at Yolo County Landfill is already underway. This project is estimated to cost over $28 million and will continue to be ready to provide service to the county and the region for future generations. This is due in no small part to the anticipated commitment of Sacramento County to provide organic feedstocks at the terms provided in the contract. We urge the board to approve the contracts as provided by staff for the recommended terms and not shorten them. We look forward to the same transparent, competitive process when selecting long-term solutions for these services. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Neil. At this time, Supervisor Kennedy is in the queue.
Question. So regarding the term, what we're being asked for is, just to be clear here, it's 5 years plus a potential for 4-year extensions? I mean, 4 one-year extensions?
So each contract's different.
Okay.
The Agriman contract would be through July 1st of 2026, so it's essentially 5 years and a couple months now, depending on when we actually start with them, certainly would start by July 1st. The YOLO contract wouldn't start until July 1st of next year because they're in construction, and then it's a 5-year contract. So that's through 2027. And the Recology contract, who is our current provider of processing services, would essentially be a seamless integration to their new contract, and that would go through July 1st of 2027.
And it has on it the...
Each of them go through 2030. So we could extend each of them 4, or in the case of the Agroman deal, 5 years.
Right. And they'd be done in 1-year increments, though.
Yes.
Yeah.
And actually, it's a continuous. So we at any time after we get past that date, we can say, look, 365-day notice is really what it is.
Oh,
so we can cut it off in October 15th and say.
Council, do those come back to the board, those extensions, or is that a staff?
I have not reviewed the actual contract, so I can't answer that question. I don't know if staff has contemplated that, but it certainly...
They do not.
They do not come back to the board.
In their current form, I guess. I don't know.
Yes, the current form allows for county approved, and it has the full funding for the full 10 years, basically.
Okay.
Obviously, if you came back to us and wanted us to do something different, or we have a local project ready to go in 5 years, then we would notify them when things are going to be ready and move to that next project. And that's our whole strategy here is we set these tonnage ranges up so we have lots of flexibility on not only who we send the material to, but when those contracts end.
I guess the reason I bring it up and I ask the question is that I'm interested in keeping the pressure on ourselves. And as I said, I'm interested in pushing this and pushing the technology and doing something that isn't just about shipping outside of the area, which has air quality implications. It has implications on our roads. We've all talked about that. And by doing this, I fear that it's a de facto 9 or 10 year contract. Unless it comes back to the board where we have to have this discussion, publicly, and talk about how we can perhaps do this in a way that I think is more ecologically sound, particularly with technology changing all the time.
I would defer to staff on this because I haven't been involved in negotiating it, but the board could certainly direct staff to either amend, I think it's section 18 relating to the termination, which is what Mr. Israel is referring to, that it's sort of an automatic staff discretion for extension, or the board could direct staff at this time to come back on a 4, 3, whatever year increment to update on the progress and then address that at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
To that point, I heard you say that the 5-year plus 1-year increments had something to do with financing for their capital improvements. Is that correct? And was maybe Mr. Edgar can speak to that? Or am I correct in my assumption? Most lending
assumptions into their pricing that covers their costs, and part of that's the capital, repaying that capital cost on the, for example, at YOLO, $28 million project. They need to pay that back, and so part of their assumptions is that they're recovering their capital costs from us. Same with Agroman. They're going to install a lot of equipment at the the Elder Creek transfer station to pick the green waste before it goes to their various processing locations.
So if there's any adjustment to this negotiated contract, do we have to renegotiate the entire contract? Because now we're talking about changing what was negotiated originally, so I'm just asking.
If I can interrupt there, I'm just going to use the city one as an example because I'm looking at the actual contract. Basically what we've negotiated is from now until July 1st, 2024, we have to have the contract. But beginning on July 1st, 2024, we or the city can give notice that we don't want to renew it for an additional year. So that was what I was saying, at some point, for each of these it's different dates, but we could have a schedule that we bring it back to the board so that staff can update the board and the board can give direction. So, I mean, we're not really renegotiating the contract, we're living within the terms of the contract as written, but with
it's
the check-in.
essentially a 5-year contract with renewal options, with an option to renew and a renegotiation at that time.
I don't think it's a renegotiation at that time.
I don't think so, Chair Frost, because we basically would still have the county, it's just basically what the board would direct us to do as far as getting approval to either keep it moving forward or stop it. And if that's, I think that's what Supervisor Kennedy's asking for, and I don't see that a problem with us doing that.
Right.
That way we wouldn't have to change the contract, because it's still, we'd get direction from the board, we'd take action on the contracts based on the way that's written.
But the RFP, the contract was negotiated as a minimum 5-year for the pricing
5
that we
or
got.
6 years, depending on the contract, for the 3 processing contracts.
I think, yeah, what we're talking about is the extensions, is if we were to consider doing that. We'd come back to the board.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you. Yes, and I'd support what Supervisor Kennedy is proposing. I mean, I think it's important for us not to get complacent and for us to keep looking for ways to incentivize this new technology, so Sacramento County maybe could lead the way with something. And just to be clear, County Council, that was the City of Sacramento with that date of 2024. Yes. That is not these contracts. Okay, all right. But certainly, I would support some kind of internal process to ensure this comes back to the board before we extend the term after the initial 5-year, assuming, and I think that's obviously correct, that we would not have to renegotiate anything.
And our department would enjoy and welcome the board's support and pressure to develop these types of projects. I mean, we've been looking for that, and this is welcome feedback for us. I'll say that.
I know your department's enjoying the pressure that we're providing.
Yes. Well, but it is. I mean, quite honestly, I've been, in charge of our organic program for the last 3 years, and the top thing on my list is a local project. But there's just realities to getting these things done, and we need to take care of our immediate future and work towards that more ideal. We got an in-county facility that can take some, if not all, of our material.
I would also anticipate that we need to be coming back to the board as we're kind of working through the long-term project plan, because we're going to need board approval to do various and entering into contracts to move that long-term project. So we would also be coming back with updates on where we're at with this long-term negotiation and then process.
And just to put a finer point on what you were saying, Supervisor Desmond, each agreement has similar language regarding the extensions of the term, or actually it's being able to terminate the contract. It just has different dates because they're all kind of staggered. But the language is identical except for the dates.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. Supervisor Natoli.
Yes, I certainly listened intently, and I have no problem at different junctures after the initial period of 5 or 6 years, depending upon the contract, of having the board weigh in on an annual basis. I would echo the cautions, though, that certainly Tim alluded to some time ago in his presentation, and that for Kiefer to be the catch-all for processing of waste products of one sort or the other, and I know that Supervisor Kennedy has referred to maybe a different location, but I think he can speak from some experience. I can speak from a long time experience that we've come to some relative peace with our neighbors at Kiefer, and we have a very active operation out there. Doug alluded to it, 1 million tons a year that are deposited at Kiefer, and they're not all brought in by big trucks. We have a lot of self-haul and the residual I spoke to earlier today. So just because we own buffer lands or have lands adjacent that could be suitable from a perspective of being co-located or located adjacent to, I would just caution, certainly, you know, all of us as board members and current, but in the future, folks are very active. They are, you know, as they would be, you know, want us to operate responsibly. But when we start looking at further intensity of uses out at Kiefer, you know, the SWAT did this a few years ago, and you funneled it all down and looked at sites throughout the county, and you know, all the last 3 sites all came out in District 5, and I can assure you that in each of those locations, 2 of them being in rural areas, 1 in a floodplain, but the other one being Kiefer, that you know, we worked through a lot of issues out there, and again, you know, it's not static, it's a evolving operation, and we're trying to be smart about, you know, reusing and meeting obligations for collection, but also of proper disposal and processing of materials. But I think Tim's caution comes with some experience, and I'll second your experience, because not that we can't do things with our lands out there, but we have a pretty active operation, and you know, we have neighbors, certainly with the city of Rancho Cordova, that will approach it, and we've got developments in the county that will, over time, have separation, but nonetheless be much closer than they currently are. And so I suggest that, as you know, as you go through that process, you know, assuming I'm still here on this board, I be cognizant that that's, you know, that's a pretty touchy subject with the folks out there. And but there may be ways of having things that can be mitigated that I'm not aware of. But and that's not what's being suggested. Supervisor Kennedy was saying, and maybe in a different location, but there are certain sensitivities at Kiefer, and they're real. So.
Well, and building those relationships has been a very long-term project for our department, and we, you know, it's my personal opinion that a composting project out there, actually there's a lot of synergy with our buffer lands and the ag lands. I mean, you know, organic compost is a great story, and agriculture knows that, especially organics, farmers, those sorts of things. You know, there's potential there for us, but there's a lot of discussion and a lot of outreach that needs to happen on a project like this.
And just for Supervisor Frost, I can assure you that at least 20 years ago, folks in Rancho Murrieta were very tuned into what happened out of Kiefer, and there's still folks that are active out there too. So it's not just a District 5 issue. Yeah. Anyway.
Thank you. Yes. Point taken. Okay. We do not have any further callers, and I want to thank Mr. Edgar for being here and for his input. And I want to thank Doug and Tim and Brian and Rick and everyone who presented today. That was a marathon afternoon from solid waste. And so at this time, we're ready to begin taking our votes. And I think maybe it's best, I'm not sure if this is the best way to do it, but I was hoping maybe we could have our county clerk read each item. Sure. And then we'll take a motion and vote on each item. On item 41, we need a 4/5 vote. And
sure. I'll start with item 39. This is received and filed, so we don't need a vote. But on item 39, that was the report back on the impact of the solid waste residential rate increases. For item 40, this is your SRA requesting the addition of 3 full-time equivalent collection equipment operator positions in the Waste Management and Recycling Department for South Collections.
Second.
So we have a motion by Supervisor Desmond and a second by Supervisor Natoli. Please vote. We missed Supervisor Natoli.
I'm sorry, I hit the wrong one. Please do it again. Thank you. Unanimous vote.
Thank you.
Item 41, you were approving an appropriation adjustment request for $9.5 million. This is an increase in appropriations in the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund budget for the purpose of budgeting for depreciation expense.
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Natoli, second by Supervisor Desmond. Please vote.
Unanimous vote. And then for item 42, this was to execute an agreement in the amount of $1,952,726 for the Kiefer Landfill baseliner and final cover design and construction quality assurance services with Geologic Associates for a term beginning upon execution and ending June 30th, 2024, with 3 one-year optional extensions.
Chair will move it. Second by Supervisor Desmond. Please vote.
Mr. Kennedy? Unanimous vote. And then for item 43, this was the authority to execute a retroactive amendment to the agreement with Geologic Associates for construction quality assurance services for the Kiefer Landfill Module 4 Phase 1 expansion project to increase compensation by $40,001.
So moved.
We have a motion by Supervisor Natoli.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Cerna.
Unanimous
Please
vote.
vote. Yes.
And then on item 44, this was the authority to execute an agreement in the amount of $400,000 for source testing services at Kiefer Landfill with Broadbent and Associates for a term beginning upon execution and ending June 30th, 2023 with two one-year optional extensions.
Moved by Supervisor Desmond.
Second.
Second by, I think I heard Supervisor Kennedy over there. Please vote. Did I?
Totally second.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I did?
But I don't know, Patrick, I got in there. You're listening. You got both ears listening, so I'm on the far end here.
I'll call it Supervisor Kennedy this time.
Good. All right, you got it.
Unanimous vote. Okay, and then the last item, not of the day, but for this department, item 45 is the regulatory updates on organic waste and authority to execute agreements with the City of Sacramento, the County of Yolo, Recology Ostrom Road, and California Wood Recycling, respectively, for organic material diversion service.
So we have a motion by Supervisor Kennedy and a second by Supervisor Desmond. Please vote.
Unanimous vote. Okay.
Thank you to everyone in solid waste. Doug, much appreciated.
Thank you.
Okay, for item 46, this is the appointments from your own ranks to the National Association of Counties, known as NACO. This is a one-year term that expires on May 1st of this year. Your current member is Supervisor Cerna, and Supervisor Frost is the alternate.
I nominate Supervisor Cerna to continue. I think he's the only one whose term is up. Is that correct?
Let me double check that. Correct.
Does we have a second by Supervisor Kennedy. Please vote.
And that would be a unanimous vote. Next would be your own ranks, or excuse me, your nominations and appointments. That's item 47.
Did you show the...
Oh, sorry about that. Moving too fast. That's a unanimous vote. Okay, for your nominations and appointments, you are continuing to May 18th, the Adult and Aging Commission. You are continuing to June 8th, the Children's Coalition, Cordova Community Planning Advisory Council, Casumnes Area Community Planning Advisory Council, the County Service Area 4B Slough House, Wilton, Casumnes, County Service Area 4C Delta, the Developmental Disabilities Planning and Advisory Council, Fair Oaks Community Planning Advisory Council, In-Home Supportive Services Advisory Committee, the Local Child Care Planning and Development Council, Maternal, Child, and Adolescent Health Advisory Board, Sacramento County Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board, the Southeast Area Community Planning Advisory Council. And for your matters today, you have the Assessment Appeals Board.
Chiefs recommend continuing this item until June 8, 2021.
Okay. Delta Citizens Municipal Advisory Council.
You need to continue that item for 4 weeks, please.
Okay. And then we have the Equal Employment Opportunity Advisory Committee.
Chiefs recommend continuing this item until May 18, 2021.
Okay. Natomas Community Planning Advisory Council.
Please continue to May 18th.
Sacramento County Commission on the Status of Women and Girls.
Please continue this item to May 18th.
Okay. Sacramento County Mental Health Board. Supervisor Frost.
Please continue to May 18th.
And Supervisor Natoli.
Likewise, May 18th, please.
Okay. Sacramento County, or excuse me, Sacramento Environmental Commission. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me go back to that. On the mental health board, I don't have you on
Okay.
this one, so I think you're good. I mean, I know you're good. Sacramento Environmental Commission.
Chiefs recommend continuing this item to May 18, 2021.
Okay, and that concludes your nominations. And next would be your county executive comments.
I just want to thank you all for your patience on all of the waste management items that have been brewing for some time now. It's greatly appreciated. And I also want to take the opportunity to thank Doug Sloan and his team for their patience and for bringing forward the items they brought today. So thank you.
Thank you, and I want to thank you for organizing the meeting so perfectly. It's 5:01, and we might actually get out of here before 6, so that's pretty good. And now I have next item, please.
That would be supervisor comments, reports, and announcements.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. I just wanted to publicly express my thanks to our own clerk of the board, Flo Evans. I was approached about 2 weeks ago by Scott Syfax, who I think all of us know with Nehemiah, and he manages the Nehemiah Emerging Leaders Program, I think, as we also all are aware. And he recently had a chance to meet Flo in the context of Flo presenting to his emerging leadership group and speaking to all the various opportunities to serve on county boards and commissions and what that entails and how to get involved in county governance. And so I just wanted to say thank you to Flo. Rave reviews from Scott in terms of her performance at that presentation. So thanks again, Flo.
Thank you.
You're here.
Flo is one of those overachievers. She's so good at what she does. Thank you for all your hard work, Flo.
Thank you.
You make us all look good.
Thank you. It's an honor to work for all of you.
And I don't have anyone else in the queue, and we do not have any adjournments in memory. And so at this time, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.